Cross and Luna landed gracefully on the vast platform of Heavenly Sword Mountain. With a casual flick, Cross sent Buckbeak soaring back into the sky. As they stepped forward, a disciple at the entrance blocked their path and asked plainly, "Name?" Cross quirked a brow. "You don't have one?" The disciple blinked, confused. "Ha!" Cross strolled past him with a smirk. "You should really get one." The disciple stood frozen in bafflement while Luna chuckled beside him, the two disappearing into the crowd. They wandered through the inner courtyard, observing the flow of cultivators pouring into the mountain grounds. Cross's eyes flicked to a group of 5 veiled women. Instantly, he knew where they were from. Luna glanced at him and smiled. "Look at you, calm for once." "I have achieved inner peace," Cross replied with a serene smile. Luna rolled her eyes playfully. That's when Cross's smirk turned devilish. He raised his fingers like a maestro about to conduct a symphony. With a snap, the girls' veils disintegrated into shreds, fluttering to the ground like snowflakes. Cross announced proudly, "The fairies have unveiled themselves." Chu Yuechon, hidden within the group, palmed her forehead in exasperation. "Why is he here too?" Heads turned. Jaws dropped. Murmurs erupted across the mountain as people gawked at the unveiled beauties. Cross, grinning like a troublemaker, noticed a woman standing apart from the crowd. Arms crossed, she glared daggers at the frozen sect girls. Intrigued, Cross teleported beside her in a blink. "I see I've found a fellow comrade," he said warmly. "May I know your name, miss?" The woman flinched. "Who are you?" Resting his elbow on her shoulder like an old friend, Cross grinned. "Just your friendly neighborhood frozen piss sect hater." "Name's Cross." "You don't like them either?" she asked, still wary. "I love my wife. Everyone else? Boring." His tone was sincere. A soft smile tugged at her lips. "I wish my husband was like that. Xian Yuan Yufeng." Cross gave her a thumbs up. "Well met, Yufeng." He slapped her back with the force of long-time camaraderie. "Don't worry, sis. I got you." Yufeng was bewildered. "Do I know him?" Luna walked over, smiling gently. "I apologize. My husband's a bit of an idiot." Yufeng blinked and then smiled. "He's quite friendly. And you're stunning, by the way." Luna giggled. "Nonsense. You're 100 times prettier, big sister Yufeng." The two women instantly hit it off, chatting as if they'd known each other for years. Cross stood off to the side, completely ignored. "Am I not handsome anymore?" he muttered, sulking. Luna shot him a side eye. "Stop acting like a brute. She's a refined lady, not one of your tavern brothers." Cross coughed. "I was just trying to lighten the mood." "Shoo. I'm having girl talk." "But Shoo." Cross was forcibly pushed away as Luna and Yufeng continued their bonding. He wandered through the courtyard, grumbling until a hand slapped him out of nowhere. Instinctively, he spun and delivered a powerful backhand. "The legendary reverse slap," someone cried. Ling Jie flew through a wall, revealing a young master tangled with a servant girl inside. Cross declared, that was the mythical slap of sexual encounters. Destruction leads to romance. Ling Jie scrambled back with stars in his eyes. "Boss, teach me your ways." Cross conjured a glowing book from the air. "The ancient mythical slapping tome is not for the weak-hearted." "I want to learn." Ling Jie cried, dropping to his knees. Cross stroked an invisible beard. "Then prove your worth." Ling Jie shot up. "I'll win the tournament." "Attaboy," Cross grinned, watching him dash off. Soon after, Cross wandered past a villa and heard a familiar voice muttering, "Why are you so annoying? Can't you just relax?" He turned invisible and peeked through the window. Inside, he saw Chu Yuechon and her sister, Little Fairy. One looked like an ethereal bloom, the other a walking glacier. "You've been acting weird ever since we arrived." Yueli scolded. "You're sick or something." Little Fairy snapped, "Where I go is none of your business." "It is. You're showing emotions. Don't you know you'll never advance if you don't seal them away?" Cross almost face-bombed. How do these people survive daily life? Little Fairy stared at Yueli like she was a complete idiot. "So you just blindly believe everything the palace mistress says?" Well, if not her, then who?" "I'm done talking," Yuechon muttered, waving her off. Yueli huffed and stormed out, vowing, "I'll fix you." Once the coast was clear, Cross slipped into the room. Chu Yuechon perked up. "Yun Che." "Close.
But not quite. Her expression dropped. It's you.
I'm not here to mock you, Cross said softly, hovering in the air. Actually, I came to check on you. I forced you into something that, well, after talking to my wife, I felt bad. Chu Yuechon blinked. Cross wobbled in midair and dropped to the floor. Flying is harder than it looks.
He stood up and coughed. Anyway.
That barrier? It was magical. If you hadn't wanted it deep down, it would have killed you both. Not what you think, your true feelings. He floated close and gently poked her chest. What matters is in here. You're different from the rest. I respect that.
He flicked her forehead.
You listening, little fairy? She blinked out of her daze and glared at him, rubbing her forehead. I assume you haven't gone back to your sect, Cross added. Can't blame you. They might kill the baby.
Yuechon paled.
How do you know? I know everything, he said cryptically, then added, also, the Villa Master's a creep. Pretty obsessed with you.
Really?
Yeah. Saw you at 15, got married to someone else, had 2 kids, still obsessed.
Trash. And you? I'm married.
Already rejected someone who's in love with me. Poor girl still won't move on.
He sighed.
No clue what she sees in me. I'm handsome, sure, but still.
Yuechon's face softened.
You really?
Cross cut in with a grin. Anyway.
Thanks for the chat. My opinion of you just went up by 7%.
He vanished.
Back with Luna, Cross found her hugging a tearful Yufeng.
What happened? He asked. Luna scowled.
Her idiot husband went to see Chu Yuechon.
Cross blinked. Oh. Then it hit him.
Wait, you're the villa mistress.
Yufeng blinked.
You didn't know?
How the hell would I?
Am I supposed to stalk you? Yufeng giggled despite herself.
Luna soothed her.
Cross said, I can wipe his memory. Replace Chu Yuechon with you. Yufeng sobbed, he wasn't like this before.
Cross nodded. Say no more.
He vanished and returned with a man slung over his shoulder. Obliviate. He declared, tapping the man's head.
The man blinked. Yufeng?
Why are you crying? Did you go see Chu Yuechon?
Who? Yufeng gasped and beamed. No one. Come to bed, love, he said. It's cold tonight.
Yufeng looked 10 years younger, her smile radiant.
Thank you so much.
Cross clapped her back.
Any time.
As she left, dragging her husband along, he asked, who were those 2?
New friends, she chirped.
Luna turned to Cross, whispering in his ear, she's not the only one who wants her husband's touch tonight. Cross smirked and wrapped his arms around her waist. Then I guess we won't be sleeping. Luna purred, can you handle it? He nibbled her ear and whispered, over and over again, before vanishing with her into a rift beneath their feet. Zorian slammed the door shut behind him, the sharp crack of wood on wood echoing through his small room with more force than necessary. He knew logically that he wouldn't find anything new about soul bonds in the Academy library, especially not in the sections he had access to. But logic didn't ease the sting of wasting an entire day flipping through tomes that offered nothing more than vague warnings and recycled cautionary tales. Every book parroted the same mantra: soul bonds were dangerous, unpredictable, and steeped in magical obscurity. Most of the time, they were painted as the tragic outcome of starry-eyed couples who thought magically binding their souls was the ultimate expression of romance, only to end up entangled in lawsuits or psychological collapse a few months later. The warnings were clear: one soul always rose above the other.
One dominated. The other bent.
It made sense in the context of familiars. Animals bonded to mages often developed intelligence and magical capacity far beyond their natural limits. They benefited from the bond, even thrived under it. But people weren't animals. Sentient minds weren't meant to be restructured from the inside out. Soul bonds warped personalities, enforced obedience, and eventually, inevitably, eroded individuality. Zorian ran a shaking hand through his hair, pulled his glasses off, and rubbed the lenses furiously against his shirt. His thoughts were spiraling again. If there really was a soul bond between him and Zack, he was in trouble.
Big trouble.
Zack had mana reserves that dwarfed Zorian's. He was outgoing, charismatic, confident, everything Zorian wasn't. Worse, Zack had likely been in the time loop for years.
Maybe decades.
Compared to that, Zorian was a newborn. There was no question who the dominant soul would be in such a bond. And the cruel irony? He couldn't even ask for help. If the bond was responsible for dragging him back with Zack at the end of every month, severing it might mean losing everything: his memories, his progress, his entire identity. The loop would snap shut around Zack alone, and Zorian would be left behind, ignorant and helpless.
So yeah.
He was totally, absolutely, irreversibly screwed. He inhaled slowly through his nose, exhaled through his mouth, and settled his glasses back on. Maybe, just maybe, he was catastrophizing. If the bond were as bad as he feared, he should have noticed something by now. Personality shifts.
Compulsions.
An overwhelming desire to serve Zack or throw himself at his feet.
But he felt none of that. Not yet.
No dramatic internal change, no sudden desire to dye his hair white and smile like a buffoon. Maybe the bond was incomplete.
Dormant.
A loud knock jolted him out of his thoughts.
Then another.
Then a rapid, insistent pounding.
He groaned. Right. Taven.
Perfect timing, as always. Dragging himself to the door, he swung it open. "Hi, Roach," she greeted, her voice far too cheerful for his current mood. "Hi, Taven," Zorian said, deadpan.
"Yes, come in. Why not?
"Make yourself at home."
Which she promptly did.
She flopped onto his bed like it belonged to her, lounging with the ease of someone who'd done it a dozen times before.
Zorian followed her, resigned.
"I thought you graduated," he said. "Didn't you say you were going into exploration?" "I am," she replied, frowning.
"Or I will."
"But nobody wants to take a fresh graduate out on real expeditions. I need to build my rep first.
Get noticed.
So I'm doing what I can: missions, jobs, assisting professors. You know, groundwork."
"Right."
"I heard you're assisting Nurthak." Zorian asked innocently.
Taven scowled.
"You've been spying on me?" "Just good at listening."
She huffed.
"Anyway, that's not why I'm here. I've got a job tomorrow, and we're one man short."
"Thought of you."
Zorian raised an eyebrow. "What exactly do you need a lowly third year for?"
She winced. "Numbers."
"We can't take the job unless there are 4 of us."
"Why 4?
"It's spiders." "Spiders."
"Big ones."
Zorian narrowed his eyes.
"Oh, come on, Roach," she whined.
"They're not that big. We've been in those tunnels before."
"It's fine. Safe." "How many times?" "A dozen," she muttered. "Give or take."
Zorian opened his mouth to say no, out of habit, but then paused. He wasn't getting any productive work done in his current state. His brain kept looping back to the soul bond dilemma. Maybe a distraction wasn't the worst idea. "All right," he said finally.
"Really?" "Yes."
"But tell me where and when before I change my mind." Taven squealed, kissed his cheek without warning, and bolted. Zorian stood in the silence she left behind, stunned.
It was stupid. Innocent. But his pulse still quickened. She'd been his crush once long ago. Maybe still was. With a sigh, he uncorked a sleeping potion from his stash. Clarity could wait until morning. He woke up with a clearer head. The dread was still there, but less oppressive. He needed data. Not panic. He debated skipping class in favor of another library run, but realized he wouldn't get much further without access to restricted sections. What he needed now was someone who'd actually been through a soul bond, even if it was with a creature instead of a person. Which brought him to Briam. The boy wasn't hard to spot, sitting tall beside his fire drake familiar. The creature hissed warningly as Zorian approached, but didn't strike. It never had, in any loop. "Nice drake," Zorian said casually, slipping into the seat beside him. "Is he your familiar now?" "Yes," Briam said proudly. "Bonded this summer." "What's that like?" "Strange," Briam admitted. "At first, at least. Now it just feels right." "So you can feel the bond?" Zorian asked, heart skipping a beat. "Yeah, I can. But that's rare. Most people can't." Zorian exhaled. That was something, at least. He continued to pry, spinning a tale about academic interest in soul bonds, and Briam, eager to share, offered more useful tidbits. The bonding ritual was slow, deliberate. A drawn-out process that required physical proximity, emotional interaction, and a lot of mana. Most people didn't even notice the bond until weeks in. And more importantly, the ritual couldn't just happen, it had to be intentional. Purposeful. So if something had bonded him to Zack, it wasn't by the book. Still, the bond couldn't be fully formed yet. Zorian barely saw Zack in most loops. That might be his saving grace. He resolved then and there to avoid Zack at all costs.
At least until he understood what was happening.
That would take time. Research. A plan. He had none. Not yet. But he could start somewhere.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as a sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind. "Good morning, brother." An annoyingly cheerful voice sounded right on top of him. "Morning, morning, morning." Zorian growled as he roughly pushed Kiriel away from him.
Fifth time.
This was the fifth time the restart terminated after only a handful of days. How many times would Zack need to die before realizing he should back off for a while and try again later? Honestly, Zorian would have reconsidered his approach after the second attempt. He snatched his glasses from his bedpost and stomped off towards the bathroom before Kiriel could gather her wits. The short, irregular restarts were ruining every plan he cared to make, not to mention disrupting his concentration. He really couldn't do anything substantial while this was going on, other than browsing the library for helpful texts and hoping Zack would quit killing himself on a regular basis. What the hell was the boy trying to do anyway? He shouldn't get so worked up over it, though, after all, how much longer could this possibly go on for?
10, 15 restarts?
Yeah, that sounded about right. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hi Roach. Zorian wordlessly gestured for Taven to come inside before slowly closing the door and shuffling after her. He could feel her impatience at his sluggish pace, but he paid it no heed. He was deliberately stalling, trying to decide what to do. He fully intended to have a chat with the weird telepathic spiders that inhabited the sewers, but it would be lunacy to go there at this point. There was no guarantee they would be as friendly as they were the last time, and their mind magic made them dangerous even within a time loop. He needed a way to protect his mind before venturing into Sayoria's underworld, and so far he had only found one ward that protected the caster's mind in the Academy archives. Unfortunately, that particular ward blocked everything related to the mind, mind-based communication spells included. He needed something more selective than that. But just because he was unwilling to descend into the dungeon didn't mean he was content to let Taven get herself killed by going there either. He wasn't sure why he cared, exactly. Pragmatically speaking, he shouldn't be bothered, since everything would be reset in a couple of days and she'd be fine again. Still, he was bothered, and since he was forced to have this conversation repeatedly every few days, he could as well find a way to talk her out of going. He didn't think for a moment it was going to be easy. Taven was possibly even more stubborn than Zack. "So, Taven, how is life treating you?" he began.
So, she sighed.
"I am trying to secure an apprenticeship, but it's not going all that well. You know how it goes. I got Nurthak to take me as his class assistant this year, so there is that. You wouldn't happen to have taken non-magical combat as one of your electives?" "Nope," Zorian answered cheerfully. "Figures." Taven rolled her eyes. "You really should have, you know? Girls dash. Love boys who exercise." Yes, nodded Zorian sagely. "Why are you here, Taven? You tracked me down here even though I only moved in yesterday and never told anyone which room here is mine. I suppose you used a divination to find me."
Yeah, Taven confirmed.
"Pretty easy thing to do, really. Aren't these rooms supposed to have some sort of basic warding scheme placed on them?" Zorian inquired. "I'm pretty sure it's just rudimentary stuff like fire prevention and basic detection fields to warn the staff about fighting in the hallway and attempted demon summonings and whatnot," Taven shrugged. "Anyway, I'm here to ask you to join me and a couple of others on a job tomorrow." Zorian said nothing, patiently listening as she said her sales pitch. It was actually on Monday, not tomorrow. Taven's definition of tomorrow differed greatly from the standard definition, but other than that, she was actually fairly honest in her explanation of the situation. She even mentioned that there was a small chance they might encounter something very nasty in there, but emphasized that she and her friends were totally capable of confronting anything they may find there.
"Right. Anything?"
asked Zorian suspiciously. "You know, I happen to have read up on magical spider breeds, and they can be pretty powerful. A single grey hunter has been known to wipe out entire hunting parties of mages, and they're no larger than a human at their biggest. Phase spiders can literally jump on you out of nowhere and drag you off into their own private pocket dimension. Some of the breeds are even sentient and have mind magic at their disposal. The last one was a joke in more ways than one. Dungeon ecology was a giant mystery, even to mages that specialized in it, and information about monsters that made their home there was very scarce. As such, it was probably not surprising that he could find nothing on sentient telepathic spiders in the Academy library, even after conscripting Ibery and Kirathishli on the effort. Was it just him, or was the academy library a lot less useful than he had imagined it to be? Every time he tried to find something there he got disappointed. Then again, the things he was trying to find information on lately tended to be obscure, borderline illegal, or both. Oh please, Taven snorted dismissively.
Don't be so paranoid.
As if something like that could be right below Cyoria. We won't be delving into the dungeon's depths, for God's sake. I don't think you should go at all, Zorian insisted. I'm getting a really bad feeling about this. Taven rolled her eyes, an undercurrent of annoyance in her voice.
Funny.
I never took you for a superstitious guy. Time changes people, Zorian said solemnly, smiling at his private joke before straightening his features into a serious expression. But seriously, I'm getting a really bad feeling about this. Is this really worth getting yourself killed over? Apparently this was a wrong approach to take, as Taven's temper flared immediately. He supposed she perceived his comment as an insult towards her skills as a mage. Before he could apologize and rephrase his argument, she was already shouting at him. I'm not going to die. Taven shouted irritably. Gods, you sound just like my father. I'm not a little girl and I don't need to be protected. If you didn't want to come you should have just said so instead of lecturing me. She stomped off angrily, muttering to herself about conceited brats and wasted time. Zorian winced as Taven slammed the door behind her. He wasn't sure why she had reacted so strongly to his words, but apparently pointing out the potential danger of the job was ineffective and only pissed her off. Oh well, he didn't expect to succeed on the first try anyway. Asterisk. Hi Roach. It is a good thing you came, Taven, Zorian said with a grave expression. Come in, we have much to talk about. Taven raised an eyebrow at his behavior before shrugging and sauntering inside. Zorian tried to project a serious, ominous presence about himself, but it seemed to amuse her more than anything. So, I gather you wanted to see me then? She asked. I guess you're lucky I decided to drop by then? Not quite, Zorian said. I knew you would come today, just as I know you're here to conscript me into joining you for a sewer run. It's not a dash, Taven began, only to get interrupted by Zorian before she could gather steam. A sewer run, Zorian repeated. Retrieving a pocket watch guarded by some very dangerous spiders from the top layer of the dungeon under the city. Who told you that? Asked Taven after several seconds of bewildered pause. How could they possibly know? I told nobody where I'm going or why I'm visiting you. Nobody told me, Zorian said. I had a vision about this meeting, and about what will happen should you descend into the tunnels. Well, it was true in a way.
A vision?
Taven said incredulously, disbelievingly. Zorian nodded gravely. I have never told you this before, but I have prophetic powers. I receive visions of the future from time to time, seeing glimpses of important events that will affect me personally in the days ahead. It wasn't completely implausible. People like that did exist in the world, though their powers were quite a bit more limited than what he had at his disposal thanks to the time loop. From what he understood, their visions were less of a detailed recording of the future and more of a general outline of some upcoming event. The future was always changing, always uncertain, and trying to get a clear image of it was like trying to grasp a fistful of sand. The more you squeeze, the more things slip past your fingers. Unfortunately, while being prophetic was not impossible, Taven clearly wasn't buying his claim. Oh really? Taven said challengingly, crossing her arms in front of her chest. And what did this vision of yours tell you about the job? That it will be the death of you, said Zorian bluntly. And me as well, should I choose to follow you down there. Please Taven, I know it sounds ridiculous, but I'm serious about this. The visions are rarely as clear as they were this time around. I won't go down into the sewers and you shouldn't either. As seconds ticked past in silence, Zorian began to think she would actually listen to him. This impression was destroyed when she suddenly started laughing. Oh Roach, you almost had me there. She wheezed, breaking into uncontrollable chuckles after every couple of words. Visions from the future. Roach, you have the funniest jokes. You know, I missed that quirky sense of humor of yours. Remember that one time you pretended you were asking me out. How Zorian stopped himself from physically recoiling at that he would never know. She just had to mention that, didn't she? He forcefully pushed away the memories of that particular evening, determined not to dwell on it. Yeah, said Zorian emotionlessly. What a funny guy I am. Why was he trying to save her again? So, she said, finally getting her giggles under control. How did you know I was coming? Asterisk. Hi Taven began, only to stop when she saw his vacant, hollow expression. Whoa Roach, what the hell happened to you? Zorian kept staring off into space for a few more moments before shaking his head, as if to clear his thoughts a little. Sorry, he said in a subdued voice, motioning her to get inside. I just had an extremely vivid nightmare tonight and I didn't get much sleep.
Oh.
Taven said, collapsing on his bed like usual. What about? Zorian gave her a long look. Actually, you were in it. Taven stopped fooling around and gave him a shocked look.
Me?
Why the hell would I be in your nightmare? You'd think a beautiful girl like me would automatically make for a pleasant dream. Now I gotta know what it was about. I was walking through the sewers with you and some other two guys I never met, began Zorian in a haunted tone, when we were suddenly set upon by a swarm of giant spiders. There were so many of them. They just swarmed over us and started biting and... He took a couple of deep breaths, pretending to be on the verge of hyperventilating, before finally calming down. I'm sorry, it was so real, you know, he said, giving Taven the most vacant stare he had. After a few moments he looked down on his trembling hands and balled them up into fists in a very visible motion. I'm sorry, it was so real, you know? The feeling of their fangs sinking into my skin, the poison coursing through my veins like liquid fire. They didn't even kill us in the end, they just wrapped us in spider silk and dragged our paralyzed bodies off to their lairs to feed upon later. Such a horrid, vivid vision, I don't think I'll ever look at a spider in the same light again. Taven shifted nervously where she sat, looking extremely uncomfortable and vaguely ill. But it was just a nightmare, Zorian said in forced cheer. To what do I owe this visit, anyway? Is there something you wanted to talk to me about?
No.
Taven blurted out, a nervous laugh escaping her lips. I just stopped by to have a chat with one of my friends, that's all. How has life been treating you anyway? Aside from the whole nightmare thingy. She found an excuse to leave in a matter of minutes. He would later find out she went into the sewers anyway and never came back. Asterisk. Spiders? Asked Zorian, doing his best to appear alarmed. Taven, don't you listen to rumors from time to time? I've been pretty busy lately, Taven chuckled awkwardly. Why, what do the rumors say? That there are some mind magic using spiders prowling the city sewers, Zorian said. Word is the city is trying to root them out, but the creatures are evading them thus far. They've been trying to suppress the information, since it would make them look incompetent and all that.
Wow, good thing I talked to you then, Taven said.
I never would have thought to put a mind ward on myself before going down otherwise. You're still going down there? Zorian asked incredulously. What makes you think this mind ward of yours is enough? Mind magic is a subtle thing, Taven said. It uses tiny amounts of mana in very sophisticated ways, which makes it easy to counter with brute force. So long as you know in advance you're going to face a mind mage, it's easy to make yourself effectively immune. Trust me, now that I know what to expect from those crawlies, I won't fall for their tricks. Zorian opened his mouth to protest, but then reconsidered. Was Taven right? Maybe he was looking at things from the wrong perspective. He was trying to get Taven to survive, which didn't necessarily mean stopping her from going into the sewers. I guess, he finally conceded. But I won't be going with you.
Oh, come on. Taven protested.
I can totally keep you safe.
Nope, Zorian insisted. Not happening.
Find someone else to go with you.
How about Dash?
No fighting, Zorian interrupted. Look, there is no way to talk me into going along with this. Do tell me how the whole thing turns out afterwards, though. I don't want to have to check to see if you survived. She actually did visit him a few days later, telling him the sewer run was a failure as far as finding the watch went, but that nothing attacked them either. Maybe Benesek was onto something when he spoke so highly about the power of rumors and gossip. Asterisk. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as a sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind. Good morning, brother. An annoyingly cheerful voice sounded right on top of him. Good morning, Kiri, yelled Zorian back, engulfing the shocked Kiriel into a hug. Oh, what a wonderful, wonderful day this is. Thank you for waking me up, Kiri, I really appreciate it. I don't know what I would do without my wonderful little sister. Kiri wriggled uncomfortably in his grasp, not used to receiving such a gesture from him and unsure how to react. Who are you and what did you do to my brother? She finally demanded.
He just hugged her tighter.
Asterisk. Something I can do for you, Sonny? Asked Kieran. The class has been dismissed, in case you haven't noticed. Yes, I've noticed, Zorian confirmed. I just wanted your advice about something, if you can spare the time. Kiran impatiently gestured him to get to the point. I was wondering if you knew any means of countering mind magic, Zorian said. Well, there is your basic mind shield spell, Kiran said carefully. Most mages agree that's all you need as far as mind magic protection goes. Yes, but that spell is a bit crude, Zorian said. I'm looking for something more flexible than that. Crude, yes, Kiran agreed, suddenly becoming more interested in the conversation. Often useless, too. A simple dispel is enough to strip the protection off the target, and a proper mind mage will ensnare your mind before you even realize you're being targeted. Then why do most mages think it suffices? Asked Zorian. You know why most mind magic is restricted or forbidden?
Kiran asked.
It was a rhetorical question, apparently, because Kiran immediately launched into an explanation. It's because it's most commonly used to target civilians and other mostly defenseless targets. Most mind mages are petty criminals that use their powers on the weak-willed, and cannot be called a master of anything, let alone mind magic. It's rare for mages to encounter mind mages that know how to use their powers properly. Still, even a moderately talented mind mage can easily ruin your life, to say nothing of magical creatures with mind-affecting powers on their disposal. There are methods of dealing with mind magic without resorting to warding spells, but most find it easier to practice Mind Shield until it's completely reflexive and they can cast it on a moment's notice. Or just carry a spell formula for the spell on their person at all times. And these other methods are? Zorian prodded after he realized Kiran wouldn't say anything more. Kiran gave him a nasty smile. I'm glad you asked, Sonny. See, not too long ago, the combat magic class had a much more demanding curriculum, including what was called resistance training. Basically, the combat magic instructor would repeatedly cast various mind spells at students while they tried to fight off the effects. It was quite effective at making students innately resistant to common mind-affecting spells like sleep, paralyze, and dominate. Unfortunately, there were a lot of complaints from students who reacted particularly badly to it, and after a number of scandals where teachers and student assistants were discovered to have been using the training exercise as an excuse to punish students outside of proper channels, the practice was discontinued. An overreaction in my opinion, but I was overruled. Zorian stood in silence for a moment, trying to digest this information. Was that really the best way to deal with mind magic? He got what the idea behind it was. It worked on the same principle that shaping exercises and reflexive magic did, burning the defense procedures into his soul, the same way repetitive movements burn certain reactions into muscle memory. It just sounded so mindless. And probably very painful. That's when he noticed Kiran was giving him a very predatory look.
How about it, Sonny? Kiran asked.
You think you have what it takes to go through it? I've been wanting to revive the practice for some time now, to be honest. I promise I'll go easy on you.
He lied.
The very first spell he cast on Zorian was the Nightmare Vision spell. Whatever the spiders had to say, it better be worth it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as a sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind. Good morning, brother. An annoyingly cheerful voice sounded right on top of him. Morning, morning, morning. Zorian took a deep breath and focused on the image of what he wanted to achieve until it was so real he felt he could almost touch it. Billowing streams of mana erupted from his hands, invisible to the naked eye but easily felt by his senses. A mage could always feel his own mana, especially while in the process of shaping it. In little more than a second, everything was ready and he set the effect loose on the little pest lying on top of him.
Nothing happened.
Zorian opened his eyes and let out a long frustrated hiss. This was no structured spell he had been attempting, but pure unstructured magic. Specifically, he had been trying to levitate Kiriel off of him by using the basic levitation exercise. He knew such an attempt would be much harder to accomplish than levitating a simple pen over his palm. But nothing? That tickled, Kiriel said. Were you trying to do something? Zorian narrowed his eyes at her.
Okay, that
was a challenge. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. What can I do for you, Mr. Kaczynski?
Ilsa asked.
Normally I'd assume you are here to complain about Svim, but you haven't even had a single session with him yet. Zorian smiled brightly. That was the one bright spot in this series of short restarts. They always happened before Friday, so he didn't have to deal with Svim while they lasted. Actually, I'm here to ask for advice on a personal project, Zorian said. Do you know a training regimen that will allow me to lift a person telekinetically without casting a structured spell?
Ilsa blinked in surprise.
As in, using pure shaping skill? Why would you ever have a need for that? I sort of ran out of shaping exercises after mastering everything in Empetin's expanded basics, said Zorian. It seemed like an interesting project. All 15 of them? Ilsa asked incredulously. Instead of answering, Zorian decided to demonstrate. He picked up a particularly large and heavy book from Ilsa's table and made it spin in the air above his palm. Spinning a book like that was actually much harder than spinning a pen, because a book was a lot heavier than a pen and had a tendency to snap open unless a mage used magic to force the cover shut while it was being levitated. That particular trick was something he was taught by Ivory, of all people. She claimed that being able to keep a book shut while levitating it was a must-have for some of the spells she intended to teach him. Unfortunately, it took a couple of weeks for Ivory to warm up to him and decide to teach him seriously, and he didn't have that in these short restarts. He made the book glow ominous red after a while. Using pure shaping skills to spin a book in the air while keeping it shut and making it glow with colored light was a pretty impressive showing from a third year, and should be ample evidence of his skills. Ilsa took a deep breath and leaned back in her chair, obviously impressed.
Well, she said.
Your shaping skills certainly aren't lacking. Still, hovering a person without a spell is not really something there is a manual on. Nobody does it, as far as I know. If they have a need for on-the-spot levitation, they just carry an appropriate focus on their person at all times. Rings usually, since they're small and unobtrusive. I really would recommend you focus on something else if you want to hone your shaping skills further. The number of shaping exercises in existence is virtually endless, and the Academy Library has quite a collection of them. Stone crumbling and north finding exercises are extremely useful, for instance, but they're typically not taught to most students due to time constraints. Stone crumbling and north finding? Asked Zorian. Stone crumbling consists of placing a pebble on your palm and then causing it to disintegrate into dust. That's a flawless result, however, and most people are satisfied if they can get it to fall apart into sand-like grains. It's a useful exercise for those who plan to heavily focus on alteration spells, since the first step when restructuring matter is nearly always to break apart the existing state. North finding is an exercise for diviners, involving the use of a dummy compass to locate magnetic north. Those of sufficient skill don't even need the compass, they simply feel where the north is at all times. Those do sound useful, agreed Zorian. I'll definitely try to learn those. Still, are you sure you can't help me with my people levitating problem? Ilsa gave him an annoyed look. You're still not ready to give up on that? Why are so many talented students so intent on wasting their time on useless pranks? Zorian was about to object but then realized she was right. He was essentially trying to prank Kyriel. Ilsa reached out and snatched the book out of the air, causing Zorian to blink in surprise. He was still levitating it? After a second of introspection he realized that yes, he kept the book in the air throughout the entire exchange. He stopped spinning it and it no longer glowed, but apparently levitating an object over his palm was so easy for him now that he barely even registered doing it. Ha! His pondering was cut off when Ilsa threw the book on the table, where it hit the wood with a deafening boom. She smirked at his surprise and gestured him to pay attention. Like I said, there is no manual for this, she said. And I never tried something so foolish either. So keep in mind that this is all pure speculation on my part, alright? Zorian nodded eagerly. The first thing I would do if I were in your place would be to stop relying on hands to levitate things, Ilsa said. Focusing the magic through your hands makes the process way easier, yes, but only for a certain category of tasks. In a very real way, levitating an object over your palm isn't true non-structured magic. The palm provides a reference point for the effect, which both guides it and limits it. If you mastered everything in Empetin's book, you are familiar with fixed position levitation. Zorian took a pen from a box full of the next to him and made it float above his palm. After a second, he moved his hand left and right, but the pen remained hovering in the exact same spot in the air he left it in, stubbornly refusing to follow the movements of his hand.
A flawless demonstration, Ilsa praised.
But let me ask you this. Does it not appear to you that fixed-position levitation achieves its goal in a kind of convoluted, roundabout way? Why do you need an advanced shaping exercise to achieve something a simple levitate object spell can do as a matter of routine? Before he could answer, Ilsa reached out and twisted his palm sideways. The pen instantly fell to the table. Because using your hand as a reference point limits what you can do with the mana you're shaping, Ilsa said, leaning back. Even though the pen appeared independent of your hand, it was only an illusion. A pretty baffling one too. Why would you bother? You basically put a limiter on the mana flow, making it dependent on the position of your palm, and then tried to subvert that very same limiter to decouple it from your palm. The book Ilsa threw on the table to catch his attention suddenly rose into the air. Ilsa didn't make a single movement, but he knew she was responsible. Not the least because she was grinning at him.
Look, she said. No hands.
Of course, this is just about the limit of what I can do without using any sort of gesture to help me out with the shaping. It is a hard skill to learn, but you probably won't need it in its pure form simply for the sake of this project of yours. You just need to reduce the degree to which your shaping depends on your hands and make it more flexible. Twisting your hand sideways shouldn't have caused the pen to plummet down like a rock. You just surprised me, Zorian huffed indignantly. I don't usually lose control of my mana that easily. I stand by my words, Ilsa said with good-natured smile. You are very impressive for a student, or even a regular mage, but you have a long way to go if you want to join the ranks of the truly great. But anyway, if and when you get some progress on that, you should try levitating some living being smaller than a human.
Much smaller.
Try insects for a start, then progress on mice and so on. All in all, it should only take you. Oh, about 4 years or so. If she thought he would be discouraged by that, she was sorely mistaken. Not only did he have his doubts about the accuracy of her predicted timetable, he really didn't have anything better to do at the moment. I guess I better get started then, was all he said. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as a sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind. Good morning, brother. An annoyingly cheerful voice sounded right on top of him. Morning, morning, morning. Zorian stared blankly at the ceiling above him, at a loss for words. That prediction he had made? He lost track of how many restarts had passed in the meantime, but the number was way bigger than 15. And nothing had changed since then. Rare was a restart that lasted more than 3 days, and none of them went on for more than 5. Whatever Zack was doing, it was lethally hard and Zack was too much of a stubborn ass to give up any time soon.
Zorian? Are you alright? Come on, I didn't hit you that hard. Up, up.
Zorian ignored Kiriel, who was currently pinching his side with ever-increasing vigor, staring at the ceiling while suppressing so much as a twitch. The pain was negligible compared to a couple of particularly nasty pain spells Kirin used on him during one of their resistance training sessions. Thankfully, Kirin never used any of them more than once per restart. Kiriel slapped him a few times and then pretended she was going to punch him in the face. When he didn't react to that, her fist stopped just before it would impact with his face.
Zorian.
Kiriel said, actually sounding somewhat concerned. Seriously, are you okay? Slowly, mechanically, Zorian turned his head to meet Kiriel's eyes, keeping his expression as blank as possible. After a few seconds of silent staring, he slowly opened his mouth and screamed at her. She recoiled at the sudden outburst and let out a girlish scream of her own as her retreat caused her to tumble off the bed. He watched for a few moments as Kiriel began to turn red from rage, and then he could no longer restrain himself. He started laughing. He kept laughing even as Kiriel's little fists started to rain down blows on him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as a sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind.
Good M-.
With an inarticulate yell, Zorian flipped Kiriel on her back and mercilessly started tickling her. Her shrieks reverberated through the entire house until Mother came up to his room and made him stop. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Good morning, brother. Morning, morning, morning. A short silence ensued, broken only by the rustling of Zorian's blankets as Kiriel shifted impatiently on top of them. Kiri, he finally said. I think I'm starting to hate you. He was exaggerating, of course, but gods was this becoming annoying as hell. Amusingly, Kiriel actually appeared concerned by his proclamation. I'm sorry, she said, hurriedly wriggling herself off the bed. I was just dash. Whoa, 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 interrupted Zorian, fixing Kiriel with a mock glare. My little sister apologizing? That doesn't happen. Who are you and what did you do to Kiriel? Kiriel's appeared dumbfounded for a moment, but her expression quickly grew stormy as she realized what he was implying.
Jerk.
She huffed, childishly stomping her foot for emphasis.
I do too apologize.
When I'm wrong. When you're backed into a corner, corrected Zorian. You must want some pretty big favor out of me if you're this desperate to remain in my good graces. What's the story? He really did want to know too. She gave no indication she wanted something from him all those times he had been through this, yet it must be pretty important to her if she was willing to apologize to get it. That didn't make much sense. Kiriel wasn't really a shy girl, and had no problems with making her wishes known in the past. For a moment he was tempted to conclude he misinterpreted the situation, but then Kiriel looked away and started mumbling something intelligibly.
What was that? He prodded.
Mother wants to talk to you, Kiriel said, still avoiding his eyes. Yeah, well, Mother can wait, said Zorian. I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what you want from me. She pouted at him for a moment before taking a big breath in preparation. Please take me with you to Cyoria, she said, folding her hands in front of her in a pleading gesture. I've always wanted to go there, and I don't want to go to Koth with Mother and... Zorian tuned her out, shocked at the revelation. How could he have been so blind? He knew there was something strange about the ease with which he could convince Mother not to make him take Kiriel with him, but he didn't want to question a favorable outcome and so ignored it. Of course it was easy, she didn't want him to take her either. It was Kiriel who wanted to go. Mother was just making a token attempt so she could tell Kiriel she tried and failed. No wonder Kiriel always seemed so sullen on the way to the train station.
Zorian? Please.
He shook his head to clear his thoughts and smiled at Kiriel, who was looking at him with bated breath and hope in her eyes. Now how could he say no to that? That it would ruin Mother's schemes was simply a bonus.
Of course I'll take you with me, he said. Really?
So long as you behave y-dash.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Kiriel yelled happily, jumping around in excitement. He could never understand this boundless energy she had. He was never that exuberant, even as a child. I knew you'd say yes. Mother said you'd refuse for sure. Zorian looked away in embarrassment. Right, he said lamely. Shows what she knows. Shall I assume then that you already have Mother's permission for this plan? Yeah, Kiriel confirmed. She said she was fine with it so long as you agree. Oh, that diabolical woman. Saying no but making him take the blame for it. Looking back at it, the plan was almost magnificent in execution. She even gave him a lecture on proper attire and family honor to put him into foul a mood before springing the question. With a sigh he put on his glasses and got out of bed. I'm going to the bathroom. A second later his brain caught up with what he said and he froze. Looking back at Kiriel, he was surprised to see she wasn't trying to race him to his destination and was instead looking at him in confusion.
What? She asked.
Nothing, Zorian said, before walking out of the room. He supposed the only reason she did that in your average restart was to make him confront Mother as soon as possible. A poor move, since it only made him more annoyed at her, but she was only a kid and probably didn't think things through all that well. It was going to be an interesting restart. After telling Kiriel to pack her things for the trip, a task she immediately set off to accomplish, he filled his room with multicolored orbs of light and went down to the kitchen to face Mother. The light show was something he did in every restart, since he wasn't sure Ilsa would agree to arrange additional tutoring for him unless she stumbled on it. Not that it did him much good, since these short loops he was stuck in ceased too soon for him to gain anything from it, but he kept doing it regardless.
Just in case.
Who knew, maybe this particular restart would be the one where Zack stopped dying so soon. Mother studied him like a hawk as he descended down the stairs, looking for any flaw in his appearance she could criticize. He knew from experience that she would find something to complain about, but he didn't really care. He was dressed well enough to avoid a protracted lecture about family honor, and that was all that mattered. For a while he had tried to use his time loop given foreknowledge to appear perfect, but that hadn't worked on her. Talk about high standards. Maybe she really was deliberately trying to annoy him to make sure he'd refuse to take Kiriel with him? Sitting at the table, he pushed the cold porridge to the side and started eating apples instead, ignoring Mother's annoyance at spurning her food. After she had realized he wasn't going to say anything, she released a dramatic sigh and launched into one of her long-winded monologues, dancing around the real issue she wanted to talk to him about, the possibility of him taking Kiriel with him to Cyoria. Now that I think about it, Mother said, finally deciding to get to the point, I never told you I'm going to Koth with your father to visit Daimen, did I? You want me to take Kiri with me to Cyoria, Zorian guessed. I what? She blinked, surprised for a second. Then she shook her head slightly and sighed.
She told you, she concluded.
Yup, Zorian confirmed. So much for picking the right moment like we agreed upon, Mother said. I guess I should go and comfort her. Why would she need comforting?
Zorian asked. I said yes. She was ecstatic.
She's in her room right now, packing her things. She looked at him like he had suddenly started reciting classical poetry. Zorian didn't know whether to feel guilty or annoyed. Was it really that weird for him to agree to this? Before he had enrolled into the academy, he had spent more time with the little imp than anyone else in the family, Mother included. He was more of a parent to Kiriel than she and Father ever were. Really, if Kiriel had just told him she wanted to go herself instead of having Mother speak for her, he probably would have agreed to it after some arguing, even before the time loop.
Annoyed.
He was definitely feeling annoyed with her. He leveled a challenging glare at Mother, daring her to say something. What? He snapped after a few seconds of mutual staring. Nothing, she said, schooling her expression into something unreadable. I'm just surprised, that's all. I'm glad you're finally starting to think about someone other than yourself. Have you thought about housing?
I have, confirmed Zorian.
It depends on whether I'll have to pay for the arrangements from my own pocket or if you'll give me extra money for rent. Now you're just being insulting, his mother snapped. Of course we'll give you rent money. When did we ever make you pay for essential living expenses by yourself?
How much do you need?
As if her own remark about him finally thinking about someone other than himself wasn't just as insulting. He was just responding in kind. But yes, Zorian grudgingly admitted she was right. His parents had many flaws, but they would never let him go hungry or homeless unless they were completely bankrupt themselves. He was the disfavored son, but a son nonetheless. They spent the next several minutes discussing living expenses in Syoria, arguing back and forth about how much money he would need to rent some place and feed Kiriel. He, of course, favored larger sums, and he knew enough about Syoria's economy to give weight to his arguments. Mother made no secret about her surprise at his knowledge of rent prices in various districts of Syoria. Apparently she was under the impression such down-to-earth knowledge didn't interest him. Zorian decided not to explain he was keeping track of rent prices so he could move away from home at a moment's notice, instead trying to change the subject. He was not very effective in that regard. Mother was stubbornly fixated on that little factoid, but Ilsa's arrival saved him from her interrogation. Mother quickly excused herself, saying she was going to help Kiriel pack, but Zorian still led Ilsa back to his room when she asked him where they could have some privacy. He had to show her all those lights he accidentally forgot to dispel, after all. At first the talk proceeded in a fairly standard fashion, but the usual routine he was used to was quickly shattered when they reached the topic of habitation. According to this, began Ilsa, momentarily shaking a piece of paper she was holding, you lived in academy housing for the past 2 years. I assume you intend to do the same this year too. Actually no, answered Zorian. I'm taking my younger sister with me this year, so I can't do that. Unless the academy makes allowances for such things.
It doesn't, Ilsa said.
I figured, Zorian said, not really surprised by that. We'll just stay in a hotel for a few days until I find a place to rent. Ilsa gave him a strange look that Zorian had trouble deciphering. You don't have a place reserved already? She asked.
No, Zorian said.
The decision was a bit abrupt, so I didn't have any time to make proper preparations.
Why?
I may have a solution for you in regards to that, Ilsa said, straightening her posture into a slightly more serious stance. You mean you know a place I could rent?
Zorian asked. Ilsa nodded. That's fortunate, I guess.
What do you have in mind? First of all, I want to emphasize that what I'm about to offer you has nothing to do with the Syoria Royal Academy of Magical Arts, Ilsa cautioned. This is something strictly between the two of us, understand?
Okay, said Zorian cautiously.
He was getting slightly concerned now, but he sensed no deception or ill intent from Ilsa. He waited to hear what she was offering. A friend of mine is renting rooms at very reasonable rates, Ilsa began. After several minutes of questioning and reading between the lines, Zorian decided he would give Ilsa's friend a chance. Her reasonable rates were a tad expensive, but it was manageable. Ilsa also suggested her friend loved children and would be all too happy to take care of Kiriel while he was at class, which would be worth every piece he paid for the place if actually true. After that, the topic shifted to his choice of mentor, or rather the fact that he wasn't allowed to choose one, and his choice of electives. Since he had pretty much tried out every elective he was even remotely interested in by now, his choices were pretty constant at this point: botany, astronomy, and human anatomy. He chose them solely because he knew for a fact that teachers of those particular subjects didn't care in the slightest if he chose not to come to class, and because Akoja didn't choose any of them as her electives, and thus wasn't aware he was skipping them. The moment Ilsa went back to the academy, Kiriel came barreling down the stairs like a herd of elephants, ignoring Mother's admonishments about running inside the house. No doubt she had finished packing a while ago and had been simply waiting for Ilsa to leave so she could come out. I'm ready. She grinned happily. So you have everything packed? Asked Zorian.
Yup, she nodded.
What about my books? Asked Zorian. Why would I pack your books? She scowled. You can do that yourself, lazy ass. Well, you did take them from my room and hide them under your bed, Zorian remarked.
Oh.
Her eyes widened in understanding. Those books. I guess I kind of forgot to give those back to you. I'll put them back in your room, okay?
What are you two talking about? Mother asked as she approached. Nothing,
Kiriel said in a slightly panicky voice, whirring quickly to face Mother. I just forgot something, that's all. I'll be right back. She quickly bolted up the stairs, ignoring Mother's repeated admonishment about not running in the house. Zorian looked at her retreating form with narrowed eyes. Why was Kiriel so frightened about Mother finding out she had been taking books out of his room? It was hardly the first time she helped herself to his things, and Mother never cared before. There was something of significance hidden in that seemingly innocuous reaction, he just knew it. He was starting to think he didn't know Kiriel half as well as he thought he did. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
I'm bored.
Zorian opened his eyes and glared at his little sister. He couldn't close his eyes for more than a minute without her saying something or accidentally kicking him in the knees with her pointy little shoes. And he had thought the station announcer was annoying. I can tell, he said, rolling his eyes. What do you want me to do about it? Play a game with me, she said hopefully. Haven't we done enough of that already? He sighed. There are only so many times I can beat you at hangman before it gets boring.
You were cheating, she protested.
Asphyxiation isn't even a real word.
What? Of course it is. He shot back.
You're just Dash.
Liar, she interrupted. Whatever, Zorian scoffed.
It's not like that was the only game where I won. So you admit you cheated in that one? She concluded triumphantly. Zorian opened his mouth to retort before he closed it again. Why am I arguing about this? He asked out loud, though it was directed more towards himself than Kiri. A sharp crackling sound that always heralded the voice of the station announcer stopped any further argument they may have had. Now stopping in Corsa, a disembodied voice echoed. A crackling sound again. I repeat, now stopping in Corsa. Thank you. Oh, thank the gods, Zorian mumbled. Not only did arriving in Corsa mean 3/4 of the journey was over, it also meant someone was going to join them in their compartment, thus giving Kiriel someone else to annoy. Someone other than Ivory, though. He purposely avoided his usual compartment to ensure she and Kiri would never meet, since he had a suspicion a conversation between them wouldn't end well. Kiri didn't like Fortov any more than Zorian did, and she was a lot less tactful about it. So many people, Kiri remarked, watching the throng at the train station through the window. Are those all students like you? Most of them, yeah, Zorian said. Though not all of them go to the same school as I do. There is more than one academy in Scioria. I thought mages were rarer than this, she said. Mom says you need to be really smart to be one. Do you think I could be a mage too one day?
Sure, he shrugged.
Really? She asked, a mixture of excitement and suspicion radiating from her voice and posture. Zorian supposed she half expected him to use his agreement as a setup for a mean-spirited joke or something along those lines.
Yes, he confirmed. I don't see why you couldn't.
You seem to be doing well enough in school from what I heard, so I don't see why your intelligence would be a problem. And it's not like our parents can't afford to send you somewhere, even if it isn't Scioria. Kiriel didn't answer, choosing instead to look through the window in silence and pointedly refusing to look him in the eye. He was just about to ask her what's wrong when the door to the compartment slid open, distracting him. Björn Ivarin, the boy introduced himself. Can I sit here? Zorian waved him in without a word. This was the guy who inspired him to seek employment in the library the last time they had spoken with each other. The boy had been quite talkative back then, so he should be perfect. Even if he was disinclined to talk to someone so young, he doubted Kiriel would let him ignore her, and he seemed too polite to just plain snub her to her face. Hopefully he would keep Kiriel busy till the rest of the journey. I'm Kiriel Kaczynski, his sister promptly introduced herself, and that's my brother Zorian. Are you a student like Zorian? Can you do magic? Well, yes, Björn said, torn between desire to ask about the surname and a desire to be polite and answer Kiriel's question. Politeness won in the end. I'm only a first year though, so it's not like I have anything to brag with. Sadly for Björn, he would have to wait for a while before he could ask about the surname. Kiriel was on a roll, and promptly assaulted the poor kid with every question imaginable. Zorian soon found out that Björn was an only child of 2 first-generation mages from Corsa, and that his family had pretty high expectations of him. Björn was as excited to be away from his overbearing parents as he was about learning magic. That, at least, was something Zorian could empathize with. 3 older brothers, huh?
Björn laughed. Poor you. Though.
I kind of wish I had a few older brothers myself. My parents could have someone else to focus on every once in a while. I know what you mean, Kiriel said. Ever since Zorian started going to the academy, Mother has no one but me to pay attention to.
It sucks,
Zorian flinched in sympathy. He hadn't thought of that, but it shed a great deal of light on Kiriel's behavior for the past 2 years. Without Zorian there to act like a figurative lightning rod for Mother's criticism, Kiriel's time at home probably took a sharp turn for the worse in his absence. A part of him was pleased that the little imp was forced to experience some of what he went through in his daily interactions with their family, but he mostly thought she didn't deserve something like that. "So, I've been meaning to ask," said Byrne. "Your last name is pretty distinctive. Not that many Kaczynskis walking around. Are you related to Daimen Kaczynski by any chance?" "He's our brother," Kiriel said. "Really?" asked Byrne excitedly. "You know, I haven't heard anything about him in a while. What is he up to currently?"
"He's in Koth," Kiriel said.
"I think he found something in the jungle, but
I don't know.
I don't really talk to him all that often. He's always traveling. You're more likely to find out about him in the newspapers than by talking to me. Zorian knows him better than I do." Zorian shot Kiriel a quick glare for putting him on the spot like that, and on the topic of Daimen no less. The little imp just stuck her tongue at him.
"Humph.
"Daimen and I don't get along," Zorian said bluntly. "There is not much I can tell you about him that Kiri hasn't already." "Oh," Byrne said, obviously disappointed. He let out a slightly strained laugh, trying to dispel the somewhat awkward atmosphere that descended on the compartment. "And here I thought I would get some inside stories about one of my heroes. Though I suppose in a way I didn't I? It's a bit sad that he doesn't have time for his family."
Hummed Zorian noncommittally.
The rest of the journey was uneventful, except that Byrne decided to tag along with them for a while after they disembarked. Both Byrne and Kiriel were awed, and more than a little intimidated, by the sheer size and activity of Scioria's train station, and Zorian decided to be nice and give them a brief tour around the place. The tour turned out to be not as brief as he had intended, however, because Kiriel insisted on browsing the stores. He tried to tell her that every shop in and around the train station sold massively overpriced merchandise, because they could thanks to their favorable location, and that he wouldn't be buying her anything, but that didn't deter her in the slightest. She was just looking. Byrne, for some unfathomable reason, sided with Kiri. He liked browsing stores too, apparently. Madness. Since they had wasted so much time, however, the rain had already started falling by the time they were ready to depart. Byrne had no umbrella, of course, and even if he had, the amount of luggage he carried would make a trek through the rain a problematic endeavor. Zorian reluctantly offered to help. The boy looked so miserable at this sudden turn of events that Zorian didn't have the heart to just walk away. Besides, Kiriel wouldn't let him do that, and he didn't want to make a scene by dragging her away so they could be on their way. "I really appreciate this, you know?" Byrne said, curiously brushing his fingers against the dome of the rain barrier spell surrounding them. "I don't know what I would have done if it weren't for you. It doesn't seem like the rain is going to stop any time soon." "For the last time, it's all right," Zorian sighed. "Really, I live to help." Byrne covertly mouthed thank you to Kiriel, who was unabashedly playing with the rain barrier by sticking her arms and legs outside the protective dome and then drawing them back in, causing her to give him a thumbs up. Apparently the boy knew whom to thank for his good fortune. If he ran out of mana halfway to their new home after getting Byrne to the academy, it would be on her head. Rain barrier was quite draining, and he had to enlarge it so it would cover all three of them plus the floating disc that carried their combined luggage. "This spell is awesome," Kiriel declared.
"How hard is it?"
"Do you think you could teach me how to cast this one?"
"I won't tell anyone."
"Oh please," Zorian snorted. "You can't even feel your mana, much less shape it. It's not a question of legality, it's a question of skill. It would take months if you're some kind of genius, a year or two otherwise. Just wait until you enroll into a magic school yourself, okay?" Kiriel immediately deflated. In the end, they managed to deposit Byrne to the safety of the Academy's own rain wards without issues before going their own way. In fact, they nearly made it to their destination before Zorian ran out of mana, causing the rain barrier to wink out of existence. Emphasis on nearly. He hoped Ilsa's friend wasn't sensitive about people bringing water into the house. *****. You should have waited. Honestly, what possessed you to walk around in this horrid weather? Kids these days think they're invincible." Zorian rolled his eyes at his host's scolding, not hiding his reaction in the slightest since she was busy rummaging through a set of drawers and wasn't really facing him. The rain would have continued throughout the entire night, though he couldn't exactly tell her how he knew that, so waiting it out hadn't been an option. Besides, they would have made it just fine if Kiriel hadn't been so stubborn about getting Byrne to the academy grounds first. And also, it's not like their brief run through the rain was all that traumatic. So really, why was she getting so worked up about it? His thoughts were interrupted by a towel hitting him in the face.
There.
You can use that to dry your hair, she said. I'll go see if your sister needs any help. You just hope she doesn't get sick from this, or you'll be hearing from me about this, you hear. She's not a sugar cube, Zorian mumbled. She's not going to fall apart just because she got a little wet. Either that was spoken too softly for her to hear, or she decided to ignore him, but either way she just walked past him and left the room. Unconcerned, Zorian sat down on a nearby chair, studying the place they were in. Their landlord, one Amaya Kuroshka, was a lively middle-aged woman that quickly ushered them in when she found them, soaking wet, on her doorstep. She hadn't even asked for their identities before she had done that. It took an introduction by Zorian until she realized they actually had a reason beyond getting out of the rain when they knocked on her door. Zorian was tempted to deliver his own scolding to the woman about naivete and letting strangers into the house, but unlike some people, he chose not to be difficult. She seemed nice enough, all things considered. At the very least, she didn't appear to be one of those landlords that tried to bleed their tenants of everything they could part with, though it was hard to be sure this soon. The part that irked him a little was that Amaya seemed to consider them living at her place a done deal already. He only agreed to check the place out, nothing more. Once Amaya returned with Kiriel, who had changed her clothes and mostly dried her hair at this point, and seemed completely unaffected by the fact she had been running through the pouring rain less than an hour ago, they started talking. Zorian had to steer the conversation back to the topic of their stay every once in a while, since both Amaya and Kiriel were content to let the conversation wander around if he let them. He also had to kick Kiriel a few times under the table to get her to shut up. Ilsa had told him never to broach the topic of marriage and husbands in front of Amaya for some unspecified reason. Zorian liked it when people respected his privacy, so he was content to do the same of Amaya, and had warned Kiriel to abide by the rule as well. Something she evidently had problems with, due to her tendency to babble. Their arrangement was not exactly to his liking, in all honesty. Amaya's house clearly hadn't been designed for rent. It was a normal, if large, family home that had a bunch of empty sleeping rooms on the second floor. Zorian and Kiriel would be getting one of them, and they would be sharing the rest of the house facilities with Amaya and two other tenants that were scheduled to arrive in the next few days. That was a lot less privacy than he was comfortable with. Not to mention that their room only had one bed, meaning he would have to sleep together with Kiriel. Zorian had actually spent a few nights with Kiriel when she had been younger, and knew for a fact that Kiriel was a restless sleeper and a cover hog, so he had big issues with that. Thankfully, they were the only tenants at the moment, so Amaya allowed him to claim an additional room for himself at no extra charge, with the stipulation that he move back in with Kiriel when she found a proper tenant for it. Zorian decided to quietly look into other places to rent tomorrow.
Just in case.
Asterisk. Despite his novel living arrangements and Kiriel's presence, the next few days were fairly standard. He applied for the job at the library. He went to talk to Ilsa about advanced instruction and chose divination as a discipline he was interested in. He practiced various shaping exercises whenever he had some free time, concentrating mostly on the north finding one since that exercise was supposed to help with divinations. Taven tracked him down, despite his change of residence, and Zorian notified her about the rumors about mind magic using giant spiders running around the sewers to make sure she'd survive the encounter. Despite his misgivings, he decided not to leave Amaya's place, since Amaya did a masterful job of keeping Kiriel happy and off his back. For her part, Kiriel was remarkably well behaved. She spent a lot of her time drawing things. He didn't even know she liked to draw. She never did it at home, as far as he knew. Maybe the trip had inspired her to take up a hobby? In any case, once those first couple of days had passed, everything just went off the rails. For one thing, the restart hadn't ended at that point and instead just kept going, which was noteworthy by itself. More importantly, however, he was once again asked by Ilsa to greet Kale and his daughter at Sayoria's main train station, only to find out that Kale had also rented a room at Amaya's place. For pretty much the same reason that he had, too, Ilsa had recommended the place. So now he was living in the same house with his little sister, a teenage Morlock and his daughter, and a landlord that didn't really act like a landlord. He was finally going to meet his divination instructor. Svim would be throwing marbles at him again come next Friday. Ilsa apparently visited her friend's house on a regular basis, and Amaya invited Taven to eat with them next Sunday while she was trying to talk Zorian into following her into the sewers. Clearly, this was not going to be your average restart. I still feel like I'm taking advantage of you, Kale said, pouring a fistful of blue powder into a transparent glass container. And I still can't imagine why, Zorian said, not taking his eyes off the tiny blue mushrooms he was currently grinding into more powder. I stock your lab with ingredients, and you let me be your assistant while you do your work. You get to save a little money on reagents, and I get some practical alchemical experience. What on earth is predatorial about that?
Here.
He thrust the powdered mushrooms to the white-haired boy, who sighed in defeat and went back to work. Zorian took the time to look around the workshop without being too blatant about it. Kale's workshop was pretty amazing considering it was really just a basement that Amaya donated to the boy so he could convert it to his purposes. Setting it up was the first thing Kale did after moving into the place, with Amaya being surprisingly unconcerned about a mere academy student working with dangerous magical concoctions right under her home. Ilsa assured me Kale knows what he's doing, she said. Well, he probably did, but still. As for equipment, it was loaned to Kale by the academy authorities. According to Kale, it was rather outdated, but the Morlock couldn't afford to be picky and was lucky to get anything at all. I just don't think the price of restocking my workshop is worth whatever experience you're going to get, Kale said, pouring boiling water into the powder-filled container and adding some weird little black balls that Zorian didn't recognize. In fact, considering how good you are at this, I should probably be paying you for the help. Don't worry about it, Zorian repeated, hoping this time it would stick. He couldn't exactly tell the boy that his savings account would spontaneously refill when the loop restarted, so it was hard to explain why money wasn't too important for him. Overall, his interaction with Kale was a lot friendlier this time around. Grudgingly, he had to admit Kiriel had a lot to do with it. She hit it off with Kana pretty quickly, despite the other girl being practically a baby, which seemed to put Kale at ease with both of them. After that, the two of them discovered they got along pretty well, and Zorian decided to help the Morlock with his alchemy and learn something at the same time. Which led to their current situation. This whole situation is terribly strange, Kale said after a minute of silence. Not in a bad way though. Kana is the happiest I have seen her in a while. I really am grateful to your sister for everything she has done for her, by the way. To be honest, I'm not sure how long it's going to last, Zorian admitted. For now she finds Kana cute, and probably finds it pleasing to have someone pay attention to her with such rapt attention. She tends to get bored really quickly though. And in any case, she's only in Syoria temporarily, while my family is off visiting my brother in Koth. Well, that's too bad, Kale sighed. Then he smirked at Zorian. Though I supposed you'll be relieved when she finally leaves. Well, who knows, Zorian said. We'll see how things go. She's not so bad right now, so maybe she won't be a total pest like she usually is. I'm hoping some of your daughter's attitude will rub off on her in time. Oh, that would be such a pity, Kale said. It would be a shame for such a lively girl to lose her spark of life. I myself wish Kana had some of that boundless enthusiasm. Shall we trade then? Offered Zorian. No, Kale snorted. Fetch me the water celery and be quiet for a while. I need to concentrate on this part. And so Zorian stood in silence and watched Kale work, and thought about what the rest of the month would bring. Zorian felt the mana-charged marble approaching him, but didn't move. He couldn't tell whether it was aimed to the left or to the right, but he knew it wasn't aimed at his forehead. He could always tell when it was. Always. He wasn't sure how he could tell that with absolute certainty when he could not actually pinpoint where the marble was going, but he was grateful for it. He just wished he could replicate that success to the exercise in general. The marble whizzed past him and he struggled to identify on which side it passed him by. Left, he tried. Wrong, Svim said in a disinterested tone. Again. Another marble was thrown towards him. This one wasn't aimed at his forehead either. Not that surprising, really. Svim stopped doing that when he realized Zorian could identify those with perfect accuracy. It wouldn't do to give Zorian free points, after all. Right, he said. Wrong, Svim immediately responded. Again. Zorian frowned behind the blindfold. Did it just seem that way, or was he actually getting worse at this as time went by? Something was very wrong here. At the beginning of the session he was getting more than half of them correctly, but now he was constantly getting it wrong. He'd have thought he'd guess correctly every once in a while, through statistical inevitability if nothing else. There were only two possibilities. That's why, when Svim threw the next marble, Zorian quickly wrenched the blindfold off to see what the deal was. The marble flew straight over his head. That son of a bitch. I didn't say you could take the blindfold off, Svim calmly said, as if Zorian didn't just catch him red-handed. That's cheating. Zorian protested, completely ignoring Svim's remark. Of course I couldn't guess correctly if you're not even going to abide by your own rules. You're not supposed to guess, Mr. Kaczynski, Svim said unapologetically. You're supposed to sense. I was sensing, Zorian ground out. If you were, you would have realized what was happening far sooner, and you would not have needed to take off the blindfold to identify the problem, Svim said. Now stop wasting your time and put the blindfold back on so we can continue. Zorian cursed Svim mentally but did as he was told. As much as he hated to admit it, Zorian had to admit there was a lot of truth in Svim's words. He had been mostly guessing over which shoulder the marbles were going, relying on gut instinct instead of a clear perception of its location. But it was hardly his fault he couldn't reliably track a fast-moving object through its faint manner emissions. According to books, that was a highly advanced skill that took years to master. Honestly, asking a student to master this sort of thing in their third year was completely unreasonable. But completely in character for Svim, he supposed. At least he no longer had to worry about being hit in the head anymore. The rest of the session was typical, which is to say repetitive and boring. Then again, what part of school wasn't boring at this point? He had been stuck in the time loop for little over a year now, and feigning attention during classes was starting to get hard. He was tempted to take a page out of Zach's book and go wander somewhere else for a few restarts, but he couldn't. For one thing, it would be irresponsible to waste time like that when he could be working on skills he needed to get to the bottom of this. For another, he didn't want to attract attention to himself. The memory of their interaction was probably still fresh in Zach's mind, and there was a possible third party to consider. Completely blowing off classes would be completely out of character for him, and would raise a lot of eyebrows. He was already playing it close by taking Kiriel with him and skipping almost a quarter of his classes to do his own thing, but those changes were at least easily explainable. If his current course of action didn't produce results, he'd have to drop the masquerade to preserve his sanity, but that wasn't an immediate concern. He had more pressing problems to worry about, so he put off that issue for later, when and if it became relevant. His session with Svim done, he went to the library to report to Kirathishli. Normally he didn't go to work on Fridays, since dealing with Svim tended to kill his mood very fast, but he was feeling just fine today. He was getting used to the irritating man's antics, it seemed.
Zorian.
Kirathishli greeted. Good timing. We just got a new shipment today and Ivory had to go home early. Okay, Zorian said slowly. He was about to ask what kind of shipment arrived, but then he decided it was a stupid question. It was a shipment of books, of course. What do you want me to do? Just unpack the books out of their boxes and separate them into rough categories, answered Kirathishli, pointing in the direction of a small mountain of boxes. I'll inspect them in more detail later to see what to do with them. You don't know what to do with them? Asked Zorian, baffled. Why did you order them then? I didn't, Kirathishli said, shaking her head. Someone donated their personal library to the academy. It happens from time to time. Sometimes people leave their books to us in their wills, or people who inherit them don't have a use for them and can't sell them. A lot of old books are only useful as historical curiosities, and sometimes not even that. Most of the books in these boxes will be disposed of, to be honest. Oh? Asked Zorian, opening one of the boxes and pulling out one of the books stacked inside of it. It was a manual about cultivation of plums. The cover said it was published 20 years ago. I'm surprised by that. I distinctly remember you saying that librarians should preserve everything they can rather than pick and choose what they think is good or useful. Oh, shut up, Kirathishli grouched, taking a half-hearted swipe at him that he dodged. It's an ideal to be followed, not an unbreakable law. There is only so much space in the library, no matter how big it appears. And besides, most of these books are duplicates of ones we already have. Stop being a wise ass and get to work. Zorian threw himself to the task, unpacking box after box. Kirathishli gave him a huge book that contained list after list of the most common books they received in these sort of deliveries and told him to use it to separate the obvious duplicates from the rest. Using the book manually to find the matches would be a total nightmare, of course, especially since the letters were in a really tiny print in order to cram as many words as possible on every page, but Zorian knew it was designed with something else in mind. One of the spells he learned from Ivory in the previous restarts involved making a list of terms you wanted to search for and then connecting the list via divination spell to a target book you wanted to search. It sounded a little pointless to him back then, but now he realized it was made with precisely this sort of thing in mind. And the huge, densely packed reference book was probably made with the spell in mind, in turn. Nearly 2 hours and 20 hastily scribbled lists later, he had separated the duplicates from the rest of the books and was in the process of leafing through one of the spellbooks he had found in the boxes when Kirathishli finally returned from wherever she had disappeared after giving him his assignment. His rapid progress surprised her, seeing how she had no idea he was so well versed in library magic, and she apparently also found it a little disappointing. You're no fun, she sighed dramatically. I wanted to show you that trick when I came back, after you spent 2 hours painstakingly searching for matches in that monster of a book. The expression on your face would have been priceless. Zorian simply raised an eyebrow at her, but otherwise stayed silent. Kirathishli showed her maturity by sticking her tongue at him like a 5-year-old, before eyeing the book he was leafing through. Found something interesting? She asked. Not really, Zorian said, snapping the book shut. There was nothing particularly interesting in it anyway. I sort of hoped I would find a book on powerful ancient magic and the like, but no such luck.
Kirathishli snorted.
Even if you did find something like that, it would do you little good. Contrary to what various adventure novels may have led you to believe, ancient magic is almost always inferior to what we have available now. Those spells that are lost are usually lost for a good reason, generally for being too impractical, requiring ingredients or conditions that no longer exist, or because they would be considered massively unethical in the modern age. For example, you'd be hard-pressed to find participants for orgy ritual magic these days, and Herwan volcanic spells relied on conditions present in one particular volcano that hasn't been active for more than 200 years.
Zorian blinked.
Oh. Well, that's disappointing.
Quite, Kirathishli agreed.
And even when those spells can be cast without issue, they tend to be infuriatingly inflexible and long to cast. Mages of old didn't have the sort of shaping skills modern mages have, so they compensated by making their spells long and hyper-specialized. There were hundreds of color-changing spells, for instance, but most of them differed only in which color the spell changed the affected objects into. It has been a persistent trend in modern times to generalize spells, since better training methods allow modern mages to make up for the spell's lack of precision with the sheer control they have over their magic. Making a lot of old spells obsolete to a properly trained mage, finished Zorian. He had always known that most history books presented a heavily idealized image of their ancestors, their portrayal of the desertification of northern Mycena. He refused to call it cataclysm, as if it was some natural occurrence beyond Icosian control, and subsequent exodus to Altazia was proof enough that they were given a sugar-coated version of history. But he hadn't realized Icosians were also crappy mages in addition to being short-sighted assholes. And you have to be one if you plan to get certified. You know, I've always wondered why so many really easy spells are classified as first circle ones. I thought it might be a deliberate policy by the guild to encourage certification, but I guess a lot of those were not nearly as trivial when they were first rated. That, but you also have to consider things from the perspective of the spell's maker, Kirathishli said. It's a lot more prestigious and profitable to make a first circle spell than a 0th circle one. So they almost never classify a spell as anything less than first circle, and the guild allows them to get away with it, probably for the very reason you stated. A determined person could probably get the guild to lower the classification on a lot of those spells, but you'd make a lot of enemies, especially the spellcrafter interest groups. It would be a thankless task, and you'd constantly have to watch out for people trying to roll back the changes. Zorian digested this information in silence. He had no intention of involving himself in such high-level politics, of course, either in the time loop or outside of it. If there was one thing his parents had driven into his skull with their endless sermons, it was that his strengths did not lie in that area. Granted, that probably wasn't what those sermons were designed to do, but that wasn't his problem. Still, things like these were useful to know. He'd have to prod Kirathishli for more stories in the future. When Kirathishli told him to go home, Zorian was all too happy to oblige her. It had been a long and boring day, what with the regular classes, his session with Svim, and working in the library, and all he really wanted was to go back to Amaya's place and relax. Sadly, it was not to be, because the moment he stepped out of the library he was accosted by a shady-looking man that had been waiting for him just outside the entrance. Well, maybe accosted was a too strong of a word. Technically, the man in question was just leaning on a pillar next to the entrance, not blocking his path or even speaking to him. Nonetheless, the moment the man glanced up and their eyes met, Zorian knew the man had been waiting for him, and him alone. Middle-aged, dressed in a cheap, rumpled suit and unshaven, he almost looked like one of Sioria's many homeless people, but there was a confidence in his posture that didn't fit that image. He halted in his tracks instantly, and an uneasy silence descended on the scene as they both analyzed one another. Zorian had no idea who the man was or what he wanted to do with him, but he wasn't inclined to be charitable. He had not forgotten the way he was assassinated in one of the initial restarts, and had no wish to repeat the experience. "Zorian Kaczynski?" the man finally asked. "That's me," confirmed Zorian. He didn't think lying would work, and it would be better to have a confrontation close to the library than to get ambushed in an empty street on the way home. "Detective Haslush Etcetera, Sioria's police department," the man said. "Ilsa sent me to be your divination instructor." Zorian didn't know what to say. Ilsa picked a detective as his instructor? So much for his idea of talking his new divination instructor into teaching him the restricted divination skills he needed to actually investigate this time loop business. Why did it have to be law enforcement, of all things? "That's great," Zorian said flatly. "I was wondering when Ilsa would find someone." If his lack of enthusiasm bothered the man any, he didn't show it. He turned and walked away, gesturing Zorian to follow after him. Come on, kid, let's go find a tavern to sit in, he said, shoving his hands into the pockets of his jacket. Oh yes, a tavern, the perfect learning environment. Gods, not only was the man a detective, he was unprofessional as well. His unkempt appearance sort of suggested it right from the start, but Zorian always tried to not judge too harshly on appearances alone. Too many people did it to him, and he always found it very annoying. His thoughts must have been more visible in his demeanor than he thought they were, because the man quickly started to justify himself. Come now, don't look at me like that, the man said. It's not like we'll be doing anything too serious today. It's been a long day for both of us. I think, you're tired, I'm tired, we don't know each other, and we'll accomplish nothing if we just jump straight into lessons right away. Hell, maybe we'll decide we don't like each other and call this whole thing off. So today, we're just going to share a drink and talk. Okay, so maybe Hazlush was smarter and more capable than Zorian gave him credit for. He had to stop judging people so quickly. Though, I don't drink alcohol, Zorian warned. Hazlush gave him a curious look. Religious taboo? Zorian shook his head. He was never very religious. The gods had been silent for centuries, and as far as Zorian was concerned that meant they either killed each other off or abandoned their creations to fend for themselves. Hell, listening to some of the stories from the Age of Gods, he couldn't help but think humanity was better off without them. They had a disturbing tendency to throw around plagues and curse entire cities on the flimsiest of pretexts. He didn't think it was a coincidence that humanity only started to advance, both socially and technologically, after the gods had fallen silent. Bad experiences, he simply said, not wanting to discuss that topic any further. Ah, Hazlush said, content with his answer. That's okay, you can order some fruit juice or something. Hell, I can even show you a spell I use when I'm on duty but don't want to offend people by refusing an offered drink. Now that sounded useful. Zorian looked at Hazlush and the man correctly interpreted that as permission to go on. It's a neat little alteration spell that converts alcohol into sugar, Hazlush said, raising his right hand to show a plain metal ring on his middle finger. I have it imprinted into this ring so I don't have to visibly cast it. Visibly casting a spell on your drink is often resented even more than outright refusing it, believe it or not. The moment I touch the glass the deed is done. Convenient, Zorian said appreciatively. That spell would have saved him so much trouble over the years. But I thought organic matter cannot be restructured through alteration spells? Usually not, but that's because most of them are impossibly complex and poorly understood, not because organic compounds are somehow impossible to replicate, Hazlush said, studying various tavern signs as they walked. Apparently, he wasn't merely looking for the closest one. Both ethanol and glucose are fairly simple molecules, and quite well understood, so there is no difficulty in converting one into the other. He suddenly stopped in front of a nearby sign, studying it for a moment before turning to face Zorian again. I think this is a nice place. What do you think? Zorian's experiences with taverns were very limited and generally unpleasant, so he simply gestured Hazlush to go in before following after him. It wasn't as bad as Zorian had feared. The insides of the tavern were dark and the air was a bit stale, but the tables were clean and the noise was manageable. Hazlush picked an out-of-the-way table in the corner and cast a long, complicated spell on it after they both ordered a drink. Probably a privacy ward of some kind. Zorian expected the man to start interrogating him the moment the spell snapped into place, but it didn't play out like that. If Hazlush was interrogating him, he was doing it too subtly for Zorian to notice. Hell, the man didn't even ask him about Daimen, which was always nice. Gradually, Zorian began to relax and started asking questions of his own. Questions like, how come a detective has time and inclination to tutor a third-year student in divination magic?
Ha, snorted Hazlush. A good question.
Usually something like this would be the last thing on my mind, but yesterday my commander dumped a really silly case on my lap. Apparently there is a rumor circulating around the city about mentalist spiders lurking in the sewers, and I'm supposed to check it out. He rolled his eyes with a sigh. Mentalist spiders, honestly, he mumbled. Zorian struggled not to let his surprise show and somehow succeeded, largely because Hazlush was paying more attention to his drink than to him at the moment. He started a rumor without even realizing it. He supposed he shouldn't be surprised, since he had told Taven about the spiders right in front of Amaya and his sister. Between Taven and those two, they probably blathered about it to a dozen people at least. Anyway, after work I went to meet with my good friend Ilsa so we could complain about our problems to each other over a drink or two, when she told me she was having problems finding a divination tutor for you. And at that point I realized I have a perfect solution for my problem. I could pawn off the case to some other poor schmuck, help a friend in need, and settle a long-standing argument between me and my commander in one fell swoop. See, a couple of years ago the bureaucrats in Eldamar decided to launch an initiative for getting more mages interested in a career in law enforcement. Only, instead of doing something concrete to attract new talent, they asked mages already working inside the police force to go introduce the profession to mages in training on their own initiative.
Ah, said Zorian.
So you're supposed to do things like this anyway? Yeah, but I've been kind of slacking off in that regard, so my commander is constantly nagging me about missing my quota.
Can you blame me though?
We get paid extra for doing it, but it's a pittance considering the hassle.
You know better than I do, Zorian shrugged.
How does introducing me to the profession get you off the spider case though?
I don't have time to do both, Haslush said.
He frowned for a second and then shook his head, as if to clear it.
Yup.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. The discussion petered out after that, and Haslush promised to meet him again at Monday. Zorian was lost in thought as he went back to Amaya's house, wondering whether anything would come out of the whole spider investigation. Probably not, considering how seriously it was taken by Haslush, but still. He'd have to prod the man for additional details after a week or so. Asterisk. Zorian tapped his foot impatiently as he waited for Amaya to open the door. He had the key to the front door, but that was no help. Amaya had an annoying habit of leaving the key in the lock, and today was no exception. He couldn't enter without her help. She probably liked it that way. The sound of unlocking brought his attention back to the door itself, which flung open to reveal a concerned-looking Amaya staring at him.
Did something happen? He asked.
Did Kiriel do something stupid while he was gone?
I should be the one asking that, she said.
Where were you? You were supposed to be back hours ago.
Zorian floundered. What's the problem?
It's not like I'm coming in the middle of the night or anything. The annoyed look she was giving him told him he shouldn't have said that. Not that he understood why. It's not like there was a rule saying he had to rush back home after class, after all. Back in Sirin, his parents never cared what he did in his free time, so long as he didn't neglect his duties or embarrass them in the process. It was an alien feeling to have someone concerned for him just because he didn't come home on time. Look, I'm sorry but I had to meet with my divination instructor after class and the meeting sort of dragged on, he said. Really, Miss Kuroshka, you're going to lose your nerves if you freak out every time I'm late from classes. It's not the first time I've been held up after class, and it's certainly not going to be the last. She sighed and shooed him inside, apparently somewhat mollified by his speech. In the future, try to notify me when you're going to be late, Amaya said. Surely there is some piece of magic that can transfer messages within city limits, yes? That was a good idea, Zorian had to admit.
I'll see what I can find, he promised. Good, Amaya said.
Your sister has been asking for you for a while now, you know?
Zorian groaned.
She hasn't been a bother, hasn't she? No, she's a little angel, Amaya said, waving his concerns away. Zorian silently rolled his eyes at the idea of Kiriel being an angel. If Kiriel was so nice, then why did Amaya want him to come home so badly? She spent most of the day drawing, playing with the magic cube you gave her, and talking with Kana. Or should that be talking at Kana? I swear, that child is far too quiet. I have to talk to Kale about it one of these days. It's not normal for a child to be so withdrawn. Zorian quietly nodded, pleased that the cube he made was such a success. It was nothing special, just a simple stone cube with a bunch of light-emitting sigils arranged into a childish puzzle. He found a design in one of the books Nora recommended to him back when she had been tutoring him in spell formulas and decided making one would be doubly useful. It would give him some practical experience using spell formula and give Kiriel something to pass the time with. Sounds like she had fun today, Zorian remarked. What did she need me for, then? Amaya gave him a strange look.
You're her big brother.
She doesn't need a special reason to miss you.
And the real reason? Zorian pressed.
Kana dozed off and your toy ran out of mana and went inert, Amaya finally admitted after a second of silence.
Zorian nodded.
He noticed the design had very little in the way of mana storage, but he wasn't feeling confident enough to redesign it while creating the cube. There was a reason why the cube had such rudimentary mana reserves. After all, large concentrations of mana tended to explode if handled inappropriately, and the cube was meant to be practice for beginners. Beginners that could totally botch things during the first couple of tries. Considering how many problems he had with simply recreating the design on the stone cube, he felt he had made the right choice when he had decided not to mess with the base design. He would simply make more of them if Kiriel still wanted to play with one. It was good practice anyway.
She's in her room, I guess?
No, she's in your room, reading your books, Amaya said casually. Zorian's eye twitched, resisting the urge to march straight into his room and throw Kiriel out. In reality, he was lucky to have a room to call his own at all. Amaya still hadn't found anyone willing to rent the other room in the house, and Zorian was grateful for it, since it meant he could keep the room for himself. Unfortunately, his ability to keep Kiriel out of it was completely non-existent. Kiriel had no inhibitions about coming and going there whenever she pleased, and Amaya was even less inclined to stop her than their mother had been back in Siren. She seemed to find Kiriel's behavior natural. And the little imp knew it. She knew she could get away with just about everything, since Amaya liked her better than she did him, and she exploited it to the hilt. That's why, when Zorian loudly entered the room, she completely ignored him. She was lying on his bed with an open book in front of her, her feet comfortably resting on his pillow. As he watched her, she reached towards the plate of biscuits Amaya had brought her, intent on scattering even more crumbs over his bed sheets.
"Hey!" she protested. "Those are mine."
"Get your own biscuits." Zorian ignored her and studied the plate full of biscuits he had snatched away from his demonic little sister. "You know, originally I just wanted to get your attention and stop you from making an even bigger mess than you already have, but they do look kind of tasty."
"No,"
Kiriel wailed as he opened his mouth, threatening to swallow a handful of biscuits at once. She seemed reluctant to leave his bed to get them back though. She probably knew he wouldn't allow her to claim her spot back easily should she ever relinquish it, clever little imp that she was. "Tell you what," he said, closing his mouth and putting the biscuits back on the plate. "I'll give you your biscuits if you get rid of all the crumbs you put on my bed." Kiriel immediately swept her hands over the sheets a couple of times, pushing all the crumbs to the floor in front of the bed. Her task done, she flashed him a cheeky smile. "Ha ha," said Zorian humorlessly. "Now go get a broom and do it properly. I'll eat a biscuit for every minute this mess remains in a room." He punctuated his words by shoving one of the biscuits into his mouth. They were quite good actually. Kiriel let out a cry of protest and jumped off the bed in a huff. She unsuccessfully tried to retrieve her plate of biscuits, but when she realized she couldn't make him give it back, and when he ate a second one, she instead ran off to get a broom and a dustpan. Apparently she also complained to Amaya, because several minutes later she showed up with another plate of biscuits, so he didn't have to steal from his little sister.
Whatever.
Sadly, even after he recovered his bed from Kiriel's clutches, she still returned to his room. Currently she was sprawled over his chest, having collapsed atop of him when he closed his eyes for a second. "Why are you still here, Kiri?"
Zorian sighed.
Kiriel didn't answer at first, being too busy climbing over Zorian's body like he was an inanimate object that didn't feel pain and discomfort. Once she lay firmly on the bed with him, having wriggled sufficient free space for herself, she spoke.
"I'm bored," she said.
"Your puzzle broke, by the way."
"It didn't break," Zorian said.
"It just ran out of mana. I can make you a new one tomorrow if you want."
"Okay."
A short silence descended between them and Zorian closed his eyes to take a little nap.
"Zorian."
Kiriel suddenly prompted.
"Yes." Zorian asked.
"What's a Morlock?" Zorian opened his eyes and looked to the side, fixing Kiriel with a curious expression. "You don't know what a Morlock is?" he asked incredulously. "I just know they're these white-haired blue-eyed people," Kiriel said. "And that people don't like them very much.
"And that Kale is one."
But Mother never wanted to tell me what the deal with them is."
"She didn't, huh?" mumbled Zorian. "No," confirmed Kiriel.
"She said a young lady like me shouldn't talk about those kind of things." In the interest of avoiding an argument, Zorian refrained from making a snide comment about whether or not Kiriel qualified as a lady. Not even a derisive snort. Someone should give him a medal for self-control. Basically, Zorian said, they're a race of underground humans. Though most of them don't live underground anymore. The disappearance of the gods hit their civilization hard, and the other denizens of the dungeon have largely driven them out to the surface. Icosian settlers sort of helped the process along by kicking them while they were down and burning down a couple of their more prominent settlements. "Oh," Kiriel said. "But that doesn't explain why people don't like them. Sounds like they should be angry at us more than we should be at them. And Kale doesn't look like he hates us." "Kale is probably totally ignorant of his ancestral culture. I understand a lot of Morlocks are. And the reason people don't like them is that the old Morlocks had some pretty barbaric customs. They liked sacrificing people to their gods, and seem to have been cannibals," said Zorian. "Cannibals?" Kiriel squealed.
"They ate people?"
"Why?" "Hard to say," Zorian shrugged. Icosian settlers were more interested in condemning them for their practices than understanding why they did what they did. "Well, yeah, they ate people," Kiriel said. "That's evil and disgusting. Don't tell me they're still doing that." "Don't be ridiculous," Zorian scoffed. The authorities would never let them get away with something like that.
Oh, said Kiriel. That's good.
Is that why people don't like them? They're afraid the Morlocks are going to eat them.
It contributes, Zorian sighed.
I lost count of the number of rumors I've heard about Morlocks supposedly kidnapping children off the street to eat them or whatnot. But there is more to it. The Morlocks had their own brand of magic, which is currently banned just about everywhere, but a lot of Morlocks still practice it. The guild calls it blood magic. Sounds sinister, Kiriel remarked.
It does, doesn't it?
Zorian said. There is no official information about what blood magic actually is, but most people think it has something to do with sacrifice. The story is that Morlocks could use a ritual killing of a person or animal to power their spells. Modern Morlocks can't exactly kill a bunch of people at whim, but supposedly they still engage in animal sacrifice, both for magical and religious reasons. Kiriel snuggled in closer to him, shuddering. I'm glad Kale and Kana aren't like that, she said. Me too, Kiri, said Zorian, patting her on the head.
Me too.
Tearing out a piece of paper from one of his notebooks, Zorian wrote down a short message for Amaya, explaining that he had another of his divination lessons with Hazlush and would thus be late today. He still didn't see what the big deal about being late was, but he really didn't want to argue about it. Of course, writing the message was one thing and getting it to Amaya was another. He was at the academy currently, and it was a long way from there to Amaya's place. He was pretty sure he had a solution though. He had found plenty of spells for long-range communication, and although not many were within his ability to cast or suitable for his purposes, one of the spell combinations seemed promising. Basically, he was going to make a paper airplane and animate it to fly under its own power. A simple locator spell should guide it towards Amaya. The method worked when he tested it with Kiriel, but that was over considerably smaller distances. Undeterred by the somewhat experimental nature of his actions, he folded the piece of paper into a paper plane and cast his spells on it before flinging it out of the nearest window. It sailed away out of sight soon enough, tracking its target. Well, classes were over, and the message sent. Time to find Hazlush. Somewhat unsurprisingly, Zorian discovered Hazlush had arranged their second meeting in another tavern.
Of course.
Undeterred, Zorian walked into the place and tried to ignore the stares of the other patrons as he scanned for Hazlush among them.
Hazlush wasn't there.
Did Zorian find the right place or had Hazlush simply decided not to show up? He did have a bit of trouble finding the place, since Hazlush had given very vague directions to it, but Zorian was sure this was it. He was just about to leave the tavern to see if he had missed something when he realized it. Something was wrong. He felt an almost unnatural desire to leave this place. If he hadn't spent the dozen or so restarts suffering through Kiran's resistance training, he probably wouldn't have noticed it, but there was a compulsion effect targeting him. He pulled out his divination compass and murmured a quick locator spell, seeking out Hazlush. The needle immediately pointed towards an unassuming brown-haired man in factory worker getup sitting in the left corner. Sighing, Zorian shuffled over to the man and sat on one of the chairs facing his table. Can I help you? The man asked in a painfully scratchy voice, staring at Zorian with hollow, bloodshot eyes.
Very creepy. Very uninviting.
Instead of answering, Zorian muttered a quick dispel. A wave of dispelling force rushed towards the man, disrupting the illusion. The creepy man melted away to show Hazlush pouting at him like a little kid. I must say I didn't expect that, Hazlush said. I figured you'd enter and leave the tavern at least 3 times before you figured it out. I dare say you just broke the betting pool, only 2 people voted for you getting it right away. Out of the corner of his eye Zorian saw 2 of the bar patrons giving him a thumbs up. Can you drop the compulsion spell now?
Zorian sighed.
I don't think I'll be able to pay attention to you with this constantly hanging over my head all the time.
Oh.
Right, said Hazlush, snapping his fingers. Zorian's head cleared immediately and the desire to bolt out of the tavern evaporated. So what exactly was the point of that?
Zorian asked.
I wanted to see where your observation skills stand, Hazlush said, taking a sip from his glass. Divination is one of the trickier magical disciplines, because failure is not obvious. You could perform a divination flawlessly and still get nothing out of it. You could mess it up totally and not even realize you did something wrong. Ask the wrong question, interpret the results incorrectly, or fail to take an important variable into account and it's all just wasted effort. Experience can help you minimize those kind of issues, but it helps to be naturally perceptive. I guess getting it right immediately means I scored really well?
Zorian tried.
It means you're off to a good start, Hazlush said. We're not done yet. And with that, Hazlush reached out across the table and caught him by his wrist before he could pull him arm away. All sights and sounds around Zorian instantly disappeared, his surroundings replaced by an inky silent void. The only things he could still see and hear was his own body and Hazlush, who seemed to be sitting on thin air, what with his chair being replaced by the same darkness that consumed everything else. Don't, Hazlush warned when Zorian tried to wrench his hand free of Hazlush's grasp. It's a harmless spell, and it will disappear the moment we break skin contact. If it makes you feel any better, I'm suffering the same effects while it lasts. What's the point of this then? Asked Zorian. How many people were present in the tavern when I used this spell on you?
Hazlush said. What?
Zorian tried to look around him and immediately realized what the darkness was supposed to accomplish.
Oh.
You want to see how much I noticed about the state of the tavern?
How many people? Repeated Hazlush.
Zorian racked his brains for a moment. He did get a pretty good look at the patrons of the tavern when he was scanning them, trying to spot Hazlush, but he never actually counted them. And it's possible someone left the tavern while he was talking to Hazlush without him noticing it.
23. He tried. Close.
How many trophies are lined up on the wall next to our table? Unfortunately, while Zorian had noticed the trophies, he didn't give them more than a single glance. 15 more questions from Hazlush in that vein, and Zorian was no longer feeling so confident about this. Hazlush finally let go of his hand and the rest of the tavern immediately appeared again.
Oh, don't feel so down, Hazlush said.
You're not half bad really. And honestly, I wouldn't have cancelled our lessons just because you did badly in something like this. How are you standing with divination, anyway? Standard second-year graduate, or do you have something extra? I know a bunch of library divinations and I have mastered the north-finding shaping exercise, Zorian said. What north-finding exercise already? Asked Hazlush in surprise. Personally, Zorian felt that exercise was very easy. Well, there goes the homework I intended to give you after today's session. Anyway, today I'll teach you how to analyze objects. He reached into the pockets of his long coat and placed a number of objects on the table in front of them. A sealed envelope, an old pocket watch, a locked box, some kind of giant nut, a spell rod and a fancy-looking glove. Analyzing objects is something I do a lot, so I figure it's a good thing to start with. Identifying what the object does, finding out who handled it last, what kind of magics and protections are placed on it. You could make an entire career out it, and some do, Hazlush said. I hear you're interested in a job at the Spellforges, so this is bound to be rather useful for you.
So what do I do? Asked Zorian.
Now I teach you the spells you'll need and you practice on these, Hazlush said, pointing at the various objects on the table. It was a very productive session after that, and it got Zorian thinking. Based on the man's various comments, Hazlush was clearly somewhat high in Cyoria's police hierarchy. Maybe he could do something useful with the information about the invasion without tipping off the organizers? It might be worth dying once or twice to find out. I really must thank you, Mr. Etc., Zorian said. You are a lot better at this than I initially gave you credit for.
It's fine, Hazlush said.
I actively cultivate a somewhat unflattering facade. It helps people relax around me. So what are you trying to butter me up for, anyway?
Zorian sighed. How should he put this then?
Could you put up some privacy wards first?
Zorian asked.
Hazlush raised an eyebrow at the request but nodded in agreement soon afterwards. He quickly set up some sort of spells over their table and then waited expectantly. He would have to get the man to teach him some of those protective spells in one of the restarts. I have heard there is a plot to smuggle war trolls into the city during the summer festival, after bombarding the city with artillery magic during the fireworks launches, Zorian said. Hazlush immediately sat up straighter, so at least it seemed he wasn't going to get dismissed out of hand. Now he just had to make sure he doesn't get carted off to the police station. And I don't suppose you'll tell me where you heard that? Asked Hazlush suspiciously. Can't, Zorian confirmed. It seemed reliable to me though.
I see, Hazlush sighed.
He poured some more alcohol into his glass and took a sip. I hate the summer festival, you know? Virtually all buildings have their warding schemes loosened while it lasts. The huge amount of visitors makes it hard to spot troublemakers in time, and the mayor and other big heads want all sorts of stupid things done in preparation for it. It's a perfect time for criminals and terrorists of all stripes to go wild in the city.
Ha!
Zorian didn't actually know that until now. So how are these people going to smuggle in goddamn war trolls of all things, and what are they trying to accomplish?
Through the dungeon, said Zorian.
As for the purpose, I honestly don't know. Anything else you can tell me?
Hazlush asked.
Not really, no. Then I have just one more question, Hazlush said. Why are you telling this to me, of all people? There are some very high-placed people involved in this, and I'm not sure who I can trust, Zorian said. You seem like a fairly influential person who is unlikely to be involved. Also, I'm hoping you won't drag me off to a cell for questioning. He didn't actually know whether high-placed people were involved or not, of course, but he felt it was a good bet they were. He failed to see how an invasion of this kind of magnitude could be organized without the cooperation of some very influential person inside city administration. I'm tempted, Haslush admitted. But all you'd really have to do is claim it was all a prank and I'd pretty much have to let you go. The Mage Guild was founded because mages didn't trust civilian law enforcement to judge them fairly, and they guard their privileges jealously. They would get you out within days and perform their own investigation. You'd get a slap on the wrist for being stupid, and I'd spend the next year being punished by my bosses for falling for a childish trick and getting the Mage Guild angry at us.
Zorian fumbled.
Haslush sounded more than a little bit bitter. He didn't know Cyoria's police force harbored such resentment towards the Mage Guild.
It's fine, Haslush said.
I'm not angry at you. I guess I'll do some investigating and we'll talk more about it after our next session. You try finding out more from these mysterious sources of yours. Zorian left the tavern in a good mood, though it was somewhat dampened by fear of assassins. Hopefully Haslush would be discreet in his investigation. When he got to Amaya's place he was told by Amaya that she got his message, but she was still fairly unhappy with him. Apparently the paper plane rammed straight into the back of her head when delivering his message, and that was dangerous. What if it had rammed into her face and poked out her eye? Some people were never happy. *****. The house was calm, the only two occupants currently present being Zorian and Kiriel. And thankfully, Kiriel was amusing herself with doodling into her notebook instead of pestering him. That was good, because trying to levitate a snail, like Zorian was currently doing, was not at all easy. Not only was the snail alive, and thus inherently resistant to magic, but it was also actively fighting the levitation effect, twisting and bending in the air in an attempt to break free of the unseen force holding it aloft. He was cheating a little, he was actually levitating the shell, which was largely immobile and much more solid than the actual snail. The real test of skill would be levitating a slug or something, but well, he was having enough trouble with the damn snail at the moment. Poor snail, Kiriel remarked from the sidelines. Why don't you let this one go and find another one to torture? It's going to end up traumatized if you keep this up. I'm not torturing it, Zorian protested, trying to split his attention between holding the snail in the air and talking with Kiriel.
It's completely unharmed.
I'm not even sure if snail brains are complex enough to be traumatized. The damn thing is as enthusiastic about escaping as it was when I started this. Kiriel looked as if she was about to argue but then just grunted and melted back into her chair. Where is he? She said after a minute of silence. I don't know, Kiri, sighed Zorian.
Be patient.
He isn't even late yet. Maybe we should start without him, she tried. No, we should not, snapped Zorian. The snail wobbled in the air, its eye stalk swinging wildly as it sensed its bonds weakening and redoubled its efforts. Honestly, Kiri, you can be so callous sometimes. The only reason I'm even doing this is because Kale asked me to. You should be thanking him for letting you participate. You're the one to talk about callousness, Kiriel grumbled. You'd rather help a stranger you met a week ago than your own little sister. And I am grateful, I just dash. Then be nice and wait. Zorian interrupted her, slowly lowering the snail into his hand. He clearly wasn't going to get any more work done today.
He'll be here soon enough.
If you want something to do, go release the snail back into the garden.
What? No way.
Zorian raised an eyebrow. Weren't you just advocating its freedom? Well, yeah, but I'm not gonna touch it or anything. It's slimy and disgusting and you. Zorian rolled his eyes and put the snail into a small box by his side. He would release it outside later. A sound of door opening signaled Kale's arrival. I'm here, Kale said. I'm not late, I hope? How did you know he was coming? Kiriel asked suspiciously, turning to Zorian. Alarm spells, Zorian said dismissively. And no, Kale, you're not late. Though Kiriel was impatient like usual. Anyway, you said you need my help to catch up to third-year curriculum, right? Which part do you need help with? Zorian slammed the door shut behind him, the sharp crack of wood on wood echoing through his small room with more force than necessary. He knew logically that he wouldn't find anything new about soul bonds in the Academy library, especially not in the sections he had access to. But logic didn't ease the sting of wasting an entire day flipping through tomes that offered nothing more than vague warnings and recycled cautionary tales. Every book parroted the same mantra: soul bonds were dangerous, unpredictable, and steeped in magical obscurity. Most of the time, They were painted as the tragic outcome of starry-eyed couples who thought magically binding their souls was the ultimate expression of romance, only to end up entangled in lawsuits or psychological collapse a few months later. The warnings were clear. One soul always rose above the other.
One dominated. The other bent.
It made sense in the context of familiars. Animals bonded to mages often developed intelligence and magical capacity far beyond their natural limits. They benefited from the bond, even thrived under it. But people weren't animals. Sentient minds weren't meant to be restructured from the inside out. Soul bonds warped personalities, enforced obedience, and eventually, inevitably, eroded individuality. Zorian ran a shaking hand through his hair, pulled his glasses off, and rubbed the lenses furiously against his shirt. His thoughts were spiraling again. If there really was a soul bond between him and Zack, he was in trouble.
Big trouble.
Zack had mana reserves that dwarfed Zorian's. He was outgoing, charismatic, confident, everything Zorian wasn't. Worse, Zack had likely been in the time loop for years.
Maybe decades.
Compared to that, Zorian was a newborn. There was no question who the dominant soul would be in such a bond.
And the cruel irony?
He couldn't even ask for help. If the bond was responsible for dragging him back with Zack at the end of every month, severing it might mean losing everything. His memories, his progress, his entire identity. The loop would snap shut around Zack alone, and Zorian would be left behind, ignorant and helpless.
So yeah.
He was totally, absolutely, irreversibly screwed. He inhaled slowly through his nose, exhaled through his mouth, and settled his glasses back on. Maybe, just maybe, he was catastrophizing. If the bond were as bad as he feared, he should have noticed something by now. Personality shifts.
Compulsions.
An overwhelming desire to serve Zack or throw himself at his feet.
But he felt none of that. Not yet.
No dramatic internal change, no sudden desire to dye his hair white and smile like a buffoon. Maybe the bond was incomplete.
Dormant.
A loud knock jolted him out of his thoughts.
Then another.
Then a rapid, insistent pounding.
He groaned. Right. Taven.
Perfect timing, as always. Dragging himself to the door, he swung it open. "Hi, Roach," she greeted, her voice far too cheerful for his current mood.
"Hi, Taven," Zorian said, deadpan. "Yes, come in. Why not?
"Make yourself at home."
Which she promptly did.
She flopped onto his bed like it belonged to her, lounging with the ease of someone who'd done it a dozen times before.
Zorian followed her, resigned.
"I thought you graduated," he said. "Didn't you say you were going into exploration?"
"I am," she replied, frowning. "Or I will."
"But nobody wants to take a fresh graduate out on real expeditions. I need to build my rep first.
Get noticed.
So I'm doing what I can, missions, jobs, assisting professors. You know, groundwork."
"Right."
"I heard you're assisting Nurthak." Zorian asked innocently.
Taven scowled.
"You've been spying on me?" "Just good at listening."
She huffed.
"Anyway, that's not why I'm here. I've got a job tomorrow, and we're one man short."
"Thought of you."
Zorian raised an eyebrow. "What exactly do you need a lowly third year for?"
She winced. "Numbers."
"We can't take the job unless there are 4 of us."
"Why 4?
"It's spiders." "Spiders."
"Big ones."
Zorian narrowed his eyes.
"Oh, come on, Roach," she whined.
"They're not that big. We've been in those tunnels before."
"It's fine. Safe." "How many times?" "A dozen," she muttered. "Give or take."
Zorian opened his mouth to say no, out of habit, but then paused. He wasn't getting any productive work done in his current state. His brain kept looping back to the soul bond dilemma. Maybe a distraction wasn't the worst idea. "All right," he said finally.
"Really?" "Yes."
"But tell me where and when before I change my mind." Taven squealed, kissed his cheek without warning, and bolted. Zorian stood in the silence she left behind, stunned.
It was stupid. Innocent. But his pulse still quickened. She'd been his crush once long ago. Maybe still was.
With a sigh, he uncorked a sleeping potion from his stash. Clarity could wait until morning. He woke up with a clearer head. The dread was still there, but less oppressive.
He needed data. Not panic.
He debated skipping class in favor of another library run, but realized he wouldn't get much further without access to restricted sections. What he needed now was someone who'd actually been through a soul bond, even if it was with a creature instead of a person. Which brought him to Briam. The boy wasn't hard to spot, sitting tall beside his fire drake familiar. The creature hissed warningly as Zorian approached, but didn't strike. It never had, in any loop. Nice Drake, Zorian said casually, slipping into the seat beside him. Is he your familiar now? Yes, Briam said proudly. Bonded this summer.
What's that like?
Strange, Briam admitted.
At first, at least.
Now it just feels right. So you can feel the bond? Zorian asked, heart skipping a beat.
Yeah, I can.
But that's rare.
Most people can't.
Zorian exhaled. That was something, at least. He continued to pry, spinning a tale about academic interest in soul bonds, and Briam, eager to share, offered more useful tidbits. The bonding ritual was slow, deliberate. A drawn-out process that required physical proximity, emotional interaction, and a lot of mana. Most people didn't even notice the bond until weeks in. And more importantly, the ritual couldn't just happen, it had to be intentional.
Purposeful.
So if something had bonded him to Zack, it wasn't by the book. Still, the bond couldn't be fully formed yet. Zorian barely saw Zack in most loops. That might be his saving grace. He resolved then and there to avoid Zack at all costs. At least until he understood what was happening. That would take time.
Research. A plan. He had none. Not yet. But he could start somewhere.
It was a very productive session after that, and it got Zorian thinking. Based on the man's various comments, Hazlush was clearly somewhat high in Sayoria's police hierarchy. Maybe he could do something useful with the information about the invasion without tipping off the organizers? It might be worth dying once or twice to find out. I really must thank you, Mr. Etcetera, Zorian said. You are a lot better at this than I initially gave you credit for.
It's fine, Hazlush said.
I actively cultivate a somewhat unflattering facade. It helps people relax around me. So what are you trying to butter me up for, anyway?
Zorian sighed. How should he put this then?
Could you put up some privacy wards first?
Zorian asked.
Hazlush raised an eyebrow at the request but nodded in agreement soon afterwards. He quickly set up some sort of spells over their table and then waited expectantly. He would have to get the man to teach him some of those protective spells in one of the restarts. I have heard there is a plot to smuggle war trolls into the city during the summer festival, after bombarding the city with artillery magic during the fireworks launches, Zorian said. Hazlush immediately sat up straighter, so at least it seemed he wasn't going to get dismissed out of hand. Now he just had to make sure he doesn't get carted off to the police station. And I don't suppose you'll tell me where you heard that? Asked Hazlush suspiciously. Can't, Zorian confirmed. It seemed reliable to me though.
I see, Hazlush sighed.
He poured some more alcohol into his glass and took a sip. I hate the summer festival, you know? Virtually all buildings have their warding schemes loosened while it lasts. The huge amount of visitors makes it hard to spot troublemakers in time, and the mayor and other big heads want all sorts of stupid things done in preparation for it. It's a perfect time for criminals and terrorists of all stripes to go wild in the city.
Ha!
Zorian didn't actually know that until now. So how are these people going to smuggle in goddamn war trolls of all things, and what are they trying to accomplish?
Through the dungeon, said Zorian.
As for the purpose, I honestly don't know. Anything else you can tell me?
Hazlush asked.
Not really, no. Then I have just one more question, Hazlush said. Why are you telling this to me, of all people? There are some very high-placed people involved in this, and I'm not sure who I can trust, Zorian said. You seem like a fairly influential person who is unlikely to be involved. Also, I'm hoping you won't drag me off to a cell for questioning. He didn't actually know whether high-placed people were involved or not, of course, but he felt it was a good bet they were. He failed to see how an invasion of this kind of magnitude could be organized without the cooperation of some very influential person inside city administration. I'm tempted, Hazlush admitted. But all you'd really have to do is claim it was all a prank and I'd pretty much have to let you go. The Mage Guild was founded because mages didn't trust civilian law enforcement to judge them fairly, and they guard their privileges jealously. They would get you out within days and perform their own investigation. You'd get a slap on the wrist for being stupid and I'd spend the next year being punished by my bosses for falling for a childish trick and getting the Mage Guild angry at us.
Zorian fumbled.
Hazlush sounded more than a little bit bitter. He didn't know Sayoria's police force harbored such resentment towards the Mage Guild.
It's fine, Hazlush said.
I'm not angry at you. I guess I'll do some investigating and we'll talk more about it after our next session. You try finding out more from these mysterious sources of yours. Zorian left the tavern in a good mood, though it was somewhat dampened by fear of assassins. Hopefully Hazlush would be discreet in his investigation. When he got to Amaya's place, he was told by Amaya that she got his message, but she was still fairly unhappy with him. Apparently, the paper plane rammed straight into the back of her head when delivering his message, and that was dangerous. What if it had rammed into her face and poked out her eye? Some people were never happy. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The house was calm, the only two occupants currently present being Zorian and Kiriel. And thankfully, Kiriel was amusing herself with doodling into her notebook instead of pestering him. That was good, because trying to levitate a snail, like Zorian was currently doing, was not at all easy. Not only was the snail alive, and thus inherently resistant to magic, but it was also actively fighting the levitation effect, twisting and bending in the air in an attempt to break free of the unseen force holding it aloft. He was cheating a little. He was actually levitating the shell, which was largely immobile and much more solid than the actual snail. The real test of skill would be levitating a slug or something, but well, he was having enough trouble with the damn snail at the moment. Poor snail, Kiriel remarked from the sidelines. Why don't you let this one go and find another one to torture? It's going to end up traumatized if you keep this up. I'm not torturing it, Zorian protested, trying to split his attention between holding the snail in the air and talking with Kiriel.
It's completely unharmed.
I'm not even sure if snail brains are complex enough to be traumatized. The damn thing is as enthusiastic about escaping as it was when I started this. Kiriel looked as if she was about to argue but then just grunted and melted back into her chair. Where is he? She said after a minute of silence. I don't know, Kiri, sighed Zorian.
Be patient.
He isn't even late yet. Maybe we should start without him, she tried. No, we should not, snapped Zorian. The snail wobbled in the air, its eye stalk swinging wildly as it sensed its bonds weakening and redoubled its efforts. Honestly, Kiri, you can be so callous sometimes. The only reason I'm even doing this is because Kale asked me to. You should be thanking him for letting you participate. You're the one to talk about callousness, Kiriel grumbled. You'd rather help a stranger you met a week ago than your own little sister. And I am grateful, I just dash. Then be nice and wait. Zorian interrupted her, slowly lowering the snail into his hand. He clearly wasn't going to get any more work done today.
He'll be here soon enough.
If you want something to do, go release the snail back into the garden.
What? No way.
Zorian raised an eyebrow. Weren't you just advocating its freedom? Well, yeah, but I'm not gonna touch it or anything. It's slimy and disgusting and you. Zorian rolled his eyes and put the snail into a small box by his side. He would release it outside later. A sound of door opening signaled Kale's arrival. I'm here, Kale said. I'm not late, I hope? How did you know he was coming? Kiriel asked suspiciously, turning to Zorian. Alarm spells, Zorian said dismissively. And no, Kale, you're not late. Though Kiriel was impatient like usual. Anyway, you said you need my help to catch up to third-year curriculum, right? Which part do you need help with? I really don't know, Kale said. As I said, my education was somewhat spotty, so even though I know a lot of things, there are things that formally trained mages take for granted that I'm not even aware of. Why don't you give me a brief overview of your first 2 years and we'll see where to go from there? Ilsa said she will test me 3 months from now, so there is plenty of time to work with. Zorian gave his sister a knowing look, but she was avoiding his eyes. He was sure that Kale knew exactly where he was deficient knowledge-wise, but Kiri had probably asked him to play along for her, being largely ignorant about magic herself. He really didn't know why she was so adamant to learn magic right now, as opposed to later, in a proper school environment. Honestly, as much as he cared for his sister and liked Kale, he probably wouldn't be taking Kiriel with him to Cyoria too often. He spent most of his time in the house dealing with Kiriel, Imaya or Kale, and occasionally Kana, leaving little time for his personal self-study. Relatively speaking, of course, Kiriel already complained he spent too much time studying and not enough having fun or paying attention to her. But all things considered, he could take it easy every once in a while. He could set aside a few hours on helping Kale study for his test, even if he would never actually live to take it during the time loop, and if Kiriel wants to listen in then so what? He gave them both a brief explanation of the first 2 years in the academy. Magic-wise, most of the first year was spent on teaching students how to consciously and consistently draw on their magical core, mostly by making them activate various magical objects. There was even a first-year class called Operation of Magic Items, which was exactly what it said in the title. They also worked on their memorization by doing increasingly complex strings of gestures and chants shown to them by teachers, a practice for later study of invocations. The rest was theory, introductions to various magical traditions and disciplines, learning how to understand the basics of Icosian language, biology, history, geography, law and mathematics. Not all of it was strictly related to magic, but wait, who's that? We'll have to postpone that for the moment, he said, looking at the door. Someone is dash. Before he could say anything, the door slammed open and Taven barged into his room in her usual aggressive manner. She scanned the room quickly and immediately stalked towards him when she noticed him.
Coming here.
He finished with a long-suffering sigh. Roach! She exclaimed excitedly. You're just the man wait, am I interrupting something?
Yes.
Zorian tried. Never mind, it will only take a minute. She shoved a newspaper into his face. Did you see this? He sighed and snatched the newspapers out of her hand so he could put them on the table. There, now he could actually see what she was taking about. Let's see. Academy student kills Oganj. Yesterday morning Zack Novita shocked the world when he announced in front of gathered reporters that he had slain Oganj, the feared dragon that had terrorized northern Altazia for more than a century. Naturally, such a bold claim requires suitable proof, and the young Novita heir had certainly delivered when he summoned the dragon's corpse for inspection. Alliance officials invited in for the occasion have confirmed the body almost certainly belongs to the infamous Terror of the North, although further examination is necessary before they are willing to present Zack with a promised bounty for killing the beast. Zorian read the article in stony silence. He was dimly aware of Kiriel and Kale staring over his shoulder so they could see what had captivated his attention like that, but he didn't let that distract him. Was this the reason for all those short restarts? Because Zack wanted to kill a dragon? Zorian wasn't sure what to think about that. On one hand, the mage dragon was a menace, and killing him was an impressive feat. On the other hand, it seemed like a waste of time and effort. What did Zack really gain from this, other than combat experience? Dragon magics were of no use to humans, and Zack was already so rich that he wouldn't gain much from Oganj's horde. Whatever game Zack was playing, Zorian couldn't figure it out. Or did the other time traveler just do whatever popped into his head at any particular moment? Hey Roach, you went to class with this guy, right?
Taven prodded after a while. Yeah, he confirmed.
He was supposed to be in my class this year too, but failed to show up when the classes started.
He ran away from home, Taven said.
There was a recent scandal about that a week ago. They asked him about it in the article, but he kind of dodged the question there.
Zorian nodded.
Zack simply told the reporters he had a great number of disagreements with his former guardian, and refused to elaborate. There was an interesting story in there, Zorian was sure, but if the newspapers hadn't managed to dig something up on the whole thing, then Zorian definitely wasn't going to accomplish much by poking his nose where it didn't belong. Zack also told the newspapers he intends to go back to school for a few months when he was prompted for his immediate plans.
Great.
He would have to lay low during the next few restarts, until Zack got tired of the academy again. Isn't Oganj the dragon that annihilated an army sent to kill him?
Kiriel asked.
Or was that mother just trying to scare me? A small army, and Oganj lured it into a trap, Kale said. The general seemed to think Oganj would wait in his lair while the army approached. He instead decided to do something about it before it reached him. He carved exploding runes into the walls of a canyon and lured the army inside. The only reason anyone survived is that some of the mages teleported out before the whole thing collapsed on top of them. And I heard he killed 2 of the Immortal 11 too, Taven said. So how the hell did this Zack guy kill the thing?
Taven said.
Is he some kind of legend, or what? Why didn't you tell me you had that kind of guy in your class?
Zorian sighed.
What the hell was he supposed to tell her? Let me put it like this, he said carefully. During the first 2 years, Zack had trouble with just about everything. He was such a poor mage that people weren't sure if he would pass his certification, and you know how easy that thing is.
That doesn't make sense, Taven said.
Even if the whole killing Oganj thing is a trick of some sort, he still summoned a corpse of a fully grown dragon. Even I can't summon something that big yet. I guess everything changed during the school break, Zorian shrugged. Somehow he went from a borderline failure to amazing genius between year 2 and 3. That's totally ridiculous, Taven huffed. How would that even work? Time travel, suggested Zorian shamelessly. Like I said, ridiculous, Taven countered immediately. Are you sure he wasn't faking incompetence? I'm not sure of anything, Taven, Zorian said. And he really wasn't. Even after a whole year of being trapped inside the time loop, he still felt the entire situation was all kinds of crazy. And the few things I do know are so insane you wouldn't believe a word of it. Oh, now I just have to hear them, said Taven, crossing her arms in front of her chest defiantly. Go on, just try me.
Tell, agreed Kiriel.
Kale didn't say anything, but Zorian could tell he was curious as well.
HM.
He could tell them about the time loop, but even if they believed him, what would that accomplish? They were no more qualified to solve this mystery than he was, and if they went around telling that story to people, they could blow his cover to Zack or possible third parties. Then again, he already told Hazlush about the invasion, so he was already playing with fire in this restart. Oh, to hell with it, as if they'd ever believe him anyway. If I told you that Zack and I are time travelers perpetually reliving this first month of school, and that a giant army of monsters and hostile mages invades the city during the summer festival, what would you say? Taven raised her eyebrow at him. Well, go on, Zorian prompted.
You're right, Taven sighed.
I don't believe a word of it. So you're saying the things you know are that insane? At the very least, Zorian confirmed.
Ha, Taven said speculatively.
Sounds interesting, but you'll have to tell me those stories some other time.
I kept you long enough, I think.
See you around, Roach. Zorian watched as Taven left before turning back to Kale and Kiriel.
So,
shall we continue where we left off? They both remained silent, staring at him.
He said.
Why are you staring at me like that? Is it true? Kiriel asked fearfully. Are you really a time traveler? Zorian opened his mouth and closed it again.
What?
Your friend may be too oblivious to recognize an answer couched as a hypothetical, but we're not, Kale elaborated. You really do believe that, don't you? That you're a time traveler?
Yes.
If it's a delusion, it's a very convincing one, Zorian said carefully. The magics I learn in each iteration of this month transfer over into the next one. Insanity doesn't give the victim spells and shaping skills.
I don't understand, Kiriel complained.
You and me both, Kiri, Zorian sighed. You and me both. Perhaps you should explain from the start? Kale suggested patiently. Tell us what you do understand. I lived through this month before, Zorian said after taking a moment to collect his thoughts. The first time before I knew about the time loop, I did not bring Kiriel with me to Cyoria.
What? Protested Kiriel.
Zorian, you jerk. I lived in one of the academy-provided apartments, and I went to classes like normal, said Zorian, ignoring her.
He glanced at Kale. You did too, but I didn't know you then.
However, we had an extra classmate.
Zack. Kale guessed.
Yes, Zorian confirmed. Unlike the previous 2 years I shared a class with him, this time he was amazing. He solved every test perfectly, he had mastered hundreds of spells, and he was good enough at alchemy to impress you, of all people. Kale raised his eyebrow at him. Yes, Zorian assured. It was like he was completely transformed during the summer break. At the time I didn't care very much, I was curious as to how he accomplished it, but it was not my business to pry. And then the summer festival came, and everything went to hell. Artillery spells descended from the sky on the city, and an army of monsters followed in their wake. As I was running through the burning city, I witnessed Zack fighting the invaders. He was throwing high-level spells as if they were candy, fighting with a skill that no third-year student could possibly possess. He fared pretty well at first, but then a lich arrived at the scene and demolished him. He paused for a moment to consider his next words, but Kiriel evidently didn't want to wait that long. And then what?
Kiriel asked.
What happened next?
What else? Zorian scoffed. We died.
The lich cast some kind of weird spell at us, a necromantic spell I am told, and we were instantly killed. So how did you go back in time then? Asked Kiriel suspiciously.
I have no idea.
All I know is that I was suddenly back in my bed in Cyoria, with you wishing me a good morning in that uniquely charming Kiriel way. At first I thought this was something the lich did, but I would soon find out this was not an isolated occurrence. Every time I die, or at the end of the summer festival if I don't, my soul is transported back to that morning in Siren before I take a train to Cyoria. They stared at him for a few seconds, and Zorian was already becoming certain they would suddenly start laughing and mocking him when Kiriel decided to speak again. So you are a time traveler, but you can only go 1 month into the past and only until one specific day, said Kiriel carefully.
Zorian nodded.
She understood that a lot better than Zorian had thought she would. And you don't control any of it, except by deliberately killing yourself. Yes, Zorian confirmed. You are the lamest time traveler ever, Kiriel opinionated. And just like that the tension was broken. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It had been 3 days since he had told Kiriel and Kale about the time loop, and he was honestly a little bit disappointed by their reactions. They both seemed to believe him, but neither was terribly affected. Both of them were still asking him questions about it whenever they could catch him alone, and he knew Kale was researching the topic in his free time, but they continued to go about their business as if nothing was wrong. They weren't even giving him weird glances when they thought he wasn't looking or anything. I told you already, I've only been in the time loop for little over a year, Zorian told Kiriel. I'm not even close to all-knowing, and I can't answer these questions you keep asking me. I can't believe you've been going to school all this time, Kiriel grumbled. I'd have quit after the second time. You'd have ended up mind-wiped or slaved to Zack in a heartbeat, Zorian retorted. There is a reason I'm doing this slowly and carefully. A gentle knock on his door stopped their argument short. Zorian was a bit paranoid about visitors ever since he had told Hazlush about the invasion, and telling Kale and Kiriel about it only increased that. Even though he had told Kale and Kiriel not to spread the festival invasion part of the revelation to other people, he could never be sure if they had listened to him. Especially not Kiriel. He kept expecting assassins to barge into the house any day now, but his paranoia had thankfully been groundless so far. Since only Kale knocked so lightly, Zorian had a pretty good idea who it was.
Come in, Zorian invited.
Instead of coming in, however, Kale remained standing in the doorway. We need to talk, Kale said, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Can you come into my room for a moment? Is it about time travel? Kiriel said excitedly.
Kale sighed.
Kiriel, I know you won't like this, but can you stay in your room while I talk to your brother? It's related to time travel, but it's a bit private. For a moment it looked like Kiriel was going to complain, but then she shot him a speculative look and nodded in assent. As he watched her leave back to her room, grumbling all the way, Zorian had to admit he was a little jealous of Kale's ability to control Kiriel. She never listened to him when he tried that sort of thing. Shrugging, Zorian followed Kale into his room, where the Morlock boy promptly dragged a chest from under his bed and retrieved a mysterious black book with no title out of it. I've been looking into your problem the last few days, Kale said. I may have found something.
You did?
Zorian asked excitedly. Kale opened the book he was carrying and leafed through for a few seconds before he found what he was looking for. He handed the open book to him and pointed at the page. Based on the chant you memorized from the Lich, and everything else you told me, I think this is the most likely spell he used, Kale said. Soul Meld, Zorian read aloud. Requires at least 2 targets. Causes target souls to merge and blend into one. Typically used as a component in more complicated rituals, which heavily modify the effects. If the spell is used in isolation, the resulting entity is virtually always rendered insane or otherwise defective from the stress of the merger. Commonly used in creation of familiar bonds, and soul bonds in general. That definitely sounded like a likely candidate for the spell, but where on earth had Kale found this? Frowning, Zorian leafed through the rest of the book. It was full of soul magic spells, and much of it was written in several unknown scripts that Zorian couldn't read. This wasn't the sort of thing you could find in the Academy library, least of all with just a student clearance. Which meant this was probably Kale's personal book. Kale, are you a necromancer? Asked Zorian carefully. A difficult question, Kale answered after a short pause. I do not enslave the dead, or curse people. There is more to soul magic than that though. Well, this was just great. He told his secret to one of the few people who could actually do something to put him down permanently. And he was scolding Kiriel about being reckless just a few minutes ago too.
He really was a giant idiot sometimes.
But hey, what's done is done, and at least Kale didn't seem very hostile at the moment. If anything, the other boys seemed to be more afraid of Zorian than the other way around. I won't report you, if that's what you're worried about, Zorian said. Partially because he was deathly afraid of what the other boy would do to him if he tried. A necromancer, of all things. You agreed to keep quiet about my secret, so it would be hypocritical of me to betray yours without reason.
Still, necromancy?
I mean soul magic. Kale gave him a weak smile. It's an interesting discipline, if unfairly judged. My teacher had an interest in it and I wanted to continue the tradition.
Tradition, right.
Zorian thought about pressing the matter further, but decided against it. Mistake or not, he could at least get some benefit out of this. He just met a decent-seeming necromancer willing to answer his questions. How often does that happen? So if the Lich performed a soul meld on me, why am I still me?
Zorian asked.
As I understand it, a spell like that would have fused my soul with Zack's completely. We would both cease to exist as individual people. Well, I must admit I am not an expert on soul magic by any means, said Kale. My primary strengths are alchemy and medicine, with soul magic being merely a side interest. That said, I assume the spell was simply stopped before it could complete the effect. It's entirely possible Zack committed suicide when he realized his soul was being targeted. It would have been a sensible course of action in his case,
Zorian agreed. Though he didn't exactly give me the impression that he was aware of the danger when I talked to him. I suppose it could have been the amnesia playing tricks on him. Or he may have a contingency spell placed on him, set to kill him if it detects unauthorized tampering of his soul. You already said he may not be the originator of the time loop. Whoever placed the magic on him was doubtlessly aware of the danger, as the time loop you are trapped in is clearly a work of a skilled soul mage.
Right.
So since the spell was only allowed to work its magic for a moment, we were spared from the worst effect, Zorian mused. And I ended up with some kind of a soul bond that drags me along for the ride.
Possibly.
There was obviously some soul melding involved, in any case. Can you find out what the spell actually did?
Maybe, Kale said slowly. Although this would involve spells.
Soul magic spells, to be more precise. Are you sure you want to trust an evil, slimy necromancer with this?
Yes, confirmed Zorian, rolling his eyes at Kale's dramatics.
Maybe it wasn't the smartest thing to agree to, but he was honestly desperate for some answers and he was getting an honest feeling from Kale. He was usually a good judge of character. It is true that I am leery of soul magic, but that doesn't mean I automatically hate you now. Go ahead and cast whatever spells you need. After 15 minutes of mysterious spellcasting, which had no visible effect on him and didn't even give him an uncomfortable feeling, Kale was forced to admit he didn't get much. The only thing the other boy could tell him was that he definitively didn't have a classical soul bond with Zack. If he was connected to the other time traveler, it was through something more exotic and subtle than that.
I'm sorry, Kale said.
I thought soul magic as grand as this would be blatantly obvious, but I guess I was wrong. Maybe if I tried it on Zack? There is no way to perform an examination on him without telling him the truth, Zorian said. I'm not sure I want to do that yet.
Of course, Kale said.
Although I'm not sure what else I can do. I'd have to be a vastly better soul mage to help you with this, and if you're right, I just don't have the time to become one. Even if you convinced me of all this right at the start of the time loop, and I'm not sure you could do that so soon, before I have gotten to know you a little, 1 month is not enough to get anywhere in a field like soul magic. Fumbled Zorian after a few seconds of silence. Maybe you could teach me soul magic? You would be willing to do that? Kale asked in mild amusement. You said there is more to soul magic than cursing people and enslaving the dead, Zorian said. And I really do need answers that only soul magic can provide. Also, if he learned soul magic personally, he would no longer have to trust strangers to mess around with his soul. If someone had to cast soul magic, he'd rather it was him. Though I'm flattered you are willing to set aside your prejudices, the truth is you would never be good enough for what you want to do with it, Kale said. Although most soul magic can be performed by normal mages like you, the really sophisticated spells require a certain amount of soul perception, a skill that can only be gained by drinking a special potion made from a properly harvested dirge moth chrysalis.
And is the potion rare?
Dirge moths spend most of their lives in the ground, Kale said. For 23 years they live their lives as larvae before emerging from the soil en masse as swarms of poisonous dirge moths. The moths live for exactly 1 day before laying their eggs and dying. In case you're curious, the last emergence of the moth swarms was less than a decade ago. There will be no dirge moth chrysalises for at least another decade, realized Zorian.
Kale nodded.
And the potion requires a fresh chrysalis, they cannot be preserved. And there is no other way to gain soul perception? Maybe there is, but I only know of this one, Kale said. There are some rituals involving human sacrifice that claim to provide the same benefit to the mage, but I have never tried them and I suspect you would not want to either.
Definitely not, Zorian agreed.
After a few more minutes of discussion, Zorian left Kale's room, lost in thoughts. He wasn't quite willing to give up on the idea of learning soul magic, but he had more than enough on his plate right now so he wouldn't push it. There were plenty of other restarts in which to try that later. The moment he had entered the room and closed the door behind him, he felt a very familiar touch on his mind. It was not unlike the time he had ventured with Taven into the sewers, yet a lot subtler and less alien, like cobwebs brushing against the edges of his thoughts. He immediately panicked, his eyes swinging from one corner of the room to another in search of his assailant, while he tried to mentally block the presence from his mind. Despite his practice with Kirin, he found himself unable to do so. Soywa open? A clear, confident voice resonated through his mind. Unlike the last time, there was no pain or confusing images involved, but that was somehow even more terrifying. In his last encounter, his opponent was obviously unused to dealing with humans. This one knew exactly what it was doing. Interesting. You have met Neophus before? This will be the Earthanithothan.
There.
Did the shadows in that corner move? He was about to cast a magic missile at the spot when his whole body suddenly froze and refused to listen to him.
A dark shadow suddenly jumped from the patch of darkness in the corner of his room and landed on his bed, right in front of him. It was a spider like he suspected, but it looked nothing like what he expected. The spider was relatively small for a giant spider breed, no bigger than Zorian's chest, and a lot more compact than the spindly long-legged varieties that people usually associated with spiders. Racking his brain, Zorian identified it as a type of jumping spider. As the creature turned around to face him, Zorian suddenly found himself staring at a pair of giant, solid black eyes that gave the spider a surprisingly human-like face. There was another pair of smaller eyes on its forehead, for the lack of a better word, but the two big ones kept drawing Zorian's attention. The other thing he noticed, of course, was a pair of giant fangs that looked like they could pierce his skull with ease. "Greetings, Zorian Kaczynski," the spider spoke telepathically. "I have been wanting to meet you for a while now. You and Denito Havialong, Lungtalk." For a moment, silence reigned, both literal and mental, as Zorian stared into the unblinking eyes of his adversary. Zorian wasn't one of those people who had a phobia of spiders, but it was hard not to be intimidated by a creature that could read your thoughts and have you completely at its mercy due to induced paralysis. He couldn't even try to physically overpower the effect, since the paralysis was a purely mental one. He was quite literally locked out of control of his own body. The situation wasn't completely hopeless. As a mage, Zorian was resistant to mind reading almost by default. The ability to clear away stray thoughts and emotions, and otherwise discipline their mind, was a must for any aspiring mage. That said, controlling your thoughts for long periods of time was tiresome. It was only a matter of time until a stray thought escaped him and he slipped, an important secret to the blasted spider. And resistance to mind reading would do him no good if the creature grew frustrated with his resistance and decided to take a metaphorical sledgehammer to his mind. In the end, the spider decided to speak first. Or rather, communicate telepathically to him first, as that appeared to be its only method of talking to him. It made sense, really. The spider had no recognizable mouth from which to speak out of. "You're untrained," the spider opinionated.
"It's a pity.
"I would have loved to trade techniques with a human psychic. I suppose it's to be expected, though, considering the unhealthy attitude towards mind magic your species has."
"What?
"Why the confusion? You cannot possibly be ignorant of the gift," the spider said, torn between bafflement and amusement at the thought.
"See right there.
You just sensed my emotions. What do you think that is, if not empathy?" Zorian's brain froze for a moment.
Him, an empath?
That was ridiculous. He was neither social nor pleasant enough to be empathic. What a strange chain of thought, the spider mused. Arania like me are all open, yet there are plenty of loners and unpleasant individuals among us. I'm sad to say that some even use their empathy to purposely promote discord within the web. Zorian's mind was momentarily aflame with possibilities before he forcibly reined himself in and shoved those trains of thought into the back of his mind.
Focus.
This was a horrible time for getting distracted. He had a far more serious issue to think about. "You must be mistaken," Zorian thought back, knowing that the spider would pick up on his thought. "It's far more likely you accidentally attached some of your emotions to the telepathic message you sent me." "There is no need to be insulting," the spider immediately sent back. "I am an Arania matriarch. If I had attached something other than speech to our communication, it wouldn't have been by accident. But never mind, if you want to deny the obvious truth of your empathic abilities, I'll play along for now. What I want to know is what your quarrel is with my web. As far as I know, we've never done anything to you, so I'm baffled as to why you felt the need to sick the enforcers at us."
What was she? Oh.
The warning he gave Taven to watch out for telepathic spiders and the subsequent search for the creatures by the enforcers.
Right.
Of all the things he had been worried about during this past week, having the spiders track him down for setting enforcers at them had never even entered his mind. Funny how these things worked. "I'm not sure if you'll believe me, but I never intended to send the enforcers after you," Zorian sent. "All I did was warn a friend to watch out for you when she went to the sewers. It all seems to have spiraled away from there." "Why wouldn't I believe you? I am literally reading your mind as we speak," the spider noted. "But that still doesn't explain how you even knew about us. We tend to be a tad secretive. Or, for that matter, why you felt the need to warn your friend to watch out for us, since we don't really attack humans without provocation."
Well, crap.
How can he possibly explain that without revealing anything sensitive? "I suppose this is something related to this time loop you're trapped in, then?" the spider asked innocently. Zorian would have grit his teeth if he could.
Damn it, how?
He pointedly didn't think about that. Your ability to control your train of thought is fairly impressive for an amateur, but it is a form of mental defense that only works if you know your mind is being read. I observed you and your group for quite a while before I executed this ambush. And while you are open, and thus hard to read covertly, your friend and sister are virtually defenseless against my powers. They didn't even notice while I was trawling through their memories, much less when I skimmed their surface thoughts. Zorian felt like slapping himself for such an obvious oversight. Of course, sharing his secrets with the likes of Kiriel would come back to haunt him. A secret is only as secure as its weakest link. He considered the situation for a moment before giving a mental sigh.
It was hopeless.
The spider had completely outmaneuvered him, and currently had him over the barrel. The creature seemed reasonable enough, but he would have almost preferred that it was murderous. He could recover from death easily enough, but the things a skilled mind mage could do to him would linger with him on subsequent restarts. Your insistence on viewing me as an uncompromising threat despite no hostile moves on my part is honestly getting rather tiresome, the spider sent, and Zorian detected a distinct note of annoyance in her bearing. Zorian idly wondered how the esteemed matriarch would describe her current ambush and her gross violation of his friend's privacy, if not as hostile.
I came here to talk, not fight.
The enforcers hadn't even managed to track us down, much less dispatch any of us, so there is no reason for hard feelings on my part. This isn't a revenge run, it's an attempt to defuse a situation before it spirals out of control. I know our kind looks frightening to your eyes, but please stop thinking of me as some slavering beast out to eat you or some sadist intending to torture you into insanity for absolutely no reason. We're no worse than humans, really. I'm not sure that sets me at ease. Humans can be pretty horrible, Zorian noted.
But I see your point.
So what now? The enforcers will get tired of their search quickly enough and leave you alone, and I have no intention of taking any further action against you and your
web.
Problem solved then? Well, yes, the spider agreed. But in the process of confronting you, I found something 100 times more interesting than a human kid with a grudge. You don't really think I'm going to just ignore the whole time loop business, do you? I was kind of hoping you would actually, admitted Zorian. It's not really your concern, Dash. Oh, I beg to differ, the spider interjected. I just found out I'm being effectively memory wiped in regular intervals. I am greatly concerned. Zorian racked his brain for a response that could dissuade her from getting involved, but gave up after a couple of seconds. He was getting an impression of resolve and stubbornness from the spider, and had a feeling all of the arguments he could marshal were doomed to fall on deaf ears. He didn't know how he could read a giant spider's body language, but apparently he could. Maybe there was something to her claim of him being empathic. Look, Zorian tried, if we're going to have a serious conversation about this, I would really appreciate if you released me from paralysis. This is very uncomfortable, and I'd be a lot friendlier if I weren't frozen like this. I don't trust you that much, the spider told him bluntly. All you have to do is scream and things could get uncomfortably messy. I'm not going to do that, Zorian assured. That would just put my sister and friends in danger. I'm sure you could handle anything anyone in this house could throw at you.
Well, I'm not.
I've lived too long to underestimate mages, the spider said.
Tell you what though.
Why don't I simply let you go for now and leave? Later, when you calm down a little, you can descend into the city tunnels and track me down for a nice friendly chat in neutral territory where we both feel a lot safer. That sounded like a great idea, actually. Well, except for the question of why. Why would you bother tracking me down when you can just pretend this never happened and ignore my existence entirely? The spider surmised. Well, for one thing, I can tell you're interested in what I mean by you being open, no matter how hard you try to hide it. You will never get a satisfactory answer unless you seek me out. Secondly, there is a reason why I accepted the idea that you're trapped in a time loop without dismissing you as crazy. I have important clues that could help you solve this puzzle and break out of the loop, but I'm not sharing them until I get something in return.
I'm sure we can agree on a fair price.
And finally, working with me isn't just going to be an unnecessary chore like you seem to think. I am a leader of a shadowy group of mind-reading spiders that have their feelers throughout the entire city. Surely you can see how a group like that could be useful in making sense of this event. Zorian swallowed heavily as he finally realized the seriousness of the situation he was dealing with. Her group was that big and organized? He knew the spider before him was a representative of a larger group since she introduced herself as an Arania matriarch, but he thought it was just a loose pack consisting of a dozen spiders or so at best. Suddenly the pitch-black eyes staring at him seemed a lot more threatening than they were just a moment ago. Gods, what had he gotten himself into? I'm glad we were finally able to understand one another, Zorian Kaczynski. Rest now, and we will talk when you're less tense. Zorian suddenly felt a smothering blanket of telepathic force press itself gently but firmly against his mind. He tried to resist, but the mental attack seemed to ignore his mental defenses entirely. Despite valiant efforts, Zorian soon blacked out. When he woke up a few minutes later, he was alone in the room and there was no trace of giant spider anywhere in the house. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Afterwards, Zorian thought long and hard about the matriarch's offer, and ultimately decided he really didn't have much choice. He somehow doubted she would patiently wait for him if he ignored her for too long, and raising a fuss about her actions would attract unwanted attention to him and might cause the matriarch to retaliate out of spite. And since she knew about the time loop, she was bound to pick something that would haunt him beyond the confines of this particular restart. Of course, there was also the fact that some of the things she said during their brief exchange interested him greatly. The potential benefits of hashing out a deal with her were simply too great to ignore. That said, he had absolutely no intention of rushing to the damn spider at the earliest opportunity. That would just make him seem desperate. Let her wait for a while. It was a good idea to do some preparations before confronting the matriarch, anyway. First of all, he needed to know more about these Arania he would be meeting with. His previous searches for information about the spiders left him empty-handed, but now he was armed with an actual name of the species and his search was much more successful. He found plenty of descriptions, though they were of much poorer quality than he had hoped. Apparently Arania were considered semi-mythical due to their rarity and there were many conflicting reports circulating about them. Everyone agreed they were sentient and magical in nature, but from there the details diverged wildly. Depending on the author, all sorts of powers were attributed to them, from the ability to assume human form to the ability to manipulate shadows and other, crazier abilities. Zorian could see three possible explanations for this. 1. The Arania had a dizzying number of subspecies, all with a wildly different appearance and abilities. 2. The authors were making stuff up. And 3. The Arania were mages in the human sense, armed with a flexible spellcasting system capable of producing a wide variety of effects. Knowing his luck, it was definitely number 3, the most worrying of possibilities. A group of one-trick ponies limited to mind magic was a dangerous foe, but one that could be countered with enough preparation. A group of mages utilizing a completely novel spellcasting system whose limitations he was unfamiliar with? That was practically the definition of unpredictability. Still, the Arania he had met never gave any indication of knowing any magic beyond the mind-based one, so maybe this group specialized in the field or something. Having a way to deal with their mind-affecting abilities was certainly a must before going off to confront them. One of the books also suggested Arania were vulnerable to light-based attacks, being nocturnal in nature and lacking eyelids. It sounded plausible to Zorian, and he was pretty sure his spell formula skills were sufficient to cobble together some flash grenades. A few more general defensive measures and he should be set. Well, as set as a mage of his own caliber and resources could possibly be, it wasn't much, but it would hopefully buy him enough time to flee if things turned sour. The other thing he was trying to puzzle out was the matriarch's claim that he was an empath. The idea seemed so wrong to him. The stories he'd heard about empaths painted an image of a compassionate, sociable person possessing great wisdom, respect for tradition, and lots of friends. Zorian didn't really fit this mold. Did that prove anything though? Empaths were so rare, among humans at any rate, that any sort of fact about them was suspect. As strange as it may sound, he rated the opinion of a giant telepathic spider higher than those of human authors. If he really was an empath, however, why didn't he, well, know it? You'd think the ability to sense other people's emotions would be very obvious. He supposed it was possible that his abilities were too weak and erratic to manifest themselves in an unambiguous fashion. Which raised the question, how to discern the truth then? Fortunately, empathy wasn't a particularly sensitive topic, so nothing stopped him from asking Ilsa or other teachers for help and information. Before he did that, however, he decided to try looking for help closer to home. He had noticed their landlord had an interest in esoteric branches of magic, even though she wasn't a mage herself. She had enough books in her house to stock a small library. It wouldn't hurt to ask, he supposed, and Amaya was a lot more approachable than anyone else he could reach. He approached her while she was washing the dishes one evening. "Miss Kurashka, could you spare a minute?" he asked. "I'd like to talk to you about something." "I told you to call me Amaya," she said, halting her task long enough to give him a mild glare. "And of course I can talk to you, but I have to finish this first. Pull up a chair and wait till I'm done." Instead of doing that, however, Zorian moved to help her with her task. She'd be done quicker with him helping her out, and it was a cheap way to score some points with her before asking for help. She seemed momentarily surprised by his gesture, but recovered her composure quickly and continued on as if his action was totally expected. Once they were done, Amaya sat down at the kitchen table and motioned for Zorian to join her. So, she began. "What exactly is weighing so heavily on the mind of my grumpiest tenant that he would come to me for counsel? The way you've been avoiding me this whole time, I almost thought you hated me." "I don't hate you, Miss K. Amaya," finished Zorian, correcting himself after seeing her cross look. I've just been pretty busy, that's all. Kiriel kind of monopolizes all of my free time here. She is quite a handful, isn't she? Imaya said speculatively. Still, I can't see what a busy boy like you would want from me. You aren't trying to seduce me, are you?
What? No, sputtered Zorian.
She was at least twice Zorian's age, for heaven's sake. I am not Dash. He stopped himself when he saw the barely restrained mirth emanating from Imaya. Very funny, Miss Goroshka, he deadpanned, deliberately not calling her Imaya to spite her. Very, very funny. It was from my perspective, Imaya said, laughter dancing in her voice. But I can see you don't take jokes at your expense too well, so let's just move on to the reason you sought me out. Well, started Zorian, pointedly ignoring her remark about him being too sensitive about jokes. It's actually magic related. I noticed you have a lot of books about esoteric magic in your home.
It's a hobby of mine, Imaya said.
I always did have an interest in magic, especially the rare kind. I even went to a mage academy as a teenager, much like you did. That's how I met Ilsa, actually, we were classmates back then. But that was a long time ago. Zorian nodded, accepting her last statement for what it was, a request not to pursue that topic further. He was fine with that. So I assume you read all these books then? He asked.
Each and every one of them, she confirmed.
Did any of them perhaps relate to empathy?
Zorian asked.
Specifically, how can you tell if you're an empath yourself? I did read something about that topic, though I don't have the book in question here with me. She gave him a curious look.
Why?
Fancy yourself an empath.
Well, maybe, admitted Zorian.
I mean, it doesn't sound very likely to me, but I met an actual empath recently, and she seemed sure I was one too. So I don't feel comfortable with just dismissing the possibility.
Imaya hummed.
And why do you think it's so unlikely if you've been told that you're one by another empath? Shouldn't empathy be pretty obvious to the one who has it?
Zorian asked.
Well, it's not obvious to me. Off the top of my head, I can't think of anything that would indicate I am one.
Nothing?
Imaya asked curiously. I find that hard to believe. The indicators of being an empath are so common and mundane that false positives tend to be a major problem. In fact, a lot of experts insist that there is nothing supernatural about empaths, that some people are simply a lot better at reading people's body language and environmental cues than most of humanity. It's far more likely that you're just ignoring the signs. For instance, can you honestly say that you've never had an instinctive feel about a person you just met? Well, no, I can't say that, Zorian admitted. I get feelings like that all the time. That isn't anything unusual, though.
It might be, Imaya said.
Just how often do you get such hunches and how reliable are they overall?
Zorian hesitated.
I get those feelings pretty much every time I talk to someone. They tend to be pretty accurate from what I can tell.
Why?
Is that so unusual? Imaya gave him a speculative look.
A bit, yes.
Every time you talk to someone, you say? How about random strangers minding their own business? Do you get these feelings about them too? Sometimes, admitted Zorian, shifting nervously in his seat. Some people have really intense personalities, you know? You can pick them out of a crowd from the other side of the room without even trying.
Interesting. How about groups of people?
Can you make a spot judgment about the mood of a group without speaking to anyone?
Well, no, said Zorian.
Frankly, the pressure crowds out all other sensations when I'm in a large enough group. If I'm subjected to it long enough, I lose even the ability to make judgments about individuals, much less the group as a whole. The pressure? Imaya asked, giving him a baffled look.
It's a personal problem, fumbled Zorian.
Every time I enter a big enough crowd, I feel this weird mental pressure that gives me a headache if I stay inside long enough. Zorian shifted uncomfortably in his seat. He hated telling people about the pressure thing, since most people immediately assumed he was either delusional or making things up. His family, for instance, had never believed him when he tried to describe the phenomenon to them as a child, believing instead that he was making things up so he wouldn't have to follow them to their various social events. Eventually they grew tired of his claims and threatened to send him to a madhouse if he didn't admit he was lying, so he never brought the issue up again. That's an interesting problem, Imaya said carefully. Tell me, is the pressure constant or does it vary according to some criteria?
It varies, said Zorian.
The more people there are in a crowd and the more densely they're packed, the stronger it is. It's also stronger if the crowd is. He trailed off as he suddenly realized something.
Gods, he was so stupid. Yes. Imoya prodded.
If the crowd is what? Emotionally charged for some reason, finished Zorian lamely. A short silence descended on the scene, before Zorian rose from his seat and began angrily pacing around the room. Your empathic abilities are so strong that you literally feel the emotions of a crowd as tangible mental pressure bearing down on you, said Imoya after watching him pace around for a while, and you think there is nothing to indicate that you're an empath? It's not that easy. How was I supposed to know what the pressure was? Zorian protested, nervously running his hand through his hair.
It's just there.
It has always been there, a constant annoyance that was with me ever since I was a child. Do you have any idea the sheer amount of trouble this thing has caused me? Isn't empathy supposed to be a boon? Most of the time I did my best to ignore it, vainly hoping it would go away in time.
Well, yes, Imoya agreed.
Empathy is usually depicted as a great gift to the person who has it. But there are plenty of reports of empaths whose powers are so strong or volatile that they are crippled by them instead. Considering some of the horror stories I've read about, your case is relatively mild. It could have been worse. It could have been worse. That could easily serve as a summary of his entire life so far. Oh well, there had to be a way to rein in his errant empathic abilities somehow, and he had plenty of time to find it. The Arania probably knew how, though he suspected he wouldn't like what they would ask in return.
Zorian,
Imoya asked after a few moments of silence. I can see this is a somewhat sensitive topic for you, but can I ask you a question? Well, 2 questions really.
Sure, agreed Zorian.
She did end up helping him, even if he didn't imagine her help to play out the way it did, so the least he could do was satisfy her curiosity. I get the feeling that you didn't like the idea of being an empath, even before you knew what you do now, she said. Why is that? Maybe I am projecting somewhat, but I can't imagine why you wouldn't want to possess an inborn magical ability. I hope you don't think you're a freak just because dash. No, it's nothing like that, Zorian quickly assured. I know a lot of civilian-born students react badly to anything that may make them abnormal, but I'm not like that. No, the real reason I didn't like the idea of being an empath is far more stupid than that. Actually, I'm kind of embarrassed to even admit it, so can we just move on?
No, Imoya said, a smirk on her face.
This I definitely got to hear. Zorian rolled his eyes. Served him right for admitting it was embarrassing. Oh well, it's not like she'd remember this conversation once the loop reset. All right, but you can't tell this to anyone, okay? Imoya mimicked, sealing her mouth shut. It's because empathy is usually portrayed as a feminine ability, one reserved for girls and girly men, admitted Zorian.
Ah, nodded Imoya.
Of course a boy would be bothered by something like that. I'm not sexist or anything, Zorian hastily added. But I already receive a lot of comments about my supposed lack of masculinity, and they're annoying enough as it is. I really don't want to see how bad they would get if they had this sort of proof. His family was the worst offender in that regard, especially his father, but he would keep that little tidbit to himself.
I won't tell anyone, Imoya said.
And if it makes you feel any better, there is no evidence that empathy manifests itself more often in women than it does in men. I figured, Zorian said. Very few magical abilities are gender-specific, unless they're artificially designed to be that way. And I also think those people have no idea what they're talking about, Imoya said with a supposedly innocent smile that had a hint of mischievousness behind it. I think you're a very handsome young man who will someday make some girl very happy indeed.
Thanks.
What was the other question you wanted to ask again? Said Zorian, trying to change the subject to something less embarrassing. She had her fun, no need to torture him further. I assume you will try to develop your ability further?
Imoya asked. Zorian nodded.
In that case, I'd like you to keep me informed about your progress. I find stuff like this incredibly interesting. Zorian agreed, though it was essentially an empty promise. She would remember none of this after the next restart. Their conversation done, Imoya returned to her household chores and Zorian went back to his room to plan his visit to the Arania. He really didn't want to find out what the matriarch would do to him if he didn't show up soon. Asterisk. Well, this is it, Zorian said out loud, standing in front of the entrance to the sewers. The matriarch didn't tell him where exactly in the sewers she hoped to meet with him, but he knew where he had met the spiders the last time he had been down there, so he intended to start from there.
The point of no return.
I once again offer you the chance to turn back. You don't have to risk your life with me, Kale. He gave a pointed look to the Morlock following after him, trying to use his newly recognized, empathic abilities to gauge the other boy's mood. Sadly, the boy's emotions were too well controlled at the moment and his control over his empathy sucked. Regardless of how Kale truly felt about this trip, he was clearly determined to see it through. Why, Zorian didn't know. When he told Kale about the Arania matriarch's ambush and the resulting conversation, he did it because he wanted to have someone to bounce ideas from, and Kale seemed like the best choice. He already knew about the time loop and he was clearly very intelligent, not because he had wanted Kale to come with him. Kale, on the other hand, insisted that coming alone on such a meeting was the height of idiocy and that Zorian needed a partner to cover him. Zorian reluctantly agreed, not entirely comfortable with risking someone else's life in this thing, no matter how logical it was. Kale seemed amused that Zorian cared more about his safety than his own, considering that Kale would be restored to normal once the loop restarted and Zorian might not be, but Zorian's moral sense had yet to adapt to the implications of the time loop and he was horribly bothered by the idea of leading Kale to his death in the tunnels and leaving his daughter all alone in the world, even if it was only for a week or so. "I told you to drop it," Kale sighed. "I'm definitely going with you. If nothing else, then so this Arania matriarch, and I can have a conversation about ethical uses of mind magic." Oh right, Kale was still kind of bitter that the spider searched through his memories in her quest to piece together what Zorian's motives were. Finally, they descended into the tunnels, Zorian leading the way. He chose his way carefully, occasionally leaving a magical trap behind them in the form of stone cubes covered in spell formula. If they had to flee, the trap should be able to surprise any pursuers by backtracking where the traps were. Most of them simply erected a force field to delay the attackers, but a couple had more aggressive effects. At the very least it should force the pursuers to slow down in order to deal with the cubes and give them enough time to reach the surface. Kale, meanwhile, was their anti-mentalist support. He had put a mind shield spell on himself, and would remain under the spell's effects constantly. If the meeting at any point turned sour, Kale would immediately cast the spell on Zorian as well. Kale seemed sure that the spiders had a method of communicating with humans other than telepathy and suggested that they both use the spell right from the start, but Zorian knew he had to keep his mind open if he wanted these talks to be in any way productive. His instincts, which Zorian now recognized as his uncontrolled empathic abilities, were telling him that Arania placed great significance on mind-to-mind communication. Shutting them out completely would be seen as an insult, even if they did happen to have alternative methods of communicating. As they approached the spot where Zorian had first met the Arania during his romp through the sewers with Taven and her group, he felt a telepathic contact brush against his mind. Like the first time he had met the sentient spiders, this one was cruder, more forceful than the feather-light touch the matriarch had displayed during her visit to Amaya's home. A stream of psychedelic images and alien emotions hit his mind like a sledgehammer, causing him to stumble back in shock. Kale immediately shifted into defensive posture, but Zorian signaled him to stand down. He was pretty sure at this point that the Arania he was in contact with had no hostile intentions. Apparently the minds of humans and Arania were different enough that telepathic communication was difficult, and this particular one never learned how to do it correctly. As suddenly as it came, the communication stopped. The presence remained, however, and Zorian soon felt another Arania connect with him, using the first one as a sort of telepathic relay. "Ah, so you've managed to find us in the end," the distinctive mental voice of the matriarch spoke in his mind. "Good, I was beginning to fear I should have left instructions on how to find us. Stay where you are, please, I will be with you shortly." "She's coming," said Zorian to Kale, who nodded gravely. They didn't have to wait long. The matriarch soon skittered into view, flanked by two other Arania guards. The fact that he was able to pick out the matriarch among the three Arania, despite the fact that all three of them were fairly identical to his eyes, was probably just another proof that he really was empathic. Things like these made him wonder just why he had needed a talking spider to point it out to him before figuring it out. "I originally intended this to be a private talk between just the two of us," the matriarch spoke to his mind. "But since you saw fit to bring a guard, I decided to do likewise. Oh well, at least you didn't shut me out of your mind like your friend did, so you're still better than most humans I converse with." "Kale isn't here just as a guard," Zorian said, speaking out loud for Kale's benefit. "He is involved in this thing as surely as you are, and I'd like him to participate fully in the discussion. Do you perhaps have a way to communicate vocally for his benefit?" The matriarch seemed to consider it for a moment before she suddenly started waving four of her front legs in front of her, tracing some complex gesture in the air. Zorian tried for a moment to decipher what she was trying to communicate before he realized she wasn't trying to talk to him. She was casting a spell. There, a feminine voice declared from the direction of the matriarch, though her mandibles didn't move at all. "This is the Arania equivalent of the magic mouth spell that you are no doubt familiar with. It's just a sonic illusion, but it should be enough." "Ha! So they did have more than just mind magic in their arsenal. I thank you for your consideration," Kale said guardedly, obviously threatened by the spiders but trying to stay polite. "Far from me to refuse such a simple request," the matriarch said guardedly. She was obviously a little suspicious about Kale herself, probably because his mind was protected behind a mind shield spell. The spell made him immune to her abilities, but it also seemed to paint him as a threat to the Arania. "Please, child," the matriarch scoffed. Zorian heard the words with his flesh and blood ears, but he also felt them broadcasted to his mind. She might be vocalizing her words for Kale's benefit, but she clearly wasn't going to give up communicating with Zorian the proper way. "I could get past your silly human mind magic anytime I wanted to. No, the reason I'm bothered by his mind ward is that it blocks me off from his mind completely. How am I supposed to trust him if he won't even let me read his emotions and surface thoughts? It's rude." Zorian's mind boggled at the mindset that considered putting your surface thoughts up for scrutiny as being basic courtesy, but he supposed that species differences for you. Kale didn't appear to be as understanding. "Rude?" he demanded, indignant at the accusation. "You think you have a right to just barge into people's minds as you please, no permission given or asked, and you call me rude? You spied on my personal memories. Damn it, I have every reason to protect myself." The matriarch sent him a telepathic equivalent of a sigh, though no sound was vocalized for Kale's benefit. "So did I," she said calmly. "Your friend was a possible enemy that I needed to know more about, and you were one of the weak points I could target in order to get the needed information. Your mind was completely unprotected, after all. So why didn't you sift through Zorian's memories, then? Wouldn't that be quicker and more relevant to your quest?" Kale asked. "Hey!" Zorian protested. "I have limited myself to skimming his surface thoughts as a courtesy, because he is open," the matriarch said. "Among Arania there is an unofficial custom to ask for permission before delving deeper into the minds of non-enemy psychics, regardless of species." Kale narrowed his eyes. "And if a person isn't psychic?" "Flicker minds are fair game," the Arania matriarch said dismissively. "All right, let's stop trying to piss each other off now and get back to business," said Zorian with a clap of his hands, hoping to halt the argument before it got out of hand. "We were talking about the time loop and how you can help me with that. Before we get to that, though, I really have to ask, when you say I'm open, are you referring to my empathy?" Kale gave him a surprised look at that, since Zorian never told him anything about being empathic. Being open implies being empathic, but they are not the same thing. Empathy is just one of the powers available to you, and a bit of a low-hanging fruit at that. That's why you can use it, despite being completely untrained in the psychic arts. Openness often manifests itself as a low, uncontrolled empathy in the beginning, coupled with a gift for divinations and an occasional prophetic dream. "I what?" fumbled Zorian, trying to wrap his head around this new information. Just when he had thought he had things a little figured out, something like this happened. What the hell is being open or psychic, then? Was she saying he was a full-blown telepath, or something? "You could be that with enough training, yes," confirmed the matriarch. "I can teach you more about it, provided we come to some kind of mutually acceptable agreement about this time loop business." "And what exactly do you want from Zorian in that regard?" asked Kale suspiciously. "Why, my dear Kale, the same thing you want from him as well," the matriarch said with a hint of mockery. "I want in on this time loop." For a moment Zorian wondered what she was talking about, but then his eyes widened as he understood what she meant. "You want to keep your memories with each restart? To loop around with me and Zack?" asked Zorian incredulously. Kale shifted uncomfortably in his spot, refusing to look at him in the eye, while the Arania matriarch stared straight back at him without a hint of shame on her face. I guess I can see why you would want that," said Zorian hesitantly. "I mean, I'm not too happy about my situation, but even I can see that I'm benefiting massively from it. But you seem to have gotten the wrong idea, both of you." He glanced at Kale, but the Morlock was still avoiding his eyes. He probably thought Zorian would be angry at him for wanting to take advantage of him, but Zorian wasn't really angry. Just confused. "The thing is, I don't know how to bring anyone into this loop. I don't even know how the details of how I got sucked into it, much less how to replicate it. I can't bring you into it." "We didn't get the wrong idea, Zorian," Kale sighed. "We're not stupid. We know you can't do it now. We know you won't be able to do it by the time this time loop ends." He gave the matriarch a weak glare. "Or at least I know. Maybe the great Arania matriarch knows something this poor flickermind doesn't." "I agree with the Morlock," the matriarch said, refusing to rise to Kale's provocation. "It is highly implausible that you'd be able to bring us into the time loop as you are now." "You've completely lost me at this point," Zorian complained. "What do you want, then?" "My idea was to store memory packets in your mind, allowing your soul to ferry them when the time resets itself," the matriarch said nonchalantly. "It's not quite as good as having your entire soul sent back, but it would be good enough for my purposes. And I would agree to that. Why? Asked Zorian suspiciously. That sounded like it would require some serious messing with his mind. Far more than he was comfortable with, in any case. I'm sure I can find something to tempt you with, the matriarch said, punctuating her message with a mental shrug. You need information about the loop that I have. You want to learn how to control your empathy. You need my help in countering the invaders. Need I go on? Zorian sighed and turned to Kale instead of answering her. I wanted to connect you with some people and have you figure out, with their help, how your connection with Zack works. Then you could apply that knowledge to bring me into the time loop, said Kale. It would probably take quite a few restarts, and I don't have anything nearly as tempting as our esteemed matriarch over there, but on the other hand it is something that will definitely help you learn more about this time loop in the process. Left unsaid was that those people Kale wanted to connect him with were probably all necromancers and that having them mess around with his soul was every bit as dangerous as letting the Arania screw around with his mind, and possibly more so.
I see, sighed Zorian.
Well, I'll set aside Kale's proposal for now, since that's not what we came here to discuss. That's fine with me, Kale said quickly. I still have a lot to think about in that regard.
Right, said Zorian.
Then let's move on to the details of the matriarch's proposal. Just out of curiosity, do you have a name? If we're going to do business, especially so sensitive, I'd like to know who exactly I'm talking to. The matriarch didn't answer verbally. Instead, she sent a short burst of telepathy containing the same sort of psychedelic jumble of images and concepts that the less skilled Arania bombarded him with in the initial greeting. Thankfully, this particular burst wasn't painful, just confusing, probably because it was so relatively short. After mentally dissecting the chaotic message in his head, he realized this was the name he asked for. Translating the concepts into something appropriate for human communication proved a bit of a challenge, however. Spear of Resolve striking straight at the heart of the matter? Questioned Zorian curiously. As good an approximation of my real name as any, said the matriarch. And yes, I know that's too unwieldy to use in human conversation. Your language is very crude, so it's hard to translate Iranian names into it without ending up with such overdramatic sounding drivel. You can just continue calling me matriarch, and I won't hold it against you. Kale snorted derisively at the matriarch's swipe against human speech, but didn't say anything. Zorian, for his part, was considering how to proceed.
All right then, said Zorian.
You told me that there is a reason why you took the time loop seriously. Why don't you tell us what you mean by that? Before the matriarch could answer, a loud roar pierced through the relative silence of the tunnel, quickly followed by several more similar ones. Color drained out of Zorian's face as he realized the identity of the creatures that produced the roar. A band of war trolls were coming their way. He should have known, really, every time he got even slightly closer to getting to the bottom of this mess, some complications sprang up to hamper his progress.
It was uncanny.
He was half tempted to conclude the, as of yet unconfirmed, third time traveler was messing with him, but he would have expected something far more decisive than a pack of war trolls if that were the case. And now that he thought about it, it was kind of scary how radically his perspective must have shifted during the last year if he started considering troll warbands a nuisance rather than an existential threat. Not this again, the Arania matriarch complained telepathically. How do those things keep finding us? I had the whole web warded against divinations and everything. Zorian filed in the back of his mind the fact that this wasn't the first time the matriarch encountered the war trolls, but at the moment he didn't really have enough time to consider that little tidbit in any appreciable detail. He exchanged a knowing look with Kale, and then they both turned around and started running in the direction they came from. Zorian motioned for the Arania to follow after them, and received a thought of assent from the matriarch in turn. We can't outrun them, the matriarch noted as they ran. Especially us Arania, aside from short bursts of speed, we're actually a lot slower than humans. It's fine, Zorian thought, certain that the Arania would pick up on it. Me and Kale prepared a couple of surprises for pursuers behind us. They should slow the trolls down enough for us to reach the surface.
Ah.
An insurance against me in case the talks turn sour? The matriarch surmised. You hit it well from my surface scans. I would have been caught totally off guard if I had truly planned to double-cross you. Then again, I don't think I could have caught up to you if you decided to run anyway, so it was mostly a wasted effort. Or would have been, had there been no war trolls. Information on Arania running speed is a tad hard to come by in human books, Zorian thought irritably, slowing down to let the Arania overtake him. They were just about to pass the first trap and he didn't want to seal the Arania on the other side of the force field along with the trolls. Can't you use your mind magic to pacify those things? The war trolls rounded a corner in a tightly packed mass of green flesh, howling like lunatics and waving their huge swords and maces around like they were twigs, but Zorian was ready at that point. He sent a pulse of mana into the pair of nearby cubes covered with sigils, and a sheet of force sealed the corridor. It wouldn't last long if a bunch of trolls kept beating at it, but he never counted on it being an insurmountable obstacle in the first place. Sadly, whoever is controlling them has learned to shield their minds against us after the first few conflicts, the matriarch said. It's not foolproof, but we won't be able to pick their defenses apart before they smash us into pulp. There was a terrible racket behind them, and Zorian chanced to glance back to the barrier to see what was happening. The sight that greeted him brought a pleased smile to his lips. The trolls had apparently failed to arrest their momentum properly and ended up crashing headfirst into the barrier. Probably because the relatively narrow corridor didn't allow the trolls to advance in a single line, and the ones in the back didn't let the ones in the front break up the mad charge. Or maybe they just didn't recognize the force field for what it was. No matter, the point was that they were currently all tangled on the floor in a great big confused mass, and would take some time to reorganize. That should give them enough of a lead to escape cleanly, even with the slowpoke Arania weighing them down. Just to make sure, he activated the next 2 barrier traps as well, but the 2 cubes holding explosive traps he simply scooped up and took with him. They were weapons of desperation, truth be told, and he wasn't sure if he could activate them without blowing himself up along with the target. Besides, he was pretty sure they didn't have enough power to seriously damage a troll, being designed to handle much squishier targets. Zorian was worried about how they were going to smuggle a trio of giant spiders past the entrance guards, but he needn't have worried. The Arania seemed to be able to edit other people's senses in real time, effectively erasing their presence to the victim. Zorian had to admit he hadn't thought the Arania's mind magic was quite so subtle. It would appear he was still taking them far too lightly. But anyway, they were back on the surface and totally safe. He hadn't expected the whole thing to end so favorably. When he realized a pack of trolls was coming after them, he fully expected he was heading for an early restart. It seemed good things did happen to good people occasionally. Still, as happy as he was at his current fortune, his talk with the Arania wasn't finished yet, so the 4 of them quickly relocated themselves in a deserted alley to continue their conversation. "We should be safe enough to talk here," the matriarch said in her magically assisted voice. "I can't sense the presence of any minds that don't belong here. Not even those blasted cranium rats."
"The what?" asked Zorian.
"Another psychic creature we've recently come to share this city with," the matriarch groused. "They look much like regular rats, except the top of their head looks like it has been sawn off, leaving their brains visible."
"Oh," Zorian said.
"I actually saw something like that once, back in my original live-through of this month. I never went down that street in any of the subsequent restarts though." "Probably for the best," the matriarch said. "It is likely they are working for the invasion forces. They only appeared recently, and the trolls started harassing us when we tried to exterminate them." "Are the rats intelligent?" asked Kale. "You seem to be implying they're some kind of spies, yes?" "They are psychic like us," the matriarch said. "Their minds are telepathically linked to one another, forming a collective intelligence. Individually, they are little more than particularly cunning rats, but the more of them grouped together, the smarter they get. And the stronger their telepathic abilities become. They're small enough to get anywhere, and the death of any particular rat is inconsequential. Each one acts as a relay for the full power and intelligence of the entire swarm. They're almost perfect spies, better than even us Arania. As I said, we tried to get rid of them before they could muscle in on our territory, but we failed to account for the fact they weren't working alone."
"Crap," Zorian said.
"With those things running around the city, it's no wonder the invaders are so well informed. They could be pulling information straight out of people's minds without anybody realizing it. All they need is to find one person that is privy to sensitive information and whose mind is unprotected, and they can blow a hole in the whole system." "Yes," the matriarch confirmed. "Arania can do something similar, but not nearly to the same extent. We're too big to move as freely through human settlements as cranium rats do, and our individual members are not as expendable as individual cranium rats. They can get into many places where we can't, especially warded ones. Giant spiders trip defensive wards in ways that a couple of funny-looking rats do not." Zorian frowned as he suddenly realized something. With these cranium rats on the loose in the city and working with the invaders, there was no way the invasion organizers remained ignorant of the time loop in every single restart. Zorian himself had not advertised his situation much, but Zack did. Sometimes very visibly and explicitly, if Zack hadn't been speaking in hyperbole when Zorian talked to him. So whoever was controlling the cranium rats knew about Zack being a time traveler in at least some of the restarts, and never did anything about it. Zorian found that difficult to explain. Did they just refuse to believe what their agents on the ground were telling them? That sounded uncharacteristically sloppy considering how well the invaders seemed to be organized otherwise. An interesting point, the matriarch said, breaking him out of his thoughts. I'm beginning to understand why you're so reluctant to deal openly with this Zach. But we're getting distracted here, dancing around the real issue. You heard my offer, Zorian. I have been very generous about my information thus far, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to put my foot down now. I want a straight answer. Will you let me send a memory packet through you or not?
Zorian sighed. What a difficult question.
He wanted, needed, what the matriarch was offering, but he really didn't trust her with this. And really, how could he? Mind magic was only a hair's breadth better than soul magic in terms of abuse potential, and that was only because mind magic had well-established counters whereas soul magic did not. You're asking a lot, Zorian complained. I offer a lot, the matriarch countered. And besides, I'm taking as big of a risk here as you do. I have no guarantee that you will actually track me down in each restart and alert me to the memories I stored inside your mind. What stops you from playing along for a few restarts, until you've gotten everything you wanted from me, and then meticulously avoiding contact with me for the rest of the time loop?
Nothing.
I have taken a leap of faith and decided to trust you. Is it so wrong to expect a similar commitment from you in turn? A short silence descended on the scene as Zorian digested her words in his head. He supposed there was some merit in what she was saying, though he wasn't quite buying the idea that she was risking as much as he was. His risk was more final and immediate than hers.
Oh well. No pain, no gain. Fine, he said.
I agree to your terms. Asterisk. You are a braver man than I, Kale told him as they slowly walked back to Amaya's place. Zorian absent-mindedly rubbed his forehead instead of giving him a proper answer. He didn't feel noticeably different after the Arania was finished with the procedure, to be honest. Kale was worried about possible dormant command spells that the matriarch may have implanted along with the memory packet, but I actually had a reason to think it might not be as dangerous as it sounded, Zorian finally said.
Oh. Kale prompted. Yeah.
I researched the limitations of mind magic before we went to talk to the matriarch, both the classical spellcasting type and the telepathic abilities of magical creatures known to use them. I even asked Ilsa and our combat magic instructor for advice. I probably made them really suspicious of what the hell I'm doing, but whatever. Anyway, everyone seems to agree that even expert mind mages can't just rewrite someone's brain on a whim, or in a stealthy manner. It takes a great deal of time and you basically have to knock the victim unconscious or they will be fully aware of what you're trying to do to them and fight it with everything they got, physically and mentally. If the matriarch tried to do something truly terrible to me, we would have known so quickly enough. I'm not really sure I could have done much for you, even if I noticed the deal had gone bad, Kale said. I do have some modest combat skills, but I doubt they'd be enough to fight off 3 giant spiders that are all within jumping distance of me. It doesn't matter, said Zorian, reaching into his pocket to retrieve one of his 2 unspent explosive cubes. He held the stone cube in his palm so Kale could see it. All I had to do was send a pulse of mana into these and both me and the matriarch would have ended up in pieces. I very much doubt the matriarch could have incapacitated me faster than I can pulse my mana.
Suicide?
Kale asked, sounding surprised.
He shook his head.
I stand by what I said. You are a braver man than I. As Zach once told me, the time loop skews your perspective on dying, said Zorian, putting the cube back in his pocket. Now that he thought about it, his impromptu security system reminded him of the similar system that protected Zach from the Lich's soul meld spell. He should probably start carrying something like this all the time, just in case. Something way lighter and less noticeable than 2 big stone cubes though. It's still possible she used something less comprehensive than a full personality rewrite on you though, Kale said after a few seconds.
I know, Zorian said.
But you heard what she said at the end. The memory packet should last for a year, at minimum. I plan to avoid the Arania in the next several restarts while I look for a way to examine my mind for such things. Even if the magical expertise is beyond me, I'm sure I can find an expert to hire so they can take a look at me.
Ah. Good idea, Kale nodded.
Of course, that means it will be a while before you can question the matriarch again. She did say she wasn't saying anything until you deliver the memories to her reborn self in the next restart. An acceptable delay, Zorian shrugged. It wasn't like he had nothing to do while he waited, and Zach had indicated he would be spending the next several restarts in Scioria as well. Hell, even in this particular restart he had to see what Hazlush would do about the invasion and what Zorian could do to help him. If he ended up staying in Scioria during the summer festival at all, that is. He wasn't sure he wanted to do that, all things considered. So, do you want to tell me your master plan for getting yourself into this time loop now or later?
Later, Kale grumbled.
I haven't even ironed out all the details in my head yet. Stupid spider and her big mandibles. I'm pretty sure her speech didn't involve mandibles in any way actually, Zorian said. It was a pure sound illusion.
Really?
Wasn't my mind shield spell supposed to protect me from mind effects like illusions, even if they're beneficial? Asked Kale, frowning in confusion. The matriarch spell wasn't targeting your mind. It created actual sound waves, said Zorian. But then it's a sound spell, not an illusion, no? Kale stated more than asked. Officially, any spell that creates fake scenery is an illusion, regardless of the means it uses to do so. Many illusions are made primarily out of actual light and sound, but they're still illusions. That's surprisingly imprecise, Kale said. I understand it's because a lot of actual structured spells from illusionary disciplines combine mental illusions with, well, let's call them physical ones. Theoretically, you could separate the two into different categories, and many tried, but in the end the Eldamar Mage Guild decided to just admit defeat and lump them together. How surprisingly practical of the guild then, Kale said. I guess even they get an attack of common sense from time to time. Zorian said nothing. He didn't need empathy to deduce that his Morlock companion had a bit of a grudge against the guild for some reason. Personally, Zorian thought the Mage Guild was doing a pretty good job overall, but he wasn't so impressed with them that he would defend them in front of others. The rest of the walk passed in relative silence. As the start of the summer festival approached, Zorian became more and more certain that Hazlush wasn't going to do much about the invasion. He wasn't sure whether the man had decided Zorian's suspicions were merely a rumor or whether he was ordered to drop the issue, but he no longer seemed very interested in the whole matter. For Zorian, this was a sign that he should take Kiriel and get out of the city before the invasion starts. He had no interest in getting murdered by the invaders again, and even less in having Kiriel die alongside of him. He would have to see whether he could talk Kale and Amaya into leaving with them. But although the date was fast approaching, such problems weren't a pressing concern yet. Currently, he just wanted to have something to eat and lie down a little. Kirathishli had given him some truly mind-numbing tasks to perform today, and he wasn't in the mood for plotting. Conveniently, the moment he walked into the house he was assaulted by the smell of food wafting from the kitchen. Amaya's insistence on keeping her informed of his comings and goings was somewhat annoying, but Zorian had to admit it was convenient how she timed her meals to match his and Kale's schedule. He entered the kitchen and was immediately tackled by Kiriel. "Brother, I hurt my hand," she wailed, waving her hand in front of his face. "Hurry, you have to heal it." Zorian snatched her wrist to stop her from moving her hand so much and inspected the grievous injury. It was a shallow cut, a scratch really, that would probably heal on its own by the end of the day. Out of the corner of his eyes he could see Amaya trying not to laugh. Zorian suppressed the urge to sigh. He knew his family would make fun of him if they knew he was an empath, but he honestly didn't expect Kiriel to descend to this level. She knew he wasn't a healer, association between empathy and the healing arts notwithstanding. Though considering his excellent mana-shaping skills, he would probably make a good healer with enough training. Something to consider at least. Schooling his face into a serious expression, he slowly turned Kiriel's injured hand this way or that, pretending to study it in detail. Finally, after a thoughtful hum, he looked Kiriel straight in the eye. "I'm afraid there's nothing to be done, Mississippi. We will have to cut it off," he concluded gravely. He then turned towards Kana, who was sitting at the table but studiously watching the entire exchange, and gave her a deep, meaningful look.
"Fetch the saw."
Kana nodded seriously at him and motioned to leave the table, only to get stopped by a laughing Amaya who assured her that he was just joking. Zorian was pretty sure the little girl understood that all too well and was just playing along. Did they even have a saw in the house? In any case, Kiriel wrenched her wrist out of his grasp at his declaration and pouted at him. "Jerk," she declared, sticking her tongue out at him. The meal was relatively quiet, except for occasional outbursts from Kiriel. But that was Kiriel for you. She was a loud person by nature, though Zorian was pleased to say she did have calm periods from time to time. Mostly when she was reading or drawing. It still surprised him a little every time he saw her do that, since it seemed rather out of character for someone like Kiriel to be so absorbed into a book or a drawing. Doubly so because he knew from personal experience that mother and father didn't think much of hobbies like that and tried to discourage them as much as possible. After the meal, Zorian retreated back to his room, Kiriel following after him. Zorian didn't feel in the mood to chase her off and let her, but she seemed to be in a fairly agreeable mood today and left him largely at peace. He was currently sitting cross-legged while practicing his shaping skills, while Kiriel was lying on her stomach and drawing something on the floor, a small pile of papers scattered around her. Eventually, though, her pen stopped moving and she spent the next several minutes nervously chewing on the tip of it. Zorian was versed well enough in her tics by now to know his peace and quiet would end soon after. Zorian? She suddenly asked.
Yeah, he sighed.
Why do you study so hard? She asked, giving him a curious look. Even though nothing really matters in this time loop you're stuck in, you still keep working all the time. Don't you want to have fun from time to time?
You're wrong, Zorian said.
First of all, everything matters. You are what you do, and if I were to start doing stupid things just because there is seemingly no consequence for them, those actions would eventually come to define me. Secondly, I actually find studying fun. Well, maybe not all of it, but you get the idea. There was a short silence, but Kiriel seemed reluctant to continue the conversation, even though she clearly wanted to say something. Zorian decided to help her out. Why do you ask? Is there something you would rather be doing? Kiriel's eyes darted between him and the pile of drawings on the floor several times, before she finally reached a decision. She scooped up the papers into a neat stack and promptly plopped into Zorian's lap. Can you look at my drawings and tell me what you think? She asked excitedly.
Oh. Well, that wasn't too bad.
He never paid much attention to her drawings, especially since she tended to hide them whenever he tried to get a better look, but from what he had glimpsed they were pretty good. Hell, he was feeling in a good mood so he wouldn't even mock her too much.
Damn.
Zorian watched and listened in silence, and Kiriel animatedly showed off the fruits of her labor, explaining what the drawings represented. Not that she needed to do so, because the drawings were frighteningly realistic. She wasn't just good, she was freaking amazing. Zorian could swear he was looking at drawings of a professional artist, rather than some childish drawings of his little sister. One of the drawings was a very detailed scene of Scioria's cityscape that was so chock full of little details that Zorian was shocked Kiriel actually had the patience to put them down to paper, never mind draw them properly. Kiriel, those are absolutely amazing, he said honestly. He had intended to make a few jabs at her skill at first, but he honestly couldn't see anything remotely worth mocking in these. Why on earth is mother not bragging to everyone about having a budding little artist for a daughter? Kiriel shifted uncomfortably in his lap. Mother doesn't approve of me drawing. She won't buy me any supplies and she yells at me whenever she catches me doing that. Zorian gave her a baffled look.
What?
Why on earth would she do that? Mother was close-minded and status-obsessed, but not actively malicious or anything. He picked up Kiriel's stack of drawings and leafed through it again, stopping at a very nice portrait of Byrne, the boy he and Kiriel interacted with on the train to Scioria. Kiriel had never even seen the boy after that day, yet she was able to create a very faithful rendition of him, presumably by working from memory alone.
Wait, he said suddenly.
Is that why you keep stealing my notebooks and writing supplies?
Ah.
I thought you didn't even notice, she admitted. Since you never complained about it to mother. Thanks for that, by the way. Well, he never said anything because he thought mother wouldn't do anything about it, even if she knew. But hey, all was well that ended well, and he certainly wasn't going to tell Kiriel the truth and destroy whatever gratitude he just earned. What about the books, then? I suppose she disapproved of those too.
Zorian guessed.
Yeah, Kiriel said, clutching her drawings close to her chest. She won't buy me any. She says a lady shouldn't waste time with such things. That he actually expected, truth be told. Mother didn't like it when he spent his time reading, so he imagined she would be none too happy to see her darling daughter picking up such a hobby. Still didn't explain why she didn't want Kiriel to draw though.
Well, that's mother for you, said Zorian.
She seemed to be getting rather upset, and Zorian could totally understand. It would appear her situation had more similarities to his own than he had ever dreamed about.
Don't worry about it.
It was the same with me at first. She'll lay off once she sees she can't bully you into submission.
It's not the same.
Kiriel suddenly snapped at him.
Now what?
Kiri. You don't get it. It's not the same because you're away from home most of the year and she can't do anything to you while you're away. You and Daimen and Fortov are here, learning magic and doing whatever you want, and I'll never get a dothit. She buried her head in Zorian's chest, her tiny little fingers digging painfully into his arms. It's not the same because I'm a girl. Zorian wrapped his arms around Kiriel, rocking her gently to calm her down while he digested what she was telling him. Finally, a realization hit him. Traditionalists in Siren often held a view that educating female children was a waste of time and money. Hell, some of them even went against the law and refused to send their daughters into elementary school to learn how to read and write. It didn't help that mage academies tended to be rather expensive, even lower quality ones. They aren't going to send you to a mage academy. Zorian concluded out loud. Kiriel shook her head, her face still buried in his chest. They say I don't need it, she said, sniffing sadly. They already have a marriage arranged for me for when I turn 15. Well, isn't that nice for them, said Zorian coldly. You know what, Kiri?
You're right. It's not the same.
I had to defy mother and father all by myself. You, on the other hand, have me. Kiriel peeled her face from his chest and gave him a searching look. You never wanted to help me before, she accused. Every time I asked you to teach me magic, you blew me off. I didn't know what you were dealing with, Zorian shrugged. I thought you were just impatient and didn't want to waste my time on something you were going to learn in due time anyway. But rest assured, if mother and father don't change their minds over the years, you will always have a teacher in me. She stared at him for a few seconds before she snatched one of his arms by the wrist and gripped it in an oath-making position.
Promise? She asked.
Zorian squeezed her hand tighter, eliciting a yelp from her.
Promise, he confirmed.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 2 days before the summer festival, Kale finally laid out his plan to Zorian. It was a lot less concrete than the matriarch's one, and basically involved talking to a number of individuals that Kale thought might know something about soul magic or time travel. None of them were in Scioria, though, and would require Zorian to basically blow off school in order to travel across the country, and in some cases even across borders. The Morlock also hinted that he knew a couple of individuals living in the Great Northern Forest, but he admitted it might be a bad idea to visit those until he could actually defend himself properly. Zorian memorized the names and locations, but it would be a while until he could visit any of them. The end of the restart was totally uneventful. Kiriel, Kale and Kana boarded the train heading out of Scioria on the night of the festival and spent the last remaining hours playing card games to pass the time. Imaya refused to go with them, which was fairly unsurprising, given the suddenness of their request and the sketchy nature of their warnings. And then, like always, Zorian woke up in Siren, Kiriel wishing him a good morning. He didn't take her with him this time, which turned out to be a good idea, as Zack did indeed come to class in that particular restart. The other time traveler tried to strike up a conversation with him, but Zorian was determined to avoid him and gave him a cold shoulder. After a few days, Zack seemed to admit defeat and gave up, but Zorian could see that the other boy was watching him way more closely than he did most people. Zorian's freedom to act as he saw fit was consequently somewhat limited, and he mostly amused himself with honing his shaping skills, combat magic, divinations and spell formula. Taven was not informed of the rumors behind giant telepathic spiders in the sewers, as he didn't want to meet the matriarch just yet. An entire restart passed in this fashion.
And the next one. And the next.
In total, it took 6 restarts before Zack stopped approaching him at the start of each restart and otherwise pay attention to him. Despite this, Zorian was pleased with what he had accomplished. He had spent 3 of the 6 restarts learning from the ever-enthusiastic Norabul, the other 3 restarts were spent learning from Hazlush, and had gotten skilled enough at spell formula to create a lighter, more inconspicuous version of his explosive suicide switch. It was still a cube, though a much smaller one made of a combination of wood and stone. He made 2 of them in each restart now and attached them to his key so they would appear as an ornament. He had also found a mage specializing in mind magic and had him inspect his mind for implanted compulsions and other nasty surprises. Sadly, the man was rather baffled by the memory packet and couldn't confirm it only contained memories. He did confirm, however, that it was currently dormant, and also that no other magical effect was currently active in his mind. If there was some kind of trap in the memory packet, it had yet to activate. The 7th restart saw Zack still in class, but he appeared to have finally given up on Zorian as a lost cause. It was time to get down to business. One thing Zorian found interesting about the restarts was that small, seemingly inconsequential choices exerted incredible influence on what happened in the restart. Conversely, actions that he felt should throw everything out of whack often tended to have muted, or even non-existent effects. Case in point, the last time he had gone into the sewers to meet the matriarch, convincing Ilsa to grant him an access permit to enter the sewers had been trivial. Thus, when Zorian marched into Ilsa's office a few days after the beginning of classes, after he realized Zack had decided to give up on befriending him in this particular restart, he expected the request to be easily granted.
He was wrong.
No matter how much he reasoned and pleaded, Ilsa refused to allow a newly minted mage like him to risk his life in the underworld. He tried to demonstrate his, at this point rather advanced combat magic skills, but Ilsa wasn't interested and simply shooed him out of her office. It took nearly an hour for Zorian to calm down and realize what the difference was. Last time he came with Kale, a self-taught genius mage who was also a single parent and had probably dealt with danger before in his life. If Kale thought Zorian was ready to go down into the tunnels beneath the city and was willing to accompany him to boot to make sure he was safe, then that was good enough for Ilsa.
This time he came alone though. No Kale, no permit.
Not that Zorian was going to be deterred by such a minor setback, of course. He knew at least one person who already had a permit to go down there and might be persuaded to help him. Roach, I hate you. You do know that, right? Zorian released a long-suffering sigh, opting to keep an eye on the tunnel in front of him instead of turning around to look at Taven. He didn't need to turn around to know she was making faces at him.
No, Taven, I don't.
After all, you only told me so 5 times already. Maybe I'll remember it if you say it a few times more. I just don't get it, Taven complained, ignoring his sarcasm. You refused to follow me down here when I asked you, saying it's too dangerous. And then you come back to me a few days later, asking me to take you into the tunnels. Yes, and he was very much regretting it. Why couldn't she have waited by the entrance like he had asked her to? He still didn't know how he was going to explain Arania to her when they found the damn spiders. Hopefully the Arania would be savvy enough to hide in the shadows while he talked to them telepathically, kind of a hassle, but should be enough to arrange a proper meeting in the future somewhere more accessible. I mean, were you trying to piss me off? Taven continued, undeterred by his lack of response. Because I'm feeling pretty angry right now, let me tell you.
Taven, please, Zorian pleaded.
I said I was sorry. How many times do I have to apologize? You of all people should understand, considering how many times you pulled stuff like this on me.
Not quite like this, Taven grumbled.
At least tell me where we're going.
I actually don't know, admitted Zorian.
He was relying on one of the Arania scouts inadvertently contacting him by trying to read his mind, since he had no real idea where their home territory was. I'll know it when I see it though. Zorian, I swear, if this is your idea of a prank dash. I'm totally serious, Zorian assured her. I'm pretty sure we're getting close, it shouldn't take 2 dash. An alien presence skittered across the surface of his mind, withdrawing immediately when it realized its intrusion was detected. Its telepathic touch wasn't as subtle as that of the matriarch, but Zorian definitely received an Arania feel from it. Wait, he protested, hoping that the Arania hadn't physically fled already.
I want to talk to you, Arania.
I have important information for your matriarch. Zorian, what the hell are you talking about? Taven asked, thoroughly baffled at his actions. And who are you talking to anyway? There is no one here. Zorian said nothing, choosing to wait in silence for a while. Seconds passed in utter silence as Zorian patiently waited for a response from the spider. Taven seemed to be torn between feeling irritation at his behavior and agitation at the potentially dangerous situation. Eventually, the Arania decided to reinitiate contact. By stepping into the open right in front of him and Taven. Taven gasped in shock at the appearance of the huge hairy spider and immediately moved to draw her spell rod, only for Zorian to snatch her by her wrist and motion her to stand down. She gave him a baffled look before glancing at the spider in front of them. The Arania stood motionless, observing them silently with its huge pitch-black eyes but not making any threatening gestures. Taven seemed to realize that the spider was no threat at the moment and relaxed, moving her hand away from the spell rod attached to her hip. Zorian, she began, radiating a mixture of anger and worry at him. I'll explain later, I promise, Zorian said with a sigh before turning to deal with the Arania. And you? Couldn't you have been a little more discreet? Why couldn't you have stayed in the shadows and contacted me telepathically? The Arania reconnected to his mind and sent a burst of amusement at him. If you wanted to speak to me telepathically, why haven't you called out to me telepathically to begin with? Aren't you psychic yourself? Zorian grimaced. If only it was that easy. Finding information about mind magic from his fellow mages was like pulling teeth, since the Mage Guild took a very dim view on mind magic of any sort, no matter how benign. Nobody could tell him what being psychic meant, much less teach him how to telepathically contact someone. He did track down a spell that allowed a mage to establish a telepathic connection with someone, but the spell was painfully crude, it worked only on other humans, the target had to be willing and able to lower their spell resistance, and the link only allowed word communication devoid of emotional and other connotations.
I am untrained, admitted Zorian.
I don't know how to contact someone telepathically. I only know how to piggyback answers on a connection someone else made. He wondered about that, actually. Nobody taught him how to do that, yet the concept seemed to come naturally to him. Is this what it meant to be psychic? Perhaps being psychic simply meant he was some sort of instinctive mind mage with inborn skills in the field. That's so sad, the Arania said.
You are incomplete.
But I suppose it could always be worse. You could be a flicker mind like your friend there. Zorian glanced at Taven, suppressing a snort of amusement. It was a good thing he was talking to the Arania telepathically, because he could just imagine how Taven would react if someone called her a flicker mind.
What?
Taven asked, apparently having noticed his look. Nothing, Zorian mumbled, shaking his head. Miss Urania, you are a miss, right? It was hard to tell, but he was pretty sure the Urania he was talking to had a female feel to her. Plus, the Urania were led by a matriarch, so it would make sense for outsiders like him to mostly meet the female members of the species. All Urania are female, the spider said. What really?
Zorian asked.
How on earth does that work? Do you just divide like microbes or spontaneously get pregnant or what?
Nothing that exotic.
It's just that our species is extremely sexually dimorphic, and the males are both smaller in stature and pretty much subsentient. We don't consider them real Urania, the spider explained. If you talk to one of us and they're smart enough to talk back, they're female. The males would probably attack you in lieu of conversation, though you're unlikely to ever meet one unless you somehow gain access to one of our settlements. Zorian digested that information for a few moments and then decided not to ask any further questions on the topic. It was interesting, but not really relevant at the moment, and he didn't know how long he had before Taven snapped from the pressure and started throwing around spells and demanding answers. She wasn't exactly a paragon of patience. I'm sorry to be inconsiderate, but I really need to speak to the matriarch. Zorian said, doing his best to reproduce and send the weird Urania Spear of Resolve concept that the matriarch said was her name instead of calling her the matriarch. Hopefully this would help convince the Urania to take him seriously when he told them about memory packets from another timeline. I have been listening to your conversation with watchful eyes that miss nothing of importance. Having the ability to throw your mind to any location inhabited by one of your subordinates must be really convenient.
It is, confirmed the matriarch. Now,
how about you introduce yourself and tell me how you know my real name? Then we can move on to this important information you have for me.
I am Zorian Kaczynski, mage in training, Zorian said.
And the reason I know your real name is that you told it to me yourself. Right before you shoved a memory packet into my mind and told me to give it to you later.
I don't remember that, the matriarch said hesitantly. I know, Zorian said.
If you had been able to retain the memory of that encounter, you would not have bothered with putting the memory packet inside my mind.
That's quite a claim, the matriarch said after a short silence.
How do I know that you're telling the truth?
This could be a trap.
You could be related to the people that have been sending trolls at us all this time.
Honestly, I have no idea how to prove the truth of my words to you, Zorian said.
Your other self was sure you would have a way to prove the authenticity of the memory packet, even without additional proof, and didn't tell me anything I could convince you with.
I see, the matriarch said.
She was silent for a few seconds as she thought it over. Give me access to your mind so I can see this memory packet for myself.
Of course, Zorian said, offering no resistance when the matriarch delved deeper into his mind.
He turned to his companion, who seemed to be at the end of her wits as she watched his silent stare down with the giant spider. Taven, I'm communicating with the spider telepathically. Everything should be fine, but if I fall to the floor and start screaming in the next few minutes, feel free to blast it to oblivion. He still had his suicide cubes with him, but it never hurt to have precautions. Taven immediately nodded at his words, and Zorian saw the Urania in front of him twitch her legs uncomfortably at the implied death threat. The matriarch said nothing, too absorbed in her work. Several minutes later, the matriarch's presence retreated from his mind.
I
need to think about this, the matriarch said in a daze. Come back in 3 days and we'll talk.
Wait, protested Zorian.
I need a way to get down here without going through any of the official entrances. Otherwise I will need to bring Taven here every time I want to come down here, and I'm not sure she'll want to talk to me after this. Zorian was immediately blasted with a mental image of the local section of the tunnel system, along with 8 different ways to access it from the surface without going through any checkpoints. Wow, people weren't kidding when they said the local underworld had more holes than a sponge. In any case, that was apparently the end of his conversation with the Urania, because the spider in front of him promptly leaped into the darkness and disappeared, leaving him alone with Taven. He cast a weary glance at said girl, only to flinch at the frown she was giving him. Okay, now that the spider is gone, I guess you can explain to me what on earth I just took part in.
Start talking, she commanded.
Stupid Urania and their indiscretion. What the hell was he going to tell Taven now? Before we get to that, I would like to point out that if you had waited for me at the entrance like I asked you to dash.
Zorian.
Just saying, said Zorian lightly.
Okay, here's the thing. I'm an empath.
Do you know what that means?
Not really, Taven said slowly.
It means I can sense other people's emotions, said Zorian. And sadly, the ability is currently an instinctive ability. I have no conscious control over it, and it often causes problems for me, so I have been looking for help in mastering it. Sadly, I have found no one willing to help me on the human side, so I broadened my horizons. The spider you saw was an Arania, a sentient telepathic species of spiders that I hope to talk into teaching me how to control my powers. Taven stared at him for a few moments, opening her mouth at one point only to simply close it soon afterwards. And what did they say? She finally asked. They'll think about it, Zorian shrugged. Taven shook her head in disbelief and started walking toward the exit, motioning him to follow. Let's get out of here, monster charmer, she said. We should discuss things somewhere else. Somewhere I can sit down and have a drink.
He followed.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. True to her words, Taven led him into an open-air tavern so they could sit down and relax while they talked. Well, so she could sit down and relax. Zorian didn't find the experience all that fun, especially since she made him pay for her drinks out of his own pocket. Strangely enough, Taven accepted most of his explanation without complaints, finding his decision to seek help from a species of monstrous spiders ballsy, rather than reckless and stupid, but things degraded from there. She was displeased that he had originally planned to meet with the Arania without backup and wanted to know whether he had done things like that before, and who had watched his back if he had. That kick-started a heated argument about the wisdom and necessity of going solo, and his ability to fight his way out should things ever go sour. Zorian honestly didn't know whether she was upset because he was putting himself in danger, or that he hadn't invited her along with him. Probably the latter, since she quickly started insisting he should take her with him next time he went into the sewers to meet the Arania matriarch. She'd only get in the way and try to get him to spill his secrets to her, so he refused. Taven didn't like that at all, but seemed to realize nothing would be gained by pressing the issue directly. Instead she switched tracks and suggested she should help him develop his combat magic. Zorian knew this was a trap, that she simply wanted to wipe the floor with him in a friendly spar in order to show him how overmatched he was against a serious opponent, and thus be more amenable to take her along like she asked, but he agreed anyway. He was curious how long he would last against her, and he had nothing to lose except perhaps his pride. That was how he found himself facing Taven in her family training hall, fingering his rod of magic missiles and trying to decide how to approach this practice spar. The training hall was, according to Taven, heavily warded to protect people inside from spell damage, but usage of lethal spells was still not recommended. Sadly, while the ban on lethal spells was totally sensible for a spar, it completely eliminated a lot of his arsenal. He never really put much thought towards battles that weren't the kill or be killed sort, so his spell choices tended towards the destructive end of the scale. I see you invested into a spell rod, Taven said with a confident smile. Must have cost you quite a few pieces. Left unsaid, but heard loud and clear, was the implication that the money was wasted. Zorian had no chance in hell of overwhelming Taven's defenses with magic missiles, and they both knew it. That's why he didn't even intend to try. Getting into a battle of attrition with someone who had bigger mana reserves than he did was a fool's game. The prominently displayed spell rod was a deception, intended to give Taven the wrong idea about his opening moves. His real ace in the hole was the shielding bracelet hidden under his right sleeve. I made it myself, Zorian said. So it didn't cost me anything. Really? Taven said, surprised. I had no idea you were that good at spell formula. I mean, I knew you were interested in them, but... You have your talent for combat and I have mine, Zorian said smugly. He was quite pleased with himself for getting so good at spell formula. Not only was this something he had been interested in since before the time loop, it was also something that could easily ensure his financial independence once he found a way out of the time loop. Spell formula were widely known to be a difficult field to master, and experts in the field were well paid for their services. Zorian was already good enough that he could start taking commissions today if he was so inclined, and would only get better as he went through the restarts. Whatever. In the end, you are overmatched even in the equipment department, despite your fancy self-made spell rod, said Taven, stretching her hand to the side of her and causing a staff mounted on the nearby wall to fly straight into her palm. He knew it was a spell staff even before Taven channeled a burst of mana into it and caused a series of glowing yellow lines to light up across its surface. Show off, he said. He was definitely learning how to do that himself one of these days. Ready? Taven asked, pointing the staff threateningly towards him. Ready, confirmed Zorian, twirling the spell rod in his hand. Taven reacted immediately, sending a small missile swarm consisting of 5 magic missiles at him. She was fast, far faster than him, and Zorian could see in her face that she considered herself already victorious. You are way too presumptuous, Taven, he thought, raising the hand that held the spell rod in order to erect a shield in front of him, while throwing a vial full of white liquid at her with his other hand. The missile swarm crashed into Zorian's shield like a hammer. If Taven had been facing old Zorian, the one that existed before the time loop, then this would have been the end. Any shield he may have erected to defend himself would have been sloppily done and would have broken like glass under the onslaught. But she wasn't. She was facing Zorian the Time Traveler, who had spent quite a lot of time repeating this month.
Almost 2 years, by his count.
In the great scheme of things, 2 years was not a huge amount of time. Nonetheless, that was still 2 years of continual combat magic practice, most of it focused on a handful of spells, including shield. His shield spell was nearly flawless. The plane of force was practically invisible when not under strain, and Zorian could overcharge it a great deal to strengthen it further.
The shield held.
The missile swarm crashed against it ineffectually, causing the nigh-invisible surface to turn opaque under the strain but doing little else of note. Before Taven could collect her wits and try another attack, Zorian sent a mana pulse at the vial flying towards her. The vial shattered in midair, as if crushed by some unseen fist, and a thick white smoke billowed forth from the spot as the liquid turned to gas. The vial wasn't anything special, just a simple alchemical mixture that caused coughing fits in whomever inhaled it, but it was enough to incapacitate Taven, who stumbled out of the smoke dazed and off guard. Zorian mercilessly used her moment of weakness to send a smasher straight into her torso, hoping that was the end of the fight but half expecting Taven to throw a shield at the last second to save herself. Something, perhaps his empathy, warned him to dodge when Taven suddenly thrust her staff towards the incoming missile, and by extension him. It was a good thing he did, because she didn't cast a shield. She launched a massive battering ram of force that batted his attack aside like a snowflake and continued towards him unimpeded. Sadly, his dodge was only partial, and while he avoided the main thrust of the attack he was still caught in the outer area of effect. The attack sent him spinning like a rag doll and he soon found himself crashing headfirst into the cold, unforgiving floor of the training hall. It was probably only because of the cushioning wards in the room that he didn't end up with a cracked head or a concussion at the end of it. Since Taven seemed to be more interested in coughing her lungs out than trying to finish the fight, he remained on the floor for a while, waiting for his head to stop spinning. Apparently he made the coughing gas a bit stronger than he intended. He laboriously climbed back to his feet and walked towards the recovering Taven. "You have a very strange definition of non-lethal," he told her. "Serves you right, you cough cheater," she growled. "I got you good though, didn't I?" Zorian smiled. She huffed and swung her staff at him lightly, obviously expecting him to dodge the slow-moving object. In the interest of showing off, Zorian erected a shield instead, causing the staff to bounce off and wrench itself out of her hand. Taven looked at the shield curiously and gave it a couple of good hard knocks. The plane of force didn't even turn opaque, much less give way to her hits. "What the hell is that shield of yours made of, anyway?"
Taven asked.
"It took 5 missiles without breaking and it looks different. It's almost entirely transparent. I can see it only because I'm standing so close to you at the moment. Back when we were fighting, I didn't even see it until my attack hit. I thought you were trying to shield yourself with your hand or something at first." "It's just a shield spell, just greatly overcharged and superbly executed," said Zorian. "I spent a lot of time practicing that spell." "Still wouldn't have helped you without that stupid trick you pulled," Taven scoffed. "This was supposed to be a spell battle, damn it." "You said you wanted to see how I fight," Zorian shrugged. "By the way, how did you know where to fire that attack of yours? You had your eyes shut pretty tight from what I could see."
"Oh.
"That's just a little trick one of my teachers taught me," Taven said. "I doubt it would help you much though, it's pretty wasteful in terms of mana usage."
"What do you mean?" Zorian asked.
"Well, it's a pretty simple move that involves expelling a large quantity of mana and saturating the area around you with it. You can then sort of sense your surroundings through the resulting mana cloud. The information you gain is very rudimentary, but you can easily spot concentrated mana constructs like that magic missile you threw at me. I actually didn't know where you were, even with the aid of the mana cloud, but I figured that if I aimed in the direction from which the attack came from I'd probably catch you as well." That sounded awfully familiar. Zorian was pretty sure he used the exact same thing for his secret unlocking trick, except that he focused more on using the mana cloud as an extension of his tactile sense rather than perceiving mana sources. Of course there was quite the difference in scale from flooding a lock with his mana to saturating the entire greater area around him. He simply couldn't afford to be that wasteful with his mana.
"However,
Taven," he began, "let's say for a moment that I saturate a largish bubble of air around my head with this method. Would I be able to sense mana-charged marbles within that volume with this method?" Taven blinked and gave him a curious look.
"I suppose.
You'd probably have to spend some time mastering the skill to get a cloud sensitive enough to detect such low-powered sources though. But it would be easier than trying to sense mana-charged marbles with my inborn mana sense alone, right?"
Zorian pressed. "Way easier," Taven confirmed.
"Actually, just about any method would have been easier than that. Gods, you'd have to be, I don't know, Archmage level good or something to sense a mana source that weak with no spells or other aids." Zorian suddenly felt incredibly stupid. Of course Svim's task seemed impossibly difficult. He was doing it wrong. Svim probably expected him to use a method like this to sense the marbles. The asshole just didn't bother giving him proper instructions on how to go about doing it. Or any sort of instructions, for that matter. Gods, he hated that man. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Following an argument about who won their little spar, Zorian claimed it was a draw, Taven claimed she totally won in the end. Taven insisted on more fights to resolve the issue, and Zorian saw no reason to refuse. He lost all subsequent fights, of course. Taven was strong enough to simply overpower him if she so chose, and he no longer had the element of surprise on his side. Still, he felt he had done well, since Taven actually had to work to bring him down. Even she admitted that if he caught his opponent off guard and was ruthless enough in his opening moves, he could bring down even professional battle mages, though she warned that he could easily get in legal trouble that way. The Mage Guild looked very dimly on people who escalated fighting into the lethal realm, even in self-defense. And anyway, finding out what exactly Svim expected of him made the whole thing worth it all on its own. Most of the skill was already familiar to him, so it only took a few hours until he was able to create a diffuse mana cloud around his head. Granted, he couldn't really feel mana sources as such, but a marble was a physical object as well. Thus, when Friday came around and Svim unveiled his oh-so-clever training method to him, Zorian calmly identified where the marbles were going as they zipped around, and occasionally at his head.
Svim wasn't impressed, of course.
He simply started throwing a quick succession of marbles at him and demanded that he sort them by magnitude of mana emissions. Which he couldn't do, of course, since he was sensing them by more rudimentary means. Oh well, he wasn't too concerned. Now that he knew what to do, he fully expected to master the skill properly soon enough. Possibly by the end of the restart, unless Zack decided to tackle another dragon or something similarly insane. Fortunately, Zack's primary interest at the moment was trying to organize some kind of mother of all parties that involved inviting the entire class to his mansion during the summer festival. Being aware of the time loop, Zorian was one of the few people who understood what Zack was doing. He was trying to get as many students as possible out of harm's way without having to explain anything to them. Zorian had no idea what Zack planned to do with all those people when the attack started, or how he intended to deal with Ilsa and her insistence that everyone must attend the school dance. 3 days went by, and Zorian was back in the sewers. Finding Arania proved very easy, since they were expecting him this time. Any doubts about whether or not he was going to be taken seriously were wiped out when the forward scout he met took him to a familiar figure. The matriarch had decided to talk to him in person, rather than simply project her mind through one of her subordinates. Well, I have had time to digest the memories my other self sent me, the matriarch began. The story is not as implausible as you might think, and the memories contain some pretty damning proof. I suppose we should swap stories now, no? Of your experiences, I only know the basics you told your friends, and you know precious little of why I'm not scoffing at the idea of time travel. I suppose that would make sense, Zorian said carefully. But you want me to go first, the matriarch surmised. Very well. First thing you should know is that my web has been in a conflict with your so-called invaders for several months now. They were an infuriating but manageable opponent, up until a week ago, when they suddenly developed a disturbing amount of precognition about our tactics and abilities. They had counters for secret skills that have been passed on from matriarch to matriarch for generations and have never been used within living memory up until that moment. They had counters for personal abilities that were unique to a single Arania. They even seemed to know how we were going to react in response to their increased threat and aggressive moves. In short, the amount of insight they possessed about us was downright implausible. Believe it or not, time travel was seriously discussed as a possible method they were using to obtain their information. Not divinations? Zorian asked. We know divinations, child, the matriarch said. If there is a field of magic beside the mind arts that we excel at, it is that. It is good that you mentioned divinations, though, because they hold a piece of the puzzle as well. You see, our web routinely tries to forecast the future with divination, with varying amount of success. Highly disruptive events tend to make any future forecasts useless. What do you think happened when we tried to forecast the future during the past week? It didn't work? Guessed Zorian. Oh, it worked. It gave wildly different results every time we repeated the forecast, no matter how little time passed between one forecast to the next, but it worked. So long as we didn't try to extend the forecast beyond the day of the summer festival. Beyond that date, the forecast returns a blank. Each and every time. It is as if everything beyond that date simply ceases to exist. Zorian swallowed heavily. He had often wondered what happened to everything when the time loop restarted itself, but had ultimately dismissed the question as unknowable. He didn't know whether to be relieved that he had no need to worry about leaving a soulless corpse in some alternate reality or disturbed that everything was literally being deleted when the time loop reset. "I'm surprised I hadn't heard about that," he remarked. "You'd think that some of the human oracles would have noticed something like that." "You underestimate the difficulty of future forecasting," the matriarch said. "It takes quite a bit of skill to read the future, and the process is time-consuming and tedious. It doesn't help that the results are often useless, or worse, misleading. And even if you do bother to forecast the future, odds are that you're only doing it for few days at the time, since the predictions get more and more unreliable the further you try to extend the predictions. I hear complaints that such forecasts are a waste of time all the time from my fellow Arania, and our oracles can actually achieve a small measure of accuracy in their predictions. Still, I imagine you're right, there are probably human organizations that have run the forecasts and encountered the same thing, but are keeping quiet for a variety of reasons. Nobody likes a doomsayer, well, nobody of any authority in any case. It would be nice to have independent confirmation of our findings, but I suspect few diviners would feel comfortable with sharing their secrets with a bunch of giant spiders. Perhaps if a certain young mage with an interest in divinations were to talk to them.
"I'll see what I can do," said Zorian.
"I'll give you a list of names," the matriarch said. "Now how about you give us some details about the time loop and your experiences in it?" Zorian gave them a basic rundown of the situation, leaving out many of the details he considered irrelevant and a tad too personal. The matriarch had only given him the bare-bones version of their story as well, so he didn't feel too bad about that. "That bond between you and Zack is really inconvenient," the matriarch remarked. "I don't blame you for not taking a chance with it, but are you sure you can't talk to Zack without triggering it? Who knows what useful things the boy knows about this whole thing? Surely if you inform him of your fears he will agree to keep his distance." Zorian wasn't nearly so sure. He knew Zack meant well, but he always did have problems with patience and self-control, and none of his previous encounters with the boy convinced him he'd changed all that much in that regard. Zack would have probably found another time traveler immensely fascinating and kept pushing at the boundaries until the soul bond either activated fully or was shown to be harmless. "I'm surprised you haven't already ripped the knowledge from his mind," Zorian remarked. "Isn't he a air flicker mind?" "He isn't psychic, but he does have some skill in shielding his mind," the matriarch said, not at all ashamed to admit she had already tried to steal his memories. "Not well, but enough that I can't do more than read his surface thoughts. Now stop dodging the question."
Zorian sighed.
"Everything I found out about soul bonds suggests that there probably isn't any bond between me and Zack. Soul bonds tend to be really obvious to even basic detection spells. My divination instructor in one of the previous restarts showed me a spell for detecting soul bonds and I used it in school a few times. Every student with a familiar is clearly connected to their partner, and the two soul-bonded twins are also clearly bonded to each other. There is absolutely no link between me and Zack that I can see. There is no way an accidental side effect of an offensive soul mutilation spell has such sophisticated effects when even properly created soul bonds light up easily on detection spells." "Curious," the matriarch said. "What is it, if not a soul bond, though?" "Kale thinks that when the soul merge was terminated by our deaths, the link between us was cut rather than carefully untangled. As a consequence, a piece of Zack's soul ended up fused to mine, and the reverse is probably true for Zack. The control function of the time loop probably got confused at that point, and rather than decide which one of us is the real Zack decided to simply loop both of us. That would explain why Zack was absent during the first few restarts, and why he was so very sick when he finally did show up," the matriarch said. "You probably both spent a number of restarts in a coma while your souls healed and integrated all the foreign bits, but he probably drew the short end of the straw when the spell was cut and ended up with far more soul damage than you."
"It would," agreed Zorian.
"And honestly, it's the most plausible explanation I've got." "So why don't you want to talk to Zack then?" the matriarch asked. "Oh, I see, the third time traveler."
"Yes.
It's pretty obvious at this point that there is at least one more person inside the time loop besides me and Zack. That someone is aiding the invaders and has gods know how big of a lead on me in terms of time spent in the time loop, so I definitely don't want to catch their attention. And they know of Zack. I mean, they have to, he really isn't all that secretive about his status as a time traveler and his activities. But they aren't doing anything about it. Zack is clearly trying to fight the invaders, so why leave him unmolested? Because his actions don't matter in the long run, the matriarch guessed. From what you told me, he's trying to become strong enough to personally contest the entire invasion force. There is not much chance of that happening, even if he has all the time in the world to prepare. "That, and he's possibly already been neutralized," Zorian said. "I'm pretty sure that Zack is the key figure in this time travel business, the original time traveler. He has too much potential in terms of money, family legacy, mana reserves, and so on. He could benefit from the whole time loop setup better than virtually anyone else, and I don't think it's accidental. Furthermore, if I am indeed in this time loop because I have a piece of Zack's soul fused to mine, that means it's him the time loop recognizes as the legitimate focus of the spell. The thing is, his past actions indicate ignorance of any sort of purpose or master plan, as if he had simply been dumped into the loop with no warning or information. You think his memories have been edited, surmised the Arania. I think Zack entrusted his secret to the wrong person, Zorian said. They couldn't just get rid of Zack, as I said, he is the key to this spell, but they could eliminate him as a threat. Shift his attention to harmless directions and such. But I'm not Zack. I am not integral to this time loop in any way, and can be disposed of at whim. If I talk to Zack, and he's being watched, or if Zack is unable to keep his mouth shut in front of the wrong people, I could end up being deleted. Well, the matriarch said. You're certainly one paranoid human. Then again, that might be the only reason why you're still in possession of your entire memory, so maybe I shouldn't talk. You do realize you're going to have to talk to Zack at some point, right? Hopefully not before I identify the third time traveler, Zorian said. Then we should make it a priority to track him down, the matriarch said. How? Zorian asked. I don't even know where to start. It could be anyone. Considering you said Zack managed to kill old Oganj single-handedly, it is clearly not anyone. He wasn't always that strong though, Zorian pointed out. In the first few restarts, any decent mage could have overpowered him, even some of our classmates. For that matter, it could be a matter of backstabbing rather than losing in combat. Someone could have drugged him or lured him into a heavily warded trap area. Even a classmate, you say? The matriarch asked speculatively. That's interesting. Didn't you say Zack is fairly obsessed with learning more about the rest of your class? He would probably think nothing of sharing a secret with one of them, especially since they're just students. How well do you know them as a whole? Are any of them acting strange? I'm not really very close to any of them, Zorian admitted. I don't think I would know if they started to behave strange, so long as they didn't go completely out of character. I can think of a few that I'm sure aren't time travelers, but... Try to investigate, the matriarch said. It would be terribly embarrassing if it turns out the third one was hiding in plain sight all along, no? Try to see if you can connect any of them with the invaders as well. The matriarch gave Zorian a list of human diviners that might know more about the irregularities related to future forecasting, and they both agreed to meet in another 3 days. Zorian was a bit annoyed that the topic of his empathy and getting it under control never came up, but he supposed the matriarch wanted to see how useful to them he was before investing their time to teach him their, possibly secret mind arts. It was nice having someone on his side in this whole tangled mess. He just hoped he wasn't making the same mistake with the Arania that Zack did with the person behind the invasion. Zorian didn't like temples. Partially it was due to his bad experiences with them as a child, but mostly due to his inability to understand the reverence with which the priesthood spoke of the vanished gods they were supposed to be venerating. Virtually every story he had read or heard about the Age of Gods made the divinities sound like gigantic jerks, so why would anyone want them back? Nobody could ever give him a satisfactory answer to that question, least of all his parents, who were religious only so long as the neighbors were watching. The temple in front of which he was standing at the moment did nothing to dispel that unease. The large, dome-like building on the outskirts of Scioria was larger and far more imposing than any other temple Zorian had previously been in, despite being described as one of the smaller ones in Scioria. Still, the Arania matriarch had claimed this temple housed the best, human future forecaster in the city, so his unease would have to be set aside for the sake of accomplishing the mission. He hesitantly stepped towards the heavy wooden doors that served as an entrance to the temple, warily glancing at the huge stone angels that flanked the doorway. Lifelike and grim-faced, the angels appeared to gaze down on him as he approached, judging him and finding him lacking. Try as he might, Zorian couldn't completely dismiss his unease with the statues, since there was a very real possibility they were guardian golems or some other sort of security. He was just about to open the door and walk inside when he noticed a series of images carved into the door and paused to study them. Although the carvings on the door were fairly stylized and disjointed, he recognized instantly what they were about. They formed a crude sort of comic, depicting a familiar story of how the world was created according to Icosians, and by extension, most religions drawing their traditions from them. According to Icosians, the world was originally a swirling, shapeless chaos, inhabited only by the 7 primordial dragons. One day, the gods descended from the higher planes of existence and killed all of them save one. This last one they refashioned into the material world the humans now inhabit, turning her body into dirt and stone, her blood into water, her breath into air and her fire into magic. The vast networks of tunnels stretching beneath the surface of the world are dragon veins, now empty of blood that had been turned into the seas but still flooded with magic emanating from the heart of the world, the fiery, still beating heart of the primordial dragon that rests somewhere deep underground. Far from being content with her fate, the dragon below still rages against her bounds, giving birth to natural disasters like volcanoes and earthquakes. Unable to strike back against the gods themselves, the dragon takes her anger out on their favored creations, humans, by utilizing her heart, the one thing the gods have not seen fit to take away from her. Pieces of it continually flake off from the main mass, giving birth to horrifying monsters whenever they hit the ground, at which point said monsters begin their ascent to the surface to terrorize mankind.
And so on.
Zorian didn't believe there was much truth in the old story, but the whole thing was pretty horrifying if one took it at face value. With gods like that, it was no wonder the old faiths were steadily losing converts to new religions that popped up after the gods disappeared. "Can I help you with something, young man?" Zorian wrenched himself from his musings to look at the man who spoke to him. He found himself facing a young, green-haired man in priestly robes. The man's relaxed posture and friendly smile set Zorian at ease, but he couldn't help but wonder about that green hair. As far as Zorian knew, the only people who naturally had green hair were members of House Reed, and it seemed rather out of character for one of them to go into clergy. That particular house was infamous for their links to crime syndicates.
"Maybe," allowed Zorian.
"I am Zorian Kaczynski, mage in training. I was wondering whether Priestess Kylie was around and willing to talk to me? Oh, and sorry about worrying you. I suppose I had been staring at the entrance a little too long." Junior Priest Batak, the man introduced himself. "And don't worry, a lot of people are intimidated by the gates. It's why I like to greet newcomers personally like this. As for Kylie, well, she is currently in the middle of a ritual, but if you're willing to wait an hour or so, I'm sure she'll be happy to hear you out."
"Sure," Zorian agreed.
This was far better than he expected. To be honest, he half expected the man to put him through some kind of religious test before allowing him to see the head priestess. Waiting an hour or two was a minor price to pay really. So should I come back later, Ori?"
"Nonsense," the man scoffed.
"Come inside and I'll make us something to drink while we wait. It'll be nice to have someone new to chat with for a change. We get so few visitors these days." It seemed that he might still end up being subjected to a test, only this one in the form of casual conversation instead of something overt.
"Slow week?"
Zorian asked as they entered the temple. The interior was pleasantly cool and fairly dark, with rays of multicolored light streaming down from several high-placed stained glass windows, as well as totally empty. He was grateful for the lack of crowds, but it was unusual to see a temple completely deserted like this.
"I wish," Batak sighed.
He led Zorian through rows and rows of wooden benches that filled the temple's main hall, his steps echoing hauntingly behind him. More like a slow decade. The aftermath of the weeping has not been kind to this place.
"What do you mean?" Zorian asked.
"What does the weeping have to do with this place?" Batak gave him a judging glance before sighing heavily. Though the gods have gone silent, the priesthood has never been completely powerless. Most priests have some skill with magic, and higher ranks can usually call upon the aid of angels and other lesser spiritual entities, but our real claim to authority came from various hidden mysteries that were entrusted to us before the gods departed to the unknown. Over time, a lot of those were stolen or otherwise lost, but the one thing where we were always unmatched was the healing arts. As such, when the weeping plague started spreading across the lands like wildfire, we were expected to do something about it. Sadly, not only were we as powerless against it as anyone else, our close contact with the infected quickly resulted in massive casualties within our ranks. With the subsequent shortage of qualified priests, peripheral temples like this one were all but abandoned, both by believers and by the Holy Triumvirate. Zorian looked around him, but failed to see any evidence of decay in the interior of the temple. The temple was clean and intact, and the altar, made out of white marble and framed with silk or some other expensive cloth, looked practically brand new. Plenty of stone statues were scattered throughout the building, seamlessly melding into the walls or support beams, and most of the remaining unadorned space was taken up by wooden panels that had various religious imagery carved into their surface, much like the main doors. In short, it was an absurdly luxurious building by the standards of rural temples such as the one in Siren, and better maintained to boot. Zorian was almost afraid to ask what Sioria's main temple looked like if this one was not considered important enough to keep running. Batak led him to a small, unassuming door next to the altar and ushered him to what was apparently a more informal setting. Rather than being a classical office, it was instead a combination of a kitchen and a living room, far messier than and not nearly as lifeless as the main temple had been. Batak immediately started preparing some tea and started peppering him with questions. The questions were fairly standard: who he was, what he did, where he was from, who his family was, that sort of stuff, so Zorian felt comfortable answering them honestly. Strangely enough, Batak didn't ask him a single question about his religiosity, something Zorian was glad for. Zorian, in turn, asked a couple of questions about Batak and Kylie, trying to understand what they were even doing here if the temple was abandoned. Batak was all too happy to enlighten him. Apparently the church leadership didn't feel comfortable with simply demolishing the temple, or worse, leaving it to the mercy of the elements and looters. A perfectly understandable sentiment, in Zorian's opinion. Not only would it be a shame to consign such a majestic building to oblivion, it would also be a blatant admission of weakness from the church. In the end, Batak and Kylie were assigned to the temple, ostensibly to keep the temple running, but in reality more to keep it presentable and ward off thieves and squatters. Finally, after he finished his cup of tea, Batak finally decided he had danced around the issue long enough.
"So," said Batak.
"You never did tell me why you're here, Mr. Kaczynski. Do you think you could perhaps tell me what you need to speak with Kylie about, or is this too sensitive for the ears of a mere junior priest?" Zorian thought about it for a second before deciding it probably wouldn't hurt to tell the man why he came. Future forecasting wasn't illegal or anything, after all.
"Well," began Zorian.
"For a start, I heard that Priestess Kylie is skilled at forecasting the future through divinations." Batak stiffened slightly, but quickly forced himself to relax. His smile did slip off his face, however.
"She is," he said.
"It is a difficult field to practice and I doubt anyone could claim mastery of it in any real sense, but she is as close to an expert as you're likely ever going to get. But there are other people who dabble in it regardless, one of which has sent me to speak with Kylie about her findings," said Zorian, privately enjoying the mental image of the Urania matriarch hissing at him for calling her a dabbler in the field. Some of the results she had gotten out of her predictions have been very irregular. All pretenses of good cheer had left Batak's face by the time he finished talking. Silence stretched into uncomfortable seconds. Zorian was starting to wonder if talking about the topic was somehow taboo or if he had otherwise insulted the man somehow when the junior priest spoke again. "And these irregularities, when exactly do they appear? How far did your mysterious backer project her predictions before they went haywire?" It was at this point that Zorian realized, Batak already knew. He was no more a mere junior priest than Zorian was just an innocent messenger. There is only one real irregularity, and it appears on the day of the summer festival. Specifically, the prediction returns a blank beyond that date. Almost as if the whole world disappears after that point. "But you already knew that, didn't you?" asked Zorian rhetorically. Instead of answering him, Batak spat out a very unpriestly curse and started pacing around the cramped room in agitation. "I'll take that as a yes," Zorian sighed. Batak stopped pacing to give him a wary look. After a few moments, the priest visibly forced himself to relax. "I'm sorry," said Batak, "I didn't mean to be rude, it's just, well, it's probably best if I go and fetch Kylie now so we can discuss this together." "Isn't she doing a ritual at the moment?" Zorian pointed out curiously. He knew it was a very bad idea to stop magical rituals halfway through, but maybe the ritual Kylie was performing was purely religious in nature? "Well, sort of," Batak said sheepishly. "I don't think she'll be terribly bothered if I interrupt her. Not for this, in any case. Please wait here while I go get her." As Zorian watched Batak hurriedly leave, he couldn't help but wonder why Batak was so spooked out by the termination date they uncovered. Zorian was certainly spooked, but that was because he knew exactly what was causing it, but to Batak and Kylie it shouldn't look terribly unusual. Much like soul-related magics, the field of future prediction was very poorly understood, and strange never-encountered events probably weren't unheard of. Zorian sincerely hoped that Batak's agitation meant they knew something important about the anomaly that he and Urania matriarch had missed. It wasn't long before Batak came back with a middle-aged woman back in tow. Zorian's first thought was that she was surprisingly young for a high priestess, but he supposed with a manpower shortage among the priesthood they couldn't afford to be too picky about such things. For her part, the priestess gave him a long, searching look upon entering the room before giving him a strained smile and sitting down next to Batak, so that both of them were facing him. "Hello, Mr. Kaczynski," she said. "I am Kylie Kwosi, the high priestess of this temple. I hear you've wanted to speak to me. Specifically, that you wanted to speak to me about future prediction. About the termination date on the day of the summer festival." "Yes," Zorian confirmed. A short exchange followed where they both confirmed they were indeed talking about the same thing, and then the priestess leaned back on her chair and gave Batak a mild glare. "I told you it was not a mistake," she said. "And I told you it wasn't you who was the problem," Batak shot back. "I guess we were both right." Kylie sighed before refocusing on Zorian. "I don't suppose you could introduce me to your master, so I can discuss this directly with her?" Not that I have anything against you, but you just don't have the necessary expertise and all your information is by necessity secondhand. Sorry, Zorian said. I'm afraid my master definitely wishes to stay hidden. I agree she could help you better in person, but this is how things are at the moment. And it was vanishingly unlikely that would change any time soon. According to current church dogma, Arania were classified as monsters, servants of the dragon below to be precise, and therefore not to be dealt with. Kylie and Batak seemed fairly liberal as priests go, but probably not that liberal. Admitting he was speaking on behalf of a giant sentient spider would have led to him being forcibly expelled from the temple at best. If I may ask, though, why has this gotten you so spooked? Zorian asked curiously. I mean, I know why me and my master are concerned, but why do you have a problem with it? The priestess looked at him curiously. And why are you concerned, if I may ask? Trade, offered Zorian, suppressing a smile in favor of a most innocent expression he could manage. Hook, line and sinker. The priestess shared a silent look with Batak, somehow communicating without words with her fellow priest. Apparently they knew each other quite well if they could manage that. Maybe they were lovers? If Zorian remembered correctly, priests were forbidden to have relationships with each other, and thus had to look for romantic options outside the church hierarchy, but it wouldn't be the first time such rules were ignored. In any case, after a few seconds they seemed to reach a decision and turned again towards him. We will share our concerns with you, but only if you go first, the priestess said. And be warned, I can tell when people lie to me. It is a supernatural ability and has never failed me before, so please don't waste my time with lies and half-truths. Well, that was kind of inconvenient. Zorian didn't detect any attempt at barging into his mind, so whatever ability she had probably wasn't mind-based in nature. Was she instinctively divining the truth of his statements? Peering into his soul? He supposed she could be bluffing, but he somehow doubted it. In the end he decided to take a risk. He fired off a couple of divinations to make sure they weren't scryed and that there were no cranium rats around and then started to speak when they returned negative. Let's see if this will be a sufficient price for your help, then, Zorian sighed. The reason we're concerned is that there is a well-funded, well-organized group of terrorists planning to take advantage of the summer festival to cause trouble. Some parts of their plan, like their usage of artillery spells and war trolls smuggled through the dungeon, was fairly pedestrian. But there is a more exotic component to their plans, one that wreaks havoc with future prediction by its very nature. There was a brief moment of silence as the two priests stared at him incredulously. That is not what I expected to hear, the priestess said. Gods and goddesses, this is way above my pay grade. I don't think I want to know more, to be honest. I don't want to get involved into such things. Probably for the best, Zorian agreed. If that is indeed the true cause of the irregularity, though, then my own reasons to panic about it are largely misplaced, the priestess mused. I'd still like to hear about it, if it's not a problem, Zorian said. It's about the angels, Batak interjected. Ever since the gods have gone silent, angels have sort of taken their place. They can't grant magical powers to the priesthood or work miracles the way gods could, but they can be summoned in order to provide advice or give aid with their considerable personal abilities. And what did they say about the anomaly that got you so spooked? Zorian asked curiously. That's the thing, the priestess sighed. We can't ask them because no one has been able to summon them since about a week ago. We've been in contact with churches as far as Koth, and they report the same thing, even the most approachable of celestials are ignoring us. Hell, I've even heard rumors that demon worshippers cannot contact their vile masters anymore. It is as if something has cut the entire material plane off from the spiritual realms. Zorian swallowed heavily. A week ago. The start of the time loop, obviously. Quite disturbing, isn't it? Said Kylie. Coupled with the timeline simply cutting off a few weeks from now, well, I must admit it had really gotten me spooked. Finding out the two are basically unrelated certainly makes me rest easier. There was further conversation after this, but none of it was terribly productive. He promised Batak and Kylie to be discreet about their troubles with contacting the spirit world and left. Unlike the priestess, Zorian didn't feel like the conversation had eased his worries. Asterisk. Following his visit to the temple, Zorian decided to sit down in one of the many restaurants scattered throughout the city and consider this new information with a bit of food and drink. There was no doubt in his mind that the severing of the link between the spiritual planes and the material one was caused by the time loop, but what that meant was less clear. Was the material plane the only one experiencing the time loop, isolated from everything else within some kind of time bubble? The fact that his current timeline seemed to literally end when the time loop restarted strongly suggested this. Apparently the spell wasn't snatching up a bunch of souls and putting them into their past bodies like he initially assumed, It was literally rewinding time itself in the targeted area while leaving a couple of souls intact in the process. No wonder the spell was so easily transmissible. Compared to reverting everything 1 month into the past, the cost of looping an additional soul or two was probably utterly inconsequential.
And that, if true, was very disturbing.
That was not human magic. 100 or so mages in possession of a mana well and a whole lot of time to prepare could affect a medium-sized country at most. The time loop must have enveloped the whole continent, at least, for the boundary to have not been noticed after a day or two. News spread fast these days. And frankly, Zorian had a hunch the time loop enveloped the entire planet. This was like something straight out of the Age of Gods. But if higher beings were involved, why was the time loop allowed to go off its intended course so severely? His musings were interrupted by the scraping of a nearby chair. Someone had decided to join him.
"Oh," he said. "It's you."
"Is that the way to greet a friend, Roach?"
Taven complained.
Zorian rolled his eyes at her. "Hi, Taven," he said blandly. "Fancy seeing you here. I mean, this place is pretty far from your usual haunts. It's almost as if you decided to track me down to this place."
"That's because I did," Taven said.
"What are you doing on the edge of the city, anyway?" "I was visiting a temple nearby," Zorian answered. "Lovely architecture." "You, visiting temples?"
Taven scoffed.
Zorian said nothing.
"Fine, be that way. I won't pry."
"In case you're wondering, I'm here because I asked around to see if I could find a human empath that could help you control your powers." "You did?" asked Zorian, suddenly a lot more alert and enthusiastic about this conversation. Taven smiled sheepishly. "I kind of did find someone willing to help you, but I'm not sure whether it's something you're willing to go for. The woman in question is a healer in one of Sioria's big hospitals, and she's only willing to teach you if you agree to an apprentice contract with her and become a full-blown healer." Zorian clacked his tongue in disappointment. He did intend to learn the basics of magical healing at some point in the future, but that was a long way off. Learning medicine wasn't something you do in your spare time and would doubtlessly require him to dedicate most of the restart on mastering that one field. He had too many things on his plate as it was. "No, that doesn't work for me at all," Zorian sighed. "I have nothing against healers, but that's not the career I'm aiming for." "Yeah, I kind of figured," Taven said. "It really would be kind of a shame to let all that work you sank into spell formulas go to waste. I guess the spiders are still your best bet, huh?" "Yeah," agreed Zorian. "Although, to tell the truth, they have been dragging their many feet in regard to teaching me. Maybe if they thought I actually had valid alternatives to their help they'd hurry up a little? What was the healer's name, anyway?" Taven narrowed her eyes. "You've been down there alone again?"
"Oh. Mayor Abe."
She reached out across the table and cuffed him in the shoulder.
"It hurt."
"Zorian, you moron," she complained. "I told you not to do these things alone. Even if you trust the freaky giant spiders that much, and I don't really think you should, there are other things down there. Not matter how capable you are, it's always smart to have another set of hands and eyes with you. Unless you think I couldn't keep up with you." "I don't think that at all," Zorian said. "I just didn't want to be a bother and—" "I already said I don't mind helping," Taven cut him off. "You can't use that as an excuse." "And the Arania are kind of prejudiced against non-psychic people," finished Zorian. "Non-what?" asked Taven incredulously. "Psychic. People who are like me and them. I don't quite have a comprehensive explanation what being psychic entails, but it seems to be some kind of instinctive affinity for mind magic. That's where my empathy apparently comes from. The Arania claim it's a weak form of mind reading, and that I could actually do more once they actually deign to teach me." Taven seemed at a loss for words for a moment. "You're reading my mind?" she finally said. "I didn't give you permission to do that." "I'm only getting vague impressions of your emotions, and not even that consistently," said Zorian with a long-suffering sigh. "Besides, that's why I'm meeting with the Arania, to learn how to not do that unless I want to. How did you think empathy works, anyway?"
"I guess I didn't," admitted Taven.
"But we're getting off track. Why does me not being psychic matter to your new spidery friends?"
"How should I know?"
"Prejudices rarely make much sense." "Well, go ahead and ask them the next time you see them,"
Taven said.
"Because if you can't give me a proper answer the next time I ask, I'm going down there to ask them myself, with or without your permission. It's total bullshit." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Aside from his visit to the temple, none of the other future forecasters were in any way helpful to Zorian. A fair number of them didn't even want to talk to him, and those that did hadn't made long-term predictions and hadn't noticed anything strange. Well, one of them did claim to have done so and found nothing of note, but he was an obvious fraud and spent most of the talk trying to get Zorian to part with his money in exchange for a more detailed reading of the future. So Zorian turned to the matter of his classmates and the possibility that one of them was the third time traveler. Zorian didn't think there was much chance of that, but better safe than sorry. Besides, it was a good way to look for clues as far as he was concerned, and he had been thinking of getting to know his classmates better anyway. Including him, there were exactly 20 people in Zorian's class, 12 girls and 8 boys. Of those, there were 3 people he was almost certain weren't the third time traveler: Akoja, Benisek and Kale. The first 2 because he actually knew what their normal behavior and personality were before the time loop and had interacted extensively enough with the both of them in various restarts to judge them unchanged, and Kale because of the events that took place in the previous restart. Trying to write down everything he knew about the rest, he quickly found 2 classmates that were very suspicious: Tinami Aope and Eston Greer. Noble House Aope had a very shady reputation. The house began its existence during the Witch Wars, when one of the major witch clans agreed to defect to the Icosian side if they were given the status of a formal house in return. The Icosians, ever pragmatic, agreed. No doubt they thought they could milk the renegades for their magical secrets and then quietly sideline them until they could be officially removed, but that never happened. Instead, the Aope rose through the ranks of the Icosian political system, leaving a trail of broken rivals in their wake, until they eventually stood on top as one of the more prestigious noble houses in all Altazia. This extreme success wasn't a result of just being very competent politicians, though Aope were rumored to practice all sorts of dark, forbidden magic stemming from their witchy roots. Necromancy, demon summoning, mind magic. Of course, this was all just a rumor. Certainly no one who valued their life and career would ever suggest that Tinami Aope, the firstborn daughter of the current head of Aope household, was practicing forbidden magics. Perish the thought. And in fact, the girl was painfully shy and withdrawn and in general looked like she wouldn't hurt a fly. That didn't prove anything though. Beware of the quiet ones and all that. If there was one person in the class who had easy access to magics that could screw Zack over and hijack the time loop for their own ends, it was probably Tinami. Even better, her withdrawn nature would ensure that very few people knew her enough to realize she was acting strangely unless she did something totally crazy. Eston Greer, the second suspect, was primarily suspicious because of where he came from. He and his family had immigrated to Altazia from Ulquinabesa, the infamous island of the exiles. Since the island was populated mostly by mages exiled there in the wake of the Necromancer's War, that made Eston the second person who could plausibly have access to forbidden magics without too much trouble. Also, Zorian was fairly certain that the mages leading the invasion force came primarily from Ulquinabesa. The island was one of the few places where one could find enough necromancers and war trolls to explain the numbers of them present at the invasion. It was also the last recorded home of Quatakikl, the Lich General that fought the Old Alliance in the Necromancer's War and whose physical description matched almost exactly with the Lich that had so thoroughly trounced Zack in that fateful battle where Zorian was dragged into the time loop. Of course, those 2 were only the obvious suspects, and the third time traveler, if indeed present among his classmates, was no doubt far more cunningly hidden. Realizing he didn't know enough about people in his class to really make a judgment, Zorian decided to seek the aid of the one person who could no doubt tell him something about everyone. "Hello Benisek," Zorian said, sitting next to the chubby, talkative boy. "Can I ask you to do me a favor?"
Sure, Benisek said. What do you need?
I need basic information about everyone in our class. What's the latest gossip about them and so forth. Asterisk. Well, that is certainly an interesting turn of events, the matriarch remarked. A confirmation of the cutoff point in the timeline and another clue as to the true nature of this time loop is far more than I had hoped for. I must admit I hadn't actually expected you to find anything useful among human diviners, but there you go. I don't suppose you have anything on your classmates yet. Not really, Zorian responded. I'm only starting with the investigation. Truthfully, this is bound to be a task spanning numerous restarts, so you shouldn't expect quick results.
Yes, of course.
Well, I have nothing else to add, so unless you have any additional questions we can meet each other next week to check on each other's progress. Actually, I have 2 questions, said Zorian. Ask away then. First question, can you explain to me what exactly you mean by flicker mind, and why you disdain them so much?
Zorian asked.
You keep saying that word and it sounded terribly insulting and bigoted. The matriarch twitched her legs, emitting some complex emotion that Zorian couldn't decode with his limited empathic abilities. That tended to happen a lot actually, since the Arania were so thoroughly different from humans in both body and mind. I apologize if we offend, she finally said. It had been quite a while since we had a real, sustained contact with a human, and there are bound to be misunderstandings and points of contention. I notice you didn't actually answer my question, pointed out Zorian. It is like you suspect, a flickermind is a creature that isn't psychic like you and me. I'm sure they can be wonderful people, but I, as well as most of my fellow Arania, find it hard to truly take them seriously. It's like meeting a society of people that are born blind. They can obviously manage without sight, but you'd probably still consider them fundamentally crippled. You never did tell me what being psychic entails, you know? Zorian pointed out. Everything, from the smallest grain of sand to the very gods themselves, is connected through the great invisible web that suffuses all creation, the matriarch said. Psychic people are open to these connections, and contact the minds of others, or even the universe itself, to perform what you humans call magic. That explanation sounds almost religious, said Zorian. The great invisible web does feature prominently in our spirituality, the matriarch admitted. What was the other question you wanted to ask me about?
Ah, yes.
I had found a human empath that might be willing to teach me some of her skills. I wanted to ask you for your opinion.
No. The matriarch interrupted. That's a terrible idea.
Your human empaths are bad teachers. Their training consists of nothing but showing people how to shut off their link to the great web and keep it closed most of the time. They brainwash their students into believing that sensing emotions is all there is to their powers and that the rest of the mind arts are immoral. They make a mockery of the great gift. Zorian blinked in shock. He had intended to produce a reaction by broaching the topic in question, but he had no idea the matriarch would be affected this strongly. Anger and outrage simply poured off the matriarch, making it clear that she cared about this issue very, very much. For the first time since his first encounter with her, he remembered that she was actually quite a terrifying creature. That's a lot stronger denunciation than I expected, Zorian admitted, forcing himself to remain calm. Care to suggest an alternative, then? I really want to get this ability under control. Have I not promised to help you with that? The matriarch asked. And then you ignored the issue completely, Zorian answered. I thought you needed time to come to terms with it. You didn't exactly act thrilled when I first informed you of your gifts. Maybe if you hadn't waited 6 months before contacting me, we would have been on the same wavelength.
Ouch.
But no matter, the matriarch said, this whole argument is pointless. If you want to learn how to use your gift effectively, I'll be happy to help. Come back tomorrow at this time and we can begin with your lessons. She turned to leave before pausing and sending him one final parting burst of communication. And then, once you experience the great web in its full glory, you can go to that human empath and see for yourself who is right.